You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 251. The sharp table knives pierced through the skin, and the stick figure's clothes were dyed red. Staring at the drawing waving in the dreamer's hand, Han Fei's face darkened. Han Fei grabbed the boy by his shoulders and lifted him up to eye level. He looked into the boy's young face.
It was you who called Su Qin away, so why is it that you've returned alone?
The most dangerous demon often decorated themselves as angels. In the cryptic world, do not give away your trust easily, not even to a child who looked perfectly harmless.
Draw. Dreamer waved the paper repeatedly. The more frightened he was, the more he stammered. He was unable to complete a full sentence.
Why would Su Qin plunge her knives into herself? Where is she now?
Han Fei knew it was hard to communicate with the dreamer. He put him down, reached into the boy's pocket, and placed the paper and pen before him.
Draw out what you want to say.
As if knowing that time was running out, the dreamer started to make broad strokes on the paper. Two stick figures with masks sat beside the dining table. The chopping block at the middle of the table was covered with chopped-up human flesh. The two stick figures gestured at the chopped-up person and laughed. There were other stick figures in the background. One of them was a long-haired woman with a chef's hat. It was a quick color pencil drawing, but there was something immensely horrifying about it. Han Fei glanced at Dreamer and thought to himself, what exactly has this boy seen? Li Zai bent his body to almost 90 degrees to see the drawing. His head was almost pressing on Han Fei's shoulder.
Looks like someone inside the building has been killed. There are 9 chairs around the table, but even including the chef, there are only 8 people inside the painting. The missing individual should be the one being served on the chopping block. Has anyone gone missing recently?
Missing? There's only the writer. The missing writer has been eaten?
Holding the drawing, Han Fei turned to the dreamer.
But what does this have to do with Su Qin?
The dreamer used the red pen to circle the chef. Then he added an arrow that began from the chef and ended at the dining table.
They plan to eat Su Qin next?
Su Qin was a curse amalgamation. Her greatest power came from her set of table knives. She could stab herself with all her knives to achieve her strongest state. All of the tenants must have ganged up on her for her to do something as drastic as this. Taking out rest in peace, Han Fei squatted beside the dreamer.
Are you one of the 2 stick figures sitting around the dining table?
The dreamer shook his head vehemently. He pointed at his face and stammered.
I have no mom mask. Mine got stolen.
Perhaps to convince Han Fei further, the dreamer picked up the pencil and added a doctor's coat around one of the stick figures at the table. He pointed at the figure cautiously as he repeated the term, doctor. One of the writer's killers is the doctor? That is different from the story in real life. Have there been changes in the cryptic world? Han Fei signaled for Dreamer to lead them to Su Qin. Han Fei hadn't fully trusted the dreamer, but he didn't have much choice now. The sub-personas of Spider appeared to have some kind of special ability. No matter how the space changed, they could easily find the right path. It was like they were one part with the building. There was so much less blood compared to yesterday. It felt like someone had given the place a good cleaning. Han Fei noticed this place was slowly matching with Fu Gui Factory living compound in real life. Dream was edging towards reality, and the tragedy from the past would repeat itself. Passing the many rooms and doors, the dreamer finally led Han Fei to the 4th floor of this interconnecting cluster of buildings. They stopped before a normal-looking door.
Su Qin is inside.
Han Fei had the dreamer open the door. When he did, a mist of disinfectant rolled out from inside the room. Looking in, there were medicine bottles everywhere, but more importantly, this place looked just like Spider's room in real life.
What is this place?
Han Fei turned to the boy. The boy coughed several times before answering.
Doctor's place. The chef was here. The doctor's place?
Han Fei's eyes widened. That could only explain one thing. During the last moment of his life, it was the doctor's persona who took over Spider's main persona. That would explain why the doctor's place in the cryptic world mirrored the Spider's place in real life. The doctor is the persona controlled by the butterfly? If that's the case, he almost succeeded. Walking into the room, Han Fei had the uncanny feeling that he was back in real life. The medicine bottles and medical reports were very real. The doctor's responsibility is to heal all the other sub-personas. In other words, Spider was trying to cure himself. He was a patient. Indeed, if Butterfly corrupted the healer, the mental health of Spider would collapse.
The decor inside the room was similar to the one in real life. Everything was where Han Fei memorized them to be. After checking the living room, kitchen, Han Fei entered the bedroom. He turned to the bookshelf and finally noticed something different from real life. The places where the two books, Cattle Alley and House of the Butcher, should be were instead two thick medical reports. Han Fei picked up a random one and started to read. The content and pictures instantly grabbed his attention.
Recently, there are more patients inside the alley. They show the same symptoms: coughing, fever, rashes on the skin, and inexplicable itchiness. Based on observation, all the patients had bought packaged meat from Fu Gui meat packaging plant on the night of the 4th.
This is more than a case of food poisoning. Patients would show heavier symptoms 1 week after the surfacing of the illness. They would complain of increased itchiness, and they would escalate to self-mutilation to stop the itchiness. In the 2nd week, most patients would show symptoms of hallucination and acusma. They claimed that something had entered their bodies and begged for surgeries to remove them. The patient's weight showed no difference, but they all lost plenty of muscle mass, like something was eating them from inside. In the 3rd week, part of the patient's skin started to crack and scars started to appear. A small number of patients showed skin ablation. In the 4th week, most of the patients have died. Their actual diagnosis is as follows.
Seeing the reports, Han Fei's heart squeezed. These were all lives. Closing the first report, Han Fei turned to the second one. The second one was as detailed as the first one, and it recorded the changes to the doctor's own body.
February 4th, no visible change to the body. February 5th, itchiness on the skin. February 7th, first instance of acusma. February 15th, a drastic thinning of the body. The skin started to crack. Pain coexisted with the itchiness. The yearning to tear open the body increased. February 21st, gained a clear feeling of something inside the stomach trying to crawl out. Skin started to dissolve. I can see into my own internal organs. February 25th, none of the medicine works. The illusions and acusma have dominated my mind. Surgery cannot stop the mutation to the body. I shouldn't have eaten the writer. I wonder in what form he would return next time.
Chapter 252. The doctor's 2 medical reports read like normal reports and were done professionally until Han Fei saw the entry on the 25th. I shouldn't have eaten the writer? With the connection to Dreamer's drawing, Han Fei believed the doctor was one of the 2 who killed Spider. In real life, Spider had murdered all of his subpersonas. Why is it the opposite in the cryptic world? Furthermore, based on what I'm reading, the subpersonas have murdered Spider more than once, and the murders were brutal and macabre. He continued to read the report to get to know the doctor better.
February 26th, intense pain came from the stomach. There's only a layer of skin left on my stomach. My body is like a balloon blown to the max, ready to burst at any moment. February 27th, most of the patients have died. No one can live more than a month. After I inspected their bodies, I realized all of the victims' stomachs had split open. It was as if something had crawled out from them. Strangely enough, all the victims were heading towards this apartment building before they died. They collapsed on the journey here and died. Based on this information, I can be certain that he is back. I find it hard to believe that he is so hard to kill. February 28th, the plant was destroyed. The people who lost their jobs scattered in the alley. The rumors about the dirty meat had spread like wildfire. To stop this chaos, to return everything to normal, I have to figure out a way to kill him again.
The doctor wrote down many things in this second medical journal. It was clear that he was not in a good condition. The last few pages were stained with blood. It appeared like he coughed on them when he was writing them. The doctor's aim is the writer, so why the sudden change of target to Su Qin? Furthermore, this doctor's mind is a bit insane. The factory was manufacturing human meat, and all the workers are pig-faced monsters, but the doctor appeared to be unable to see that. He instead saw the monsters as fellow kin. The boundary between human and animal was blurred at Cattle Alley. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the doctor had become a pig-faced monster himself. When the beast won over humanity, he would think everything that happened inside Cattle Alley was perfectly normal because he too had become an animal with a mask. Han Fei was still considering the connection when a loud boom came from downstairs and the whole building shook. The layout of the rooms at the House of the Butcher was crooked and senseless. Beyond the window of the doctor's room was another room. Trapped in this maze, Han Fei had no idea what happened outside the building. Han Fei hurriedly turned back to the dreamer.
After Su Qin came to this place, where did she go next?
Before the dreamer could speak, the building was rammed into again. It felt like the building could collapse at any moment. Hugging his head, the dreamer curled up at the corner. He was like a child abandoned by the world. This subpersona represented the loneliness and sense of abandonment in Spider. He also represented the remaining childlike innocence in the man.
Only by finding Su-Chin that we can live. We'll all die if we can't find her.
Han Fei squatted down beside the dreamer. The boy knew many things, but he had not told Han Fei everything. Han Fei chose to believe the kid because Su-Chin believed in him. Furthermore, the boy did not exhibit the symptoms described by the doctor, so he probably didn't participate in their crazy rituals.
You're not purposely trying to buy time, are you?
Han Fei placed rest and peace on the boy's shoulder, and he demanded in a chilling tone.
Honestly, I'm not interested at all in the tenants here. I don't wish to kill any of you. I don't care whether you're good or not. The main reason I came here is to bring her back. I don't care what the plan is. If you intend to stop me, then I'll have to kill you.
The pairs of pale arms materialized. A special pressure came from Han Fei's knife. It could expose any kind of sin. After reading the doctor's medical reports, Han Fei knew that there was not one sane person at this building. He needed to find Su-Chin as soon as possible. With the knife placed on his neck, the dreamer's hands shook. He was terrified. Taking out the pen and paper, the dreamer drew several quick paintings. The general idea was, after Su-Chin saw the doctor's medical reports, the curse and mask of the chef started to go out of control. When she exited the room, the people waiting for her outside the room ambushed her to try to grab her mask. Eventually, they all disappeared down the corridor. Studying the simple paintings, Han Fei had no idea whether he could trust the dreamer or not. He had the boy lead the way and stealthily took out the red paper doll from his inventory. At the house of the butcher, there was some kind of inhibition that dampened the connection between the doll and Su-Chin. They had to be extremely close before the doll would react. After leaving the doctor's place, the dreamer headed down the direction Su-Chin took while Han Fei followed behind him with the knife. Even though he had Jai's neighbors with him, Han Fei didn't have much confidence because he was going up against a whole building of butchers. The ramming against the building continued. The interior of the building was slowly morphing into the living compound in real life. Spider had personally walked through these corridors and steps before. As they passed the rooms, Han Fei started to see blood. But the strange thing was, about 10 seconds after the blood stained the wall, they would disappear as if consumed by the building itself. No wonder I haven't seen any blood on the way. He reached out to touch the wall, and he was surprised to feel a human warmth. In fact, he could even feel the heartbeat underneath. The building has come alive. The building was cleaning up the bodies and blood, but even so, the blood started to pool around Han Fei. He was heading down a path towards death. They came to the first floor where the blood was so thick that the building couldn't operate fast enough to clean them. The paper doll in his pocket finally reacted and showed a beautiful smile. The dreamer stopped moving. Han Fei passed through another room carefully and turned to look at the door at the end of the corridor. Blood leaked out from the edges of the old door. Before the blood could hit the ground, the building had already sucked it dry. Su-Chin is behind this door. Han Fei pushed the door open. The disappearing red appeared to have gathered inside this room. 3 monsters in pig masks were staring at the center of the room. At the place where the blood was thickest stood a woman. Her body was pierced through by 12 table knives. Blood formed red vines and weaved into a shield around her. Her pale skin was slashed open, and her face was a mix of madness and illness. At that moment, she held her last knife above her heart. As the knife neared the heart, an endless curse surfaced from her skin. With this last knife, all the curse would be released from her body. Chapter 253. The 12 table knives were all plunged into the vitals. Fresh blood poured out to form a flowing dress.
Su-Chin.
After she heard Han Fei's voice, Su-Chin's eyes trembled slightly. Her crimson lips parted as if saying something, but Han Fei was too far away to hear her. Then, without any hesitation, she plunged the last knife into her heart. Blood bloomed like flowers, and Su-Chin's last rationality was shredded. The slender arms swung weakly beside her, and the curse weaved intricately on her pale skin. Different souls emerged from the curse. They were like flowers opening in the sea of blood or monsters lurking in the depths of the Red Sea. The 13 table knives were the key to unlock the truth within Su-Chin. There were sweet whisperings, graceful seductions, shrill crying, and painful wailing, but in the end, all the emotions were overwhelmed by Su-Chin's hoarse cackling.
who would tear me open with their hands, who would embrace me in their hugs. Kill the crazy lady or be killed by the crazy lady.
Blood and curse mixed together. The shadow under her feet spread. The table knives were keys to unleash the gore, and the gore was necessary to unlock the heart dominated by gluttony. The most vicious curse in the world poured out from her wounds. Standing in the deepest darkness, the curse consumed the area around her. It was like she was floating about an abyss.
I've been searching for the prettiest skin to make the prettiest dress, and the prettiest face to piece together yours. How could I keep such a selfish love to myself?
The slender arms reached forward and the darkest curse curled around it. Mesmerizing faces appeared on Su Qin's body. Su Qin stared at the monsters with pig masks and charged at them, dragging her cursed body. The building kept trying to clean away the blood, but its speed was much slower than the speed the blood spread. Su Qin was already fully out of control. There was no trace of sanity left in her eyes. The curses inside her body were unleashed all at once. No one would have dared to get close to her. Han Fei now knew the real meaning of the word, curse amalgamation. Every inch of her flesh and every drop of her blood was thick with despair. Other spirits were compelled by despair, but she was made by despair. Bloody shadows flew at the masked monsters. The endless pool of blood morphed into man-eating vines. There was no escape from them once you were caught. The monsters at the house of the butcher probably did not expect the woman would turn out to be so scary as well. They had cornered her multiple times, but none of those times she had done something as crazy as this. These monsters had no idea that Han Fei had returned to Su Qin the missing knife from her set. They probably didn't expect that when they planned to go for the kill, it would happen to be when Su Qin was at her strongest. Do not push anyone too far unless you are confident you are able to take them down. That was the first rule in the cryptic world. The three masked monsters knew that retreat was not an option. They shared a look and then charged at Su Qin at the same time. The eyes under the mask glowed with malice and hatred. Their physical bodies were changing at observable speed. The two monsters leading the charge were the pig-faced monster Han Fei had seen in the factory, but these two had totem-like blood painting on their bodies, and they were more human-like compared to the other pig-faced monsters. Pulling out their butcher's cleavers, they growled as they whacked their sharp cleavers on the blood-red vines. Blood rained. The two pig-faced monsters blocked the advance of the blood vines. The last monster in a black robe took a quick glance at Han Fei before he carried out a small puppy whose body had been sewn together from inside his clothes. The puppy whined weakly. The dog's back was lined with a nasty gash. The man chopped off his finger and fed it to the puppy. After the puppy swallowed its master's flesh, the eyes suddenly rejuvenated with life. Energy pooled in it. It suddenly grew in size, and the wound on its back tore open. The jaws about the size of one's thumb glinted dangerously. The puppy's exposed flesh was carved with names. These names belonged to its former owners, humans who had once abandoned it. All the cute-sounding names carried with them heavy despair. They looked like they were carved into the puppy's flesh. Perhaps the owners had already forgotten about it, but the puppy definitely hadn't forgotten about them. It remembered each of its owner's smell and taste. The giant dog tore open the blood vines and pounced at Su Qin. As the giant beast lunged towards her neck, Su Qin opened her arms as if to welcome it with a hug. However, her action actually mobilized the endless curse inside the room. Around more than 100 curses embraced the giant puppy. They overwhelmed it with the deepest resentment and despair. No one could take Su Qin's cursed embrace. The hug was like two giant waves closing over its victim. The pale arms slowly closed. The giant dog's body was embraced by the wings of death. The arms swung upwards and smashed the dog's head through the roof. When the dog was pulled back down by gravity, the head and body were already separated. A blood-red rug covered the floor. Su Qin slowly made her journey forward. With each of her steps, the range of the redness would increase in size. As the battle continued, more humanoid curses crawled out from the sea of redness. The woman was like a walking tragedy. After seeing the giant puppy being decapitated in one move, the three masked monsters were stunned, but they did not retreat. The blood totems gathered to form a beast-like face. The two large pig-faced monsters used their blood to feed their cleavers. When their cleavers were fully dyed red, they advanced on Su Qin on both sides. The man who stood at the back tore off his black robe and hood to reveal an animal head. Under his black robe was a tattered doctor's coat. A veterinarian work license hung around his neck. The man emitted strange noises from his lips. It sounded like he had forgotten the human language. Dying, sick and sewn together pets crawled out from his white coat and black robe. The veterinarian sliced at his veins to feed these pets his blood. Han Fei saw everything from outside the door. The veterinarian wasn't a tenant at the house of the butcher, and he wasn't one of the spider's sub-personas, but he was wearing the tenant's masks. The doctor appeared to have given him the mask to get him to his side.
The dreamer wasn't lying. His mask has indeed been snatched away from him.
The veterinarian needed time to mobilize all the pets. While he was preparing, Han Fei already sneaked in with his knife. The room that they were in was connected on 4 sides to different rooms. This was the biggest room inside the building, but due to the abyss that Su Qin created, the amount of safe space was minuscule. The veterinarian did not sense any threat from Han Fei until the crying started. Before he could react, Li Zai already switched his body with his younger brother, Li Hua. The burly Li Hua instantly rammed into the veterinarian. The mutated fists slammed against the floor. This was not the first time Han Fei had worked together with his neighbors. He moved with ease behind his neighbors. His eyes carried no emotions as he focused on the veterinarian's neck.
If not for you people, Su Qin wouldn't have lost control. You'll have to pay double for the pain she had to suffer from the 13 knives.
The veterinarian had placed his full attention on Weep and Li Hua. He had no idea the human who posed zero threat would even be involved in the battle. When he realized the problem, Han Fei was already close to him. With his fingers around the hilt, Han Fei aimed at the vet's neck and chopped. The veterinarian was startled when he saw Han Fei take out the knife, but he had no idea how great the danger the seemingly harmless man would pose. The veterinarian did manage to evade at the last moment. The cut meant to kill instead slashed through a big gash on his stomach. The veterinarian tried to step back, but fell right into Li Hua's grasp. The danger to the veterinarian was not yet over. The 2 pig-faced monsters were already covered by the blood vines. The humanoid curses came to bite at their bodies. While the pig-faced monsters were still struggling, Su Qin turned her gaze upon the veterinarian and Li Hua. She was no longer who she was. Being controlled fully by curse, she couldn't tell what was before her anymore. All she could tell was consumption and murder. The body stuck with table knives was like a door that opened to another world. No one knew how many resentments were hidden inside that deep darkness.
Leave me be. If you don't run now, you'll be killed as well.
No one cared about the veterinarian's last word, even though he did have a point. Weep dragged the dying veterinarian into the urn and then retreated with Li Hua. Even among the redness, Su Qin's laughter was still as alluring, captivating, and maddening as ever.
Run, run.
Holding Han Fei, the dreamer's words came easier than normal. The blood vines expanded. Su Qin was close on their heels, and she attacked everything indiscriminately.
Where's the doctor? Bring us to the doctor now.
Han Fei ran very fast. One wrong step, and he'd be killed by the blood vines.
They planned to kill the writer. Han Fei picked up the boy, and they ran up the stairs. The passage inside the house of the butcher was still changing. As it absorbed more blood, the building became more alive. Now everyone could hear the beating heart.
Run towards the spot where the heartbeat is the strongest. Chapter 254. Han Fei was very familiar with Spider's face. His bedside table was decorated with Spider's writings. As someone playing the Spider, he would spend his free time trying to understand the man. Han Fei was one of the living people who knew Spider the best. In his impression, Spider should be intelligent, melancholic, introverted, but the Spider he saw now was a monster formed from flesh and blood. His body wasn't even pieced together yet. Spider should be the manager of Cattle Alley. How did a manager end up like this? What has the doctor done to him? The house of the butcher shook and the blood from the factory streamed towards the house like they were being guided by some kind of force. The Spider built from flesh rammed madly against the front door. More flesh gathered around him, and the presence he emitted was stronger than a normal lingering spirit. The situation inside the house wasn't any better. Su Qin made every moving object her target and spread her curse everywhere. Black and red were corrupting the building. The speed by which the house absorbed the blood slowed down, but the heartbeat that came from the center of the house became more pronounced. The corridors cracked and the walls crumbled. With another powerful shove, the entire second and third floor of the house sank. A large hole appeared in the middle of the house. Echoes of cries reverberated everywhere. Before the tragedy, Han Fei had no idea so many people lived here. Without the ceiling and floor, the sound of the heartbeat echoed even louder. All the survivors turned to the site of the collapse. The floor of the house of the butcher sank into the ground. The complicated underground maze was revealed. The rooms underground were like individual torture chambers. Each of them was filled with various torture and murder instruments. On the surface, the house of the butcher was the sanctuary for the survivors at Cattle Alley, but in reality, it was the gathering spot for all the best butchers. The ugly truth stunned everyone, but that was not the scariest. In the middle of the underground maze was a hollowed-out surgical room with a black roof. The room was rather spacious, and it had many medical supplies. It looked like a place of recovery and healing, but of the entire building, that place emitted the strongest stench. A thick blood vessel that extended out from the surgical room split into smaller vessels, and they connected to the whole building. Normally, these vessels were hidden inside the walls. Seeing this, Han Fei was reminded of the meat packaging plant. The pig-faced manager used these blood vessels to control the entire factory. In other words, the owner of this surgical room could do the same thing here as well. In fact, perhaps it was the surgical room owner who taught the manager how to control the blood vessels at the factory. No wonder this place is called House of the Butcher. Underneath the normal, welcoming facade hid a secret bloodier and gorier than the meat packaging plant. The pig-faced monsters were compelled by gluttony. Once the prey fell into their arms, they would perish either inside the monster's stomach or the blood pool at the factory. However, the situation at the House of the Butcher was different. The people here treated you with kindness. You'd never realize you were the prey until it was already too late. Bang! The stairs shook again. The building was not supposed to be so fragile. The blood vessel from the surgical room hadn't got the chance to fully control the whole building structure. Bricks fell here and there. Su Qin, who was chasing after Han Fei, stopped. The blood underneath her feet started to pour underground, as if attracted by more delicious food, which was hidden there. As Su Qin headed towards the center of the House of the Butcher, people with masks emerged from the ground. They were not spiders sub-personas, but people who accidentally found their way into Cattle Alley. They were accosted by one of Spider's sub-personas, and then they stayed. Their mask was specially made. The masks were cracked, and it was clear that the masks were pieced together from different masks. The actual sub-persona's masks have been shattered and then mixed with other masks to make these outsiders' masks. Han Fei was contemplating why someone would do this when the answer revealed itself to him. The blood vessels that originated from the surgical room started to gush with blood. A dark and smelly blood started to surge upwards into the building. Each of the bricks at House of the Butcher had a blood vessel inside them. They were used to transport a special kind of decomposing smell that collected at the surgical room. Exposure to this unique smell would cause one to go insane. Human nature and animal nature fought over control of the physical body. The hunger pangs increased in intensity. Even though the stench was atrocious, it would cause the victims to growl with hunger. The unique curse at Cattle Alley was triggered through this method. Li Hua next to Han Fei lost control immediately and swung his fist at Drake. Drake's single eye glowed with bloodlust. Only Weep, who had taken a soak in the blood pool, could resist the curse. Han Fei was not doing so well himself. But whenever his glutinous desire grew, the hilt of rest and peace would chill, stopping him from straying into madness. At the center, the outsiders with the masks were in the same state as Weep. They could retain their rationality to a certain degree. The sub-persona's masks can help resist the curse. Han Fei placed number SIX's mask on Drake's face. The moment it was put on, Drake calmed down immediately. He shivered because there was a moment when he thought about eating his own flesh because he was so hungry. Han Fei only had one mask, and he couldn't get close to Li Hua to help him anyway. All he could do was to grab the dreamer and stay away. Without the mask, the curse will also be triggered once you leave Cattle Alley. If you do not eat meat, you'll turn into this mindless monster controlled by hunger. Han Fei finally understood the true horror of the curse at Cattle Alley and the pain Su Qin was constantly under. There are hundreds of curses on her. If there's a chance, I should help her undo them one by one. His eyes turned to the center of the building. After the curse at Cattle Alley was triggered, Su Qin, who lost her mask, became even crazier. She bit on her arms and sucked on her blood. Her maddened face colored with satisfaction. Chapter 255. The other half of the spider's heart is inside the doctor's chest. Han Fei already predicted that the other half of the heart would be inside the house of the butcher. What he did not expect was for the doctor to get it earlier than he did, and even managed to steal part of the manager's power. The spider sliced away the rotten half of his heart and left kindness for himself, but something must have happened during that process. The original house of the butcher was one of the few normal-looking buildings at Cattle Alley. But now the house of the butcher was like the punctured heart inside the doctor's chest. The walls crumbled and the floors sank. A stink lingered in the air. The colors of black and red corrupted the building from both sides. They gathered to form a storm cloud of despair over everyone inside the building. The doctor lying inside the surgical room held his palm over his chest while his other hand gripped a surgical knife.
Why? I am you and I am better than you, so why can't I take your heart?
The doctor's expression was ghastly. He was running out of time. The spider, who was remade from flesh and blood, was crashing into the front door while inside the building. Su Qin had made him her new target. Being targeted by two malignant forces, the pressure on the doctor was huge. He had been preparing a long time for this day. He used the sin from the entire Cattle Alley to nurture the rotten half of the heart and stole the other half away from the writer, just so he could control the entire Cattle Alley. The plan was good, but it fell apart at the most crucial moment. First, the murdered writer had returned in another form, and the most surprising thing was the meat-packing plant got destroyed. Someone managed to swim to the bottom of the blood pool to decimate the half-heart there. The various accidents compelled the doctor to push his plan forward. And now he also had to deal with an out-of-control Su Qin. The curse at Cattle Alley was fatal for normal ghosts, but for Su Qin, it only made her stronger and more excited. The preparation that the doctor had done was all pointless. The pig-faced monsters could only stop Su Qin. They couldn't kill her. They were, after all, creatures of curse themselves. The outsiders he brought to his side were even less reliable. Some of them were already preparing to leave. Staying inside the building would definitely lead to death, but escaping from it might contain a chance at survival. The choice was quite clear.
Doctor, what should we do now? Didn't you say you can cure everyone this way? You'll make us all better?
There was another woman inside the surgical room. She looked normal but had a welcoming presence about her. Her words had that comforting quality to it.
Who said I can definitely cure all of you? Then who is going to cure me?
The doctor's bestial face twisted. The strange pattern surfaced among the ugly face. It looked like the half-wing of a butterfly.
Greed is the original sin. I can't let go of it now, especially since I have had a taste of it.
The doctor aimed his scalpel right at the half-heart. Spider's blood splashed onto the doctor's chest, and then they swiftly turned black.
Since I can't possess the whole you, then I will personally destroy you and sew your body onto my heart.
The ghastlier the doctor's expression, the clearer the butterfly pattern. The heart beating inside the chest was stabbed multiple times. The entire building shook as if in pain as well. The monsters outside the building went into a berserk. The walls collapsed. The woman inside the surgical room wanted to stop the doctor, but when she saw the doctor's struggling face, she chose to stand by his side silently. The half-heart that represented kindness gradually slowed down. At that moment, endless black blood veins erupted from the doctor's body and forced their way into Spider's heart. Hidden among the numerous black threads were other substances. Of everyone present, only Han Fei managed to pick up on them. The pattern on the doctor's face was fading. The strange pattern was flowing towards Spider's half-heart through the blood veins. With the cover from the black blood veins, the pattern silently migrated onto the spider's half-heart. The butterfly has made its move? The persona bought over by the butterfly was the doctor? But why is there only half a butterfly wing on his face? Is there another persona who is seduced? Han Fei subconsciously let the dreamer down. If the dreamer was the other persona, then Han Fei would be finding death hugging him. To be honest, Han Fei was not in a good state either. The curse at Cattle Alley had started to work on him. Hunger tied around his brain like invisible wires. The hunger pain made it difficult for him to think and maintain his rationality. He had no idea how long he could keep on like this. He needed to either kill the doctor or escape from this building before he was consumed by the curse. The monsters gathered around the doctor pounced at Su Qin. The place was turning into a red hell. The pig-faced monsters were chewed up by curses, and they used their lives to slow Su Qin's advances. On the other hand, the outsiders who sided with the doctor ran out from the house of the butcher and got into a fight with the spider. They didn't really wish to help the doctor. They were merely trying to find an opportunity to escape. The biggest massacre was happening at the house of the butcher. All the butchers were also preys. Deaths happened every second. Han Fei watched everything from the sideline. Cattle Alley was not on the same level as the ziggurat where the butterfly resided. But even so, the amount of monsters and spirits at Cattle Alley was already at an astronomical number. Han Fei could not imagine how scary things would be at Ziggurat. On top of that, there was a crucial point. All the buildings he had visited so far, none of the managers were hostile against him. Be it the previous building manager, Jin Sheng, or Spider, they never targeted Han Fei on purpose. But if Han Fei entered the Ziggurat, then Butterfly would do everything within their power to kill Han Fei. I'm already cursed by someone at Ziggurat. I'll have to go there eventually. His fingers tightened around rest in peace. Han Fei's eyes glowed with greater determination. He bit on the tip of his tongue and used the pain to jolt himself awake. Cattle Alley was just a stepping stone to the Ziggurat. His journey mustn't end here. The doctor is currently hindered by 2 other forces. This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Gauging the distance between himself and the surgical room, Han Fei took out Cattle Mask from his inventory. This face featured a strange bestial face. It looked normal, but it was made from the skin of an unknown creature. After Han Fei put it on, his presence was eclipsed and the curse of Cattle Alley on him weakened. He did not feel the intense hunger anymore. Instead, it was replaced by an animalistic urge. To tear, to grind, to feast. The desire in his heart and his stamina grew. Han Fei summoned Weep and Drake. The 3 of them approached the surgical room from 3 sides. Weep without the mask approached from the most direct route. His piercing cries echoed everywhere. The moment Weep showed himself, the teacher beside the doctor turned to the boy in alarm. Her kind face started to change. As Weep approached, her skin cracked to expose the interlining black scars underneath. For some, they hid their scars well. The scars went deep, but they weren't visible from the surface. The teacher's body started to distort. Her mutation was like her distorted love for the doctor. She respected the doctor, trusted the doctor. She believed the doctor was the only normal personas among them, and salvation was only possible by following the doctor. To ensure that Weep did not disturb the doctor, the teacher led Weep away. Now the doctor was the only one left inside the surgical room. While the doctor was busy plunging the scalpel into the doctor's heart to weaken it, Drake, who wore the number 6 mask, appeared without warning. Without any hesitation, Drake tried to reach for the doctor's chest. He followed Han Fei's order to the T.
Since you're wearing the mask, why are you stopping me? Only I can save you. You bunch of worms who have been tricked by him.
The doctor was still lying in bed. As Drake approached, the bed collapsed around him as 8 appendages reached out from his back. Each appendage was bounded together by flesh and blood. The doctor would never be the main persona, so he tried to become as close to the spider as possible through other methods. The 8 spider legs covered in human faces stabbed at Drake. The doctor's horrible cackle echoed inside the surgical room. He had pulled back his false mask to reveal his true self. The doctor's responsibility wasn't to cure anyone. His presence was merely there to tell all the sub-personas that you were all patients. You were all abnormal. Only when everyone was sick that there was meaning to the doctor's existence. Therefore, when the main persona started to change due to his adoption of the child, the doctor was the first to reject it. The shelves in the surgical room were swept away by the spider legs. Things littered everywhere. Drake tried his best to stay alive. His wounds were still recovering, and he was too weak compared to the doctor. The doctor should be a large lingering spirit. If the doctor hadn't needed to distract him to ruin Spider's heart, Drake wouldn't have a chance at survival.
Why run? Why stop me? Don't you want to feel normal again?
With each of his claims, black blood leaked out from the doctor's body. The blood weaved out a black net inside the surgical room. His voice could affect people's mind, and the invisible voice was like a net entrapping his prey.
You no longer need to be a sub-existence to anyone anymore. We too can live like him. Is that too much to ask?
The 8 spider legs stabbed rapidly at Drake. The spider net weaved from the black blood limited Drake's moment. He was like a poor bug. He tried his best to struggle, but his predator only found that laughable. Blood leaked out from the doctor's body. His skin was breaking inch by inch. The symptoms recorded on his medical report appeared. The doctor himself had consumed those unique meat, but he had managed to suppress the negative influence. However, now that he needed to fight with his full might, The symptoms that he had been suppressing started to surface. The skin of his limbs cracked like bad quality china. His belly expanded. His stomach skin was almost transparent, and Han Fei could look clearly into it. The 8 legs waved madly. The doctor was looking like an actual humanoid spider. He had become the thing he wanted to be, but he didn't get the happiness he hoped for. The doctor had to assimilate the spider's heart, to control the spread of disease, and to force back Drake. This was why he did not notice the approach of another character inside the surgical room. Han Fei walked out from the doctor's blind spot. He held the bladeless blade. When the doctor spotted him, Han Fei shot out like an arrow. A normal person, holding a bladeless knife, charged at a demon. Several arms gripped the hilt. The thin blade materialized like a falling star. It cut through the doctor's chest. The enlarged stomach was sliced open easily. The doctor didn't expect someone to get so close to him, much less that person having such a sharp butcher's knife. Han Fei planned to decapitate the doctor, but he saw the red blood threads around the doctor. He wouldn't have the chance to get too close. The enlarged stomach was the only opening he saw. The blade cut through the doctor's chest. After delivering the attack, Han Fei did not hesitate. He grabbed Drake and pulled him towards the door. Rest in Peace was a grade F butcher's knife. The blade would leave behind wounds that were hard to heal. Because no matter how strong the hatred, they couldn't shake the brilliance of humanity. His stomach and chest were split open and the wound refused to close. However, this was not the worst for the doctor. One of the meat pieces that crawled out from his stomach suddenly gripped at the half-heart inside the doctor's chest. The web of black blood was torn apart. The blood and flesh curled around Spider's half-heart to form a shield. Like a living creature, it rolled towards the real Spider. The few sentient tenants inside the house of the butcher all had their eyes locked on that piece of moving meat, and then they all jumped at it. Chapter 256.
My heart.
The 8 spider legs stomped frantically inside the surgical room. The doctor's chest and stomach were sliced open, and no matter how many black threads that collected towards them, the wound refused to heal. Clutching his empty chest, his face distorted with anger. The things in the room tipped over as the doctor climbed up from bed and moved towards the heart. Now, he was the closest to the heart. I have to stop him. Han Fei saw the heart rolling on the ground as well. However, he was too weak to stand up to a lingering spirit. If the doctor even touched him, he would be in mortal danger. The only thing Han Fei could do in this situation was to try to harass and stop the doctor, to weaken him. With the cattle mask, Han Fei followed behind the doctor like a silent ghost. Han Fei would help the pig-faced monsters which were knocked apart by the doctor by giving them a final release with Rest in Peace. The heart had attracted the attention of not only the doctor and Han Fei, but also the many outsiders. They noticed that as long as they were close to the heart, the curse of the cattle alley would weaken. Furthermore, since the doctor valued it so much, it had to be very important. The doctor killed anyone who dared to steal from him, but even so he couldn't stop everyone. Every monster at the house of the butcher had lost its mind. There was Spider's real self outside the building, and Su Qin inside the building. Previously, their best option was try to escape Cattle Alley and suffer with its curse, but now a better option had presented itself. The human heart was easily swayed. The moment the cure for the curse appeared, the doctor's fragile alliance collapsed immediately. Without the outsiders stopping him, Spider's fleshy body finally entered the building. The bloody rider stared at the heart that fell from the doctor's chest, and his body mobilized again. Blood and flesh flowed like a river heading towards the center.
You're so persistent. Why can't you just stay dead?
The doctor was incensed. While he was distracted by the spider, Han Fei took this opportunity to cut off one of the doctor's legs. Blood spurted. When the leg dropped to the ground, the lingering spirits on the unraveling flesh laughed happily. They finally found release. He was only distracted for a second, and one of his legs was chopped off. The doctor raged. He had never encountered such a cunning enemy before. He had half a mind to tear Han Fei apart, but he didn't have the time. If he hesitated, the spider would grab his heart back. Resisting the pain, the doctor charged towards the heart wrapped in flesh. Seeing the doctor ignore him, Han Fei became more brazen. But just as he chased after the doctor and planned to go for the second leg, the landlord's ring chilled. Han Fei stopped, and his body shivered. Han Fei looked towards a direction, and his pupils narrowed. At a corner of the ruin stood a pale-faced woman. She reminded Han Fei of the ever-approaching ghost in real life. Butterfly. Even though this was just a guess, Han Fei already had a hard time calming down. He held the hilt and stared down at the woman. Despite the chaos at the house of the butcher, the woman kept her eyes on Han Fei. She had no expression and held a book whose cover had been torn away. Two figures collapsed behind her. One of them was extremely muscular. His mask was shattered and his face crushed like he was bulldozed. The other should be a student. He wore a pair of headphones. There was a strangulation mark around his neck. His eyes were popping out and his chest sunk. That's the spider's second persona, the ruffian and the student, which represented the spider's yearning for the future and outer world. With Han Fei watching her, the expressionless woman took out a mask and placed it on her face. She did not even attempt to hide the number behind the mask. When the mask joined with her face, Han Fei could see the pattern of the other half of the butterfly wing. Number 9. The Reader. Among all the subpersonas, the Reader was the most unique. Even Spider's psychologist couldn't tell whether she was the first or last to appear. She had always been by Spider's side, from his birth to his death, but her presence was very weak. She was like an outsider and was forgotten by everyone. In the movie, there were little scenes involving the Reader, and most of them were correspondence with the writer. Spider is a writer and used his life to complete 2 books. The butterfly is the Reader. They are the only people who have read those books. Spider and Butterfly were mortal enemies, but the writer and the Reader were soul partners. Because they understood each other so well, they knew they had to kill the other. When the 9th persona appeared, it felt like Han Fei had returned to real life. The approaching ghost brought with it inexplicable pressure and horror. The spider's 9th persona should be the closest to the butterfly. While the doctor did everything on the surface, the Reader was watching from the dark. Perhaps the doctor didn't even know the other half of the butterfly was the Reader. When the accidents kept happening, the 9th persona finally decided to show herself. Guarding himself with rest and peace, Han Fei had never been so focused. He still couldn't quit the game. If he fell into the Reader's hands, he might be trapped forever. The Reader's gaze wandered between Han Fei and the heart. Finally, she made a decision. She tore out a paper from the coverless book. With bloodied fingers, she sketched out Han Fei's face on the strange book. When the painting was done, small wounds appeared on Han Fei's body. They continued to widen like they were tearing Han Fei apart from inside. A curse. Before Han Fei could react to the curse, the landlord's ring chilled further. He lifted his head and saw that the Reader had abandoned the spider's heart and was coming after him. The butterfly has chosen me between me and the spider. He couldn't understand why the Reader would abandon Spider's heart and choose to kill him instead. For the butterfly, I pose a bigger threat than the spider. Han Fei was already feeling unwell when he was placed under the curse. His speed and strength couldn't rival the Reader. It would be easy for her to kill him. Drake. Han Fei retreated. He knew Drake wouldn't hold her off for long, so he made preparation for the worst. While the curse had not taken its full shape, he ran towards Su Qin. If he had to die, Han Fei would rather die in Su Qin's arms. At least he would be absorbed into her curse and wouldn't be a wandering soul. He ran at his highest speed, but even so, he didn't forget to take account of the situation inside the house of the butcher. The doctor and the outsiders fought for the heart, but the heart appeared to have eyes of its own. It was surprisingly agile for just a heart. It weaved through the attacks and made its way to the spider. At that moment, Su Qin, who had butchered all the pig-faced monsters, appeared to block the heart's way. Curse and blood crested a wave. The heart immediately changed its direction. However, as it turned around, it careened right into Han Fei, who was running this way, and they bumped into each other. Feeling a weight on his chest, Han Fei didn't expect the heart would run right into him. After the quick shock, Han Fei was covered in cold sweat. The landlord's ring emitted such chill that the ring almost shattered. Hugging the heart, he looked around. Every monster inside the house of Butcher was staring at him. Chapter 257. The spotlight that he was owed in real life now shone brightly on him in the cryptic world. Han Fei's throat quivered as he took in the many gazes that aimed to tear him apart. He was having trouble accepting this level of popularity. Hugging the half-heart that represented kindness, the heart did not harm Han Fei. If anything, it appeared to have calmed down in Han Fei's grasp.
Off you go.
Without any hesitation, Han Fei tossed the heart towards the location where the fleshy spider was. That was all he could do to bring them closer. Han Fei's idea was noble, but what happened next stunned him. The heart wrapped in flesh appeared to be glued to his palm and refused to let go. Compared to the disgusting and malicious nature of the monsters inside the building, Han Fei's human warmth and kindness was like a shining beacon. Spider's heart appeared to believe that it was safest to stay with Han Fei. Han Fei's back was drenched with cold sweat. He was in too much trouble himself for others to turn to him for help. He was already at his limit, dealing with the reader. He wasn't able to take on the whole building of monsters. He tried to swing the heart off, but the thing remained stubbornly stuck. Even the way Su Qin looked at him was changing. She licked her lips as if wanting to trap him inside the pool of curses. The doctor, who was not far away, was enraged even further. The enmity between them had reached a whole new level. Spider's half-heart refused to leave. Han Fei also noticed that the heart was covered in scars and wounds. It probably couldn't move anymore. Now Han Fei only had two choices. Either he chopped off his own hand, or he returned the heart back to the spider as fast as he could. He gritted his teeth, hugged the heart, and changed his trajectory. He raced towards where the fleshy spider was. When he made that decision, the system announced in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F Hidden Mission, Spider's Fate. Spider's Fate. Return the heart of the manager at Cattle Alley to the spider and help him regain control of Cattle Alley. Or consume the Heart of Kindness and gain control of Cattle Alley for yourself. The choice will decide your own as well as his fate.
Han Fei wasn't paying attention to what the system was saying at all. He had entered the zone. Similar to athletes at the last stretch of the race, he tuned out the surrounding noises. Furthermore, from what Han Fei knew of the system, it would have nothing helpful to say anyway. Han Fei's understanding of the system was that it was cold, inhuman, and most of the time, a useless observer. Moving through the obstacle course, which was the wreckage of the House of Butcher, Han Fei was as agile as a professional parkour athlete. He didn't dare to make even the smallest mistake, because if he tripped here, he might not have the chance to stand up again. A living human whipping through ghosts and spirits, Han Fei was challenging his limit every single day. The reader, Doctor, and Su Qin, these three immeasurably terrifying presences chased after him. However, to Han Fei's surprise, just as the reader was about to catch up to him, Su Qin mobilized her curse to tangle over the reader. Even though the woman had lost her mind, she refused to let anyone else harm Han Fei. It was like she had decided only she could kill Han Fei. The fight between the three forces gave Han Fei a chance at survival. He had never run as hard as he did at that moment. In just a few seconds, Han Fei already had to face death several times. If not for his strong mental constitution, he would be frightened to death already. Han Fei's goal was to reach the spider. The three scary presences behind him read his mind clearly, and they refused to give him the chance to get close to his goal. He was unable to transport the heart to Spider, and the curse on Han Fei was getting harder to bear. The reader kept drawing Han Fei's body part on that cursed book. It felt like bugs were biting through his limbs and joints. Han Fei saw with his own eyes how his flesh was slowly being torn apart. The blood capillaries under his skin appeared to work against his own body. Thanks to the buff from Midnight Butcher, he gained resistance against flesh and blood-type curse, or else he'd be dead by now. What to do? Things could not have been worse. Han Fei tried to get close to the spider, but there was a gulf between them. I need to escape from the House of the Butcher. Every decision that he made then could be his last. 1 second of hesitation would mean death. Han Fei's brain spun rapidly. While he raced through the crumbling ruin, he already made up his next step of plan. Using the holes on the wall as footholds, Han Fei climbed up to the second floor. He shimmied to avoid the stabs from the doctor's spidery legs. He dragged his body upwards while keeping his eyes on the spider. Since he was surrounded on all sides, the only way Han Fei could go was up. By climbing up the wall, it looked like Han Fei had given up the idea of returning the heart to the spider. He was more focused on his own survival. The House of Butcher was dissembling. Han Fei finally reached the 3rd floor, but he was now even further from the spider. His body slowed due to the curse. The doctor and the readers surrounded him from both sides. When the giant appendages plunged at Han Fei's head, the man did something no one expected. Tensing all the muscles in his body, he sprinted towards the hole in the middle of the house. Just like how Spider once fell from the 4th floor, from reality into his inner world, Han Fei jumped down from the hole on the 3rd floor into the torrents of blood and flesh underneath. Since Spider entered the House of the Butcher, he had formed a raging pool of flesh and blood on the 1st floor. Any unfortunate soul to have fallen into it would be mulched to feed into the ghastly pool. Han Fei and the spider were different individuals, but shared surprisingly similar experiences. Han Fei had once stood inside the writer's room and empathized with the determination and sadness he felt before he made that leap. The current Han Fei was the past spider. Holding the half-heart, Han Fei leaped towards the spider without any hesitation. He had no idea whether it was despair or hope awaiting him. He could only do the thing that he believed was correct. The wind howled into his ears as he fell. The wounds on Han Fei's body tore open, and they left scarlet trails through the air. He forced his eyes to open, and his pupils reflected the image of the spider made from flesh and blood. I was the one who destroyed half of your heart, so I shall be the one to deliver to you your other half. I've helped you cut away the pain and malice, and deliver for you the kindness and hope. Han Fei's body sunk into the pool of blood and flesh. The half-heart in his hand was immediately engulfed by the blood and washed towards the spider, who was in the middle of the pool. When the half-heart was encased into Spider's chest, the whole house of the butcher collapsed. Spider, who had only been operating on basic instinct, opened his eyes. His murky eyes looked at the devastation around him before they landed right on Han Fei. Chapter 258. Of all the individuals Han Fei had encountered, Spider was undeniably the most complicated one. He had 9 different personas. Sometimes even he couldn't recognize himself. Consumed by the bloody torrents, the curse on Han Fei was suppressed, and his wounds healed. Strength returned to him, but the pain didn't alleviate. If anything, the pain had gotten more intense. Han Fei inspected his wounds and realized that each wound possessed 2 kinds of curse. The spider did not know how to remove Butterfly's curse, so the only thing he could do was to apply a deeper curse on Han Fei, to use poison to fight poison. Spider bore the sin and murder accumulated at Cattle Alley alone. Now he was applying a small part of it on Han Fei's wounds. The pain caused Han Fei to roll amidst the blood water. Seeing how energetic Han Fei was, Spider left him be and turned his attention instead to the doctor and the reader. The black blood threads around his heart disappeared, but the strange butterfly pattern had imprinted itself on the heart. It had become a part of the heart of kindness. The heart was now inside Spider, but Spider didn't dare to use the power of the heart lest the pattern of the butterfly continued to spread. The wound on his chest closed, and Spider rebirthed through the flesh from endless pig-faced monsters. His body was slowly returning to normal, his every movement influencing this dirty world. His face became more defined. Spider stood on the ruins of the house of the butcher and found himself surrounded by 3 scary figures. As the manager, he was the most powerful threat at Cattle Alley. Even in his current state, no one would win him in an individual fight. However, if the 3 figures worked together to attack Spider, then the situation would be different. Therefore, the result of the fight depended not on Spider, but on the out-of-control Su Qin. If Su Qin decided to work together with the reader and the doctor to become the next manager at Cattle Alley, then things would be very dangerous for Spider. However, if Su Qin went after either the reader or the doctor, then the situation would be heavily weighted against the 2 subpersonas. The reader and the doctor understood that. When the reader turned to glance at Su Qin, the woman who originated from curses was already charging at her. There was no reason and no explanation. The reader couldn't understand why Su Qin would come after her. She did notice that Su Qin was staring at the book she was holding, examining the broken Han Fei in her paintings. While Su Qin and the reader were caught in a fight, the spider made his move towards the doctor. All the hidden blood vessels inside the ruin, the blood and carcasses on the ground were all under the spider's control. The doctor merely changed his physical appearance to look like the spider and used the black blood threads to simulate the spider's ability, but the spider was above these tactics. After all, his spider web was this whole world. Once one was inside the Cattle Alley, one wouldn't be able to escape, not even the butterfly. The blood and flesh moved, everything within sight mobilized to stop the doctor. Before the spider even got near, there were already plenty of wounds on the doctor's body. To assimilate the spider's heart, the doctor was already wounded. His chest was sliced open by Rest in Peace, and one of his legs was cut off during the chaos. Facing the spider alone, the chance of the doctor winning was 0. The doctor turned to the reader, but she was not in a good state as well. Su Qin was like a mobile gate of curses. The 13 table knives opened an unimaginably horrifying door. The two front lines were crushed. The outsiders bought by the doctor knew things were not looking well, and they hurried to escape from the house of the butcher. More blood and flesh gathered around Spider. A large and thick blood vessel connected Spider with the ruin underneath him. Blood submerged Cattle Alley and the doctor's last hope. The doctor's sharp appendages were grabbed by hands that materialized from the blood. The large body felt like it was sinking into quicksand. The more he struggled, the quicker he sank. The doctor was a rare, large, lingering spirit, but he was no match for the Spider at Cattle Alley. Everything around him was made into a big net to entrap him. Han Fei finally witnessed the true terror of the manager. Each manager had their own unique talent. The Spider's talent was webbing. He could turn everything within his sight and possession into an invisible webble. He had complete control over Cattle Alley because everything in this place had fed on his blood and flesh before. There was no screaming or hysterics. The way Spider killed was uniquely serene and gentle.
No wonder the people from Ziggurat didn't dare to come here before Spider's consciousness shattered. The moment they step into this place, they'd die.
Han Fei was envious of the Spider's ability. Compared to his ability of summoning Huang Yin, it was far more useful. The appendages that grew out from the doctor's back were yanked off one by one. He splashed in the blood water. Spider looked at the man silently. There was no pity, no joy, not even excitement in his eyes. It was like he had already foreseen this ending many times. The doctor cursed and growled as his body was slowly pulled underwater. Eventually, only a numbered mask remained of the doctor. Then, the blood water floated into the reader's room and digested the ruffian and the student. Spider's eyes scanned the different masks before turning to the reader, who was still fighting Su Qin. His expression finally changed. It was colored by loneliness and confusion. In Spider's world, the reader was his own friend, the only persona who could understand him and listen to him. But from some moment onwards, the reader started to change. Spider then realized the reader was not a friend, but a disease. He started to take medicine and undergo psychiatric interventions and counseling. He was finding a time to greet everyone farewell and achieve final rest. However, Butterfly's intervention ruined everything. Even though Spider had not killed anyone in real life and had not violated any law, he knew that his hands were bloody because he had to kill 8 different versions of himself. Other people would never understand Spider. Even the most professional psychologist couldn't really walk into his heart. Spider had always been lonely. After the reader saw the disappearance of the doctor, she knew everything was over. Struggle would be a waste of time.
Spider, you are always so lucky, but do you really plan to spend the rest of your life forever inside Cattle Alley?
After evading Su Qin's curse, the reader grabbed at the book and then she tore them into bits and threw them into the air. The first few pages were about Han Fei, but every page after that was pictures of Spider painted in different horrifying deaths. Each of the paintings contained an immense curse.
You have a pair of eyes that can see the truth, and that is why I wish to bring you to witness the world with me. We could have been partners, but you resisted me from real life to the mental world. You resisted me just to protect that little bit of humanity. Why?
The curse on the book was triggered all at once. The pattern on the reader's face started to spread. The Spider's reconstructed face sighed deeply. He looked at the reader for a long time before he asked the question which had been buried deeply inside his heart.
When you first appeared inside my mind, were you the reader or the butterfly?
The reader answered with an explosion of her soul. As her body blasted everywhere, the half-wing of a blue butterfly flew at Spider's heart at amazing speed. The reader's last attack was to send the other half of the butterfly pattern into Spider's heart.
No matter, I already have an answer.
Spider had regained his sentience, but looking at the flying butterfly, he did something inexplicable. He tore open his healed chest and dug out the half-heart with kindness. He studied the pattern on the heart, like he was admiring the prettiest gem in the world.
There was never the reader to begin with. We are all just mad and delusional.
He mumbled to himself. Spider only lifted his head when the half-butterfly came incredibly close to him. His hands that held the heart suddenly tightened. Before the butterfly could touch it, Spider personally crushed his heart. The butterfly pattern lingered on the broken flesh. The kindness and humanity inside the heart were transported by the Spider into Su Qin. The layer of curse was peeled back. When Su Qin was enveloped by kindness, her expression turned difficult and pained. Her eyes gave a glimpse of the immense battle happening inside her heart. After giving the kindness as a gift to Su Qin, Spider used the last of his energy to raise a large wave from the blood pool and slam it against the ruin of the house of the butcher. Blood rained from the sky. The butterfly wings were crushed, and the wave also washed away most of the curse around Su Qin. Spider stood at the space where the house of the butcher once stood.
I've been constantly searching and thinking, and I ended up trapped inside the world that I built, bound by the web I weaved. Thank you for cutting open a gap for me to escape.
Spider picked Han Fei out from the pool. He could see the humanity shining within Han Fei, and Spider's eyes colored with unbridled envy.
With regards to how to survive in despair, you've given me a new answer.
After dropping Han Fei beside Su Qin, Spider's body weakened and thinned. He reached his hands into the pool of blood and soon straightened up with broken pieces of heart in his palms. The heart pieces in his left palm were rotten and ugly, while the pieces in the right palm were bleeding with fresh blood. Chapter 259. At this moment, Spider looked more like a common person. There was nothing too special about him. The hearts representing sin and kindness had both been destroyed. His connection to Cattle Alley was slowly being weakened. The dirty, ugly world was returning back to normal. The blood washed away everything, and the waves pushed Han Fei back to Su Qin's side. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Qin, who was struggling in pain. Spider's heart of sin supported the sinful production at Cattle Alley. His heart of kindness had special power as well. By destroying his heart of kindness, Spider tried to pull Su Qin out from the cursed abyss. He did that not only to help Han Fei and Su Qin, he was also doing this for himself too. If he didn't help Su Qin regain control, he would end up in a battle that had no winner. The blood waves washed away the curse that surrounded Su Qin. The kindness awakened the voice of logic within Su Qin. As the manager, Spider did everything he could to create a chance for Han Fei. Han Fei naturally understood how rare this chance was. When he opened his eyes, he already moved his body. He stood up and ran towards Su Qin before the curse had the chance to regather. The 13 table knives pierced into her body and his heart. Su Qin was like a nailed, bloody angel. Her consciousness was barely there anymore. As an actor with masterful acting skill, Han Fei could invoke any expression he wanted and come up with the best lines on the spot, but at that moment, he didn't say anything. The only thought in his mind then was to help Su Qin return to normal. Noticing the approaching Han Fei, Su Qin gnashed her teeth, as if to scare Han Fei away. The curses were regrouping. When all the curses gelled back together, Su Qin would lose control again, and Han Fei would be dragged down by the endless curses and die a horrible death. Pain flashed across the crimson eyes. Su Qin was losing control of her body again. As Han Fei continued to approach, she shouted shrilly, almost tearing her beautiful lips open. Anyone who saw Su Qin then would think she was a monster. She was trying her best to show her danger and terror, but that did nothing to stop Han Fei. Han Fei powered on with will and determination. Han Fei stopped before Su Qin. He planned to use his own hands to pull out the 13 knives. The 13 knives were the key to unlock the door of curses. Han Fei knew that to get back the normal Su Qin, he had to remove all the table knives. As Midnight Butcher, Han Fei had curse resistance against blood and cold steel, but even so, when his fingers touched the table knife, the curse swam down his arm instantly. His skin split open, and the warm blood splashed on Su Qin's dress. If he couldn't even touch them, how was he supposed to pull those knives out? Su Qin shrieked again. Malice and melancholy erupted from her body. She raised her arm to mobilize the remaining curse. They morphed into vines and whipped Han Fei to the ground. Han Fei bit his teeth against the pain, but he did not give up. He barreled on. With an indescribable emotion in his eyes, Han Fei reached his hands towards the table knife stuck in Su Qin's heart. The knife was very short, and it had a human skin cover around the hilt. Han Fei closed his hands around the hilt, and his palms tore open immediately. However, perhaps the human skin cover contained some kind of meaning to Su Qin. Even though she was no longer in control, the curse did not phase through the cover.
To protect me from being burned by curses, you've made me this human skin cover. Do you think I will let go now because of some physical wound?
The pain from his palms reached his arms, but Han Fei smiled brightly. His body shook tremendously from pain, but he still tried his best to pull the table knife out. The blood-red blade slowly edged out from the body. Hundreds of curses caged Han Fei, but he didn't seem to notice them.
You probably never thought this table knife would bind us together, right?
Warm blood slithered down his arms. Just as the curses were about to reunite around Su Qin, Han Fei managed to yank the table knife out. The human skin cover was soaked in blood. The curse around Su Qin dissipated, and some rationality returned to her eyes. Her eyes widened, and she saw as Han Fei lifted his wounded arms to reach for another knife on her body. Despite the pain and curse, Han Fei was smiling. His smile was awkward, but everyone could feel his joy. Su Qin had stopped attacking. She just stood there, observing the man before her. As the knives got removed one after another, her memory and consciousness slowly returned. When the door of curses opened, these 13 table knives created the biggest distance in the world. Su Qin had never imagined someone could close that distance and look so happy while doing it. All 13 knives were pulled out, and Su Qin regained her lost rationality. The two heavily wounded individuals looked at each other, and it was Han Fei who spoke first.
Shall we go home now?
Su Qin didn't say anything, she merely nodded. At the same time, the robotic voice announced.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Su Qin has reached the maximum. Triggered the preliminary missions for the hidden profession, Lapidarist. Lapidarist. Your affinity with this profession increases further. This is a very unique profession. It is extremely rare. After obtaining this profession, you'll have more chances to procure help from the spirits. With increasing charm, you'll find it easier to increase friendliness level with spirits. However, if you do not use your influence wisely, you might end up dead, for the spirits would kill you so that you'd be with them forever. Preliminary mission for Lapidarist. Try to shape the friendliness level of 3 lingering spirits. After lowering their friendliness level, double them.
After scanning the details, Han Fei chose to ignore it. He was not one to manipulate other people's feelings. Perhaps this had to do with his background. He could empathize with the despair of these spirits, and it was why he was sincere in helping them find hope. Perhaps because of this outlook, his neighbors, colleagues, and students were willing to stay beside him. Compared to a lapidarist, Midnight Butcher is more suitable for me. Now that the house of the butcher had collapsed, Han Fei was probably the last and only Midnight Butcher in the cryptic world. Chapter 260. Han Fei took the first steps, but he realized Su Qin did not follow. When he turned back to look, he saw Su Qin tip to the side. Su Qin was in an extremely weak state. She couldn't even move. That was the after effect after unlocking the gate within herself. He reached out to hold Su Qin. To Han Fei's surprise, even without using soul depth touch, he was able to come into contact with Su Qin. It appeared like Su Qin had fully trusted him.
Let me carry you.
The completely defenseless Su Qin had something charming about her. Han Fei carried her and allowed her cold arms to wrap around his shoulders. Despite her appearance, Su Qin was very light. The only weight appeared to have come from her clothes. Han Fei couldn't help but admire the hands that crossed before his chest. They were fair and flawless. Seeing Su Qin this week felt incredibly surreal. Out of the intention to know Su Qin better, Han Fei used soul depth touch. But the moment the ability was activated, an unimaginable pressure came from behind him. His knees buckled. If not for the blood water, his kneecaps would have been crushed. His back bent, and his bones felt like they were about to break. It felt like he was not carrying a person, but a sea made from curses. After deactivating soul depth touch, the pale-faced Han Fei tried to stand up from the ground.
Do you need help? Weep toddled over, but before he could get any closer, the boy was dragged away by Drake. Taking in his neighbors who watched from afar with interest, Han Fei shook his head and righted Su Qin on his back. After knowing Su Qin's innermost secret and felt personally the weight she was literally bearing, Han Fei had a deeper understanding of his sisterly neighbor. Wading through the blood, Han Fei stopped before Spider. Thank you for saving her.
Spider slowly turned around to face Han Fei. He looked much older.
I haven't heard that in a long time already. But I should be the one thanking you. If not for you and your friends, I would be brought under Butterfly's control already. Please don't say that. I have a feeling you could have saved yourself through other methods. You merely didn't have the chance to use them.
Han Fei took in the 2 broken hearts in Spider's hands, and he was quite embarrassed.
How are you going to control Cattle Alley without the hearts? How about you come with me?
Spider gave Han Fei a once-over. His tired face brightened with a smile.
Did you recruit them using this method as well?
Han Fei was about to explain when a large wound appeared on Spider's chest, and the man grimaced in pain.
Are you all right? Is there anything I can help with? I'm fine. But your chest is literally breaking open. I'm fine.
Spider mixed the pieces of the two hearts together and mushed them into his chest.
Sin and kindness are interconnected. There shouldn't be such a clear delineation. I was being too extreme in the past.
Spider walked over the ruin of the house of the butcher. Even though he literally had 8 other selves, Han Fei realized Spider was probably the loneliest person in the world.
Found it.
Spider unearthed something that looked like a pocket talisman from the ruin. Han Fei saw that in the writer's room before, it was hanging beside the hidden compartment.
This thing has been protecting me for a long time. As a token of appreciation, I shall give it to you. Remember, only open it when you are in absolute danger and there is no other choice.
Seeing how serious the spider was, Han Fei did not reject it. When he touched the talisman, the robotic voice said,
Notification for player 0000. You've discovered grade F consumable, Spider's talisman. What is inside this talisman? Open it to find out.
This was the second grade F object Han Fei obtained, so it was very precious.
I can't leave Cattle Alley for the foreseeable future. The butterfly will come for you, so you need to be very careful.
Spider reminded Han Fei. The smile never left his face. This was not the spider Han Fei had imagined.
Actually, I've already been cursed by the ziggurat. The curse will trigger within 7 days to 1 month. So even if they don't come to me, I'll have to go to them.
Han Fei and Butterfly, only one could survive.
With your current ability, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat it.
Spider said sadly.
Can you tell me what exactly is the butterfly? I've encountered it several times already, but until now, I still have no idea what it is. Is it a ghost? A person?
Han Fei asked the question which had been bothering him.
Butterfly is a consciousness that can travel freely between dream and reality, but one thing's for sure, the butterfly started as a person. It would possess different people to conduct its plan, but at the same time, it would leave behind its traces on these people.
Spider scanned the broken world and explained.
Darkness, hatred, arrogance, madness. The thing is driven by the simple desire to destroy, but it expounds the spirit of salvation. It has no friends, but it has many disciples who worship it. All those disciples have its brand on them. Some of them are quite dangerous. Then do you know what Butterfly's weakness is? Butterfly will do everything within its power to create something for you to believe. Once you buy into its story, it'll be over for you. So when dealing with the butterfly, you must be rational at all times. Do not be tricked by it. Not even once.
Spider was silent for a long time before adding.
The butterfly has no weakness, but I know a way that can temporarily trap it. Trap it. When the butterfly's main consciousness occupies someone's mind, its subconsciousness would stop working. The disciples charmed by it would gain a temporary clarity. That is the result I concluded from experimentations on my different personas.
Spider shook his head.
But the butterfly is too cunning to let its weakness be exposed. You might not even meet its main consciousness before you die in a freak accident.
Han Fei tried his best to digest the info given to him by Spider. Of Butterfly's nemesis, only Han Fei and Huang Yin remained.
If you intend to go after the butterfly, I can give you another clue.
Spider called over the dreamer. He borrowed the boy's pen and paper to draw out a metrosexual-looking man.
When the reader first appeared to me, it looked like this. So there is a high chance this is the butterfly.
Han Fei imprinted the man's image in his mind. He planned to share this info with the police the moment he logged out. Compared to the cryptic world, Han Fei was more confident he could take down the butterfly in real life. The two chatted like long-lost friends until the bloodwater receded and Cattle Alley returned to normal.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade F Hidden Mission, Fate of the Spider. At the crossroad of destiny, you've chosen to help Spider to regain the control of Cattle Alley. Friendliness level with Spider increases by 20. Obtain 2 free skill points. Completion rate over 90%. Congratulations for obtaining Grade F unique title, The Last Midnight Butcher. The Last Midnight Butcher. You are the last midnight butcher to exit the house of the butcher. This title allows you to enter and leave Cattle Alley freely and grants you part ownership of the meatpacking factory. Gain additional 5% curse resistance to blood and cold steel type objects. Notification for player 0000. Your personal resume has been updated. On your first day of work, You collapsed the entire industry, turning your profession into a unique title. Warning: with the murder of each butcher in the future, the business killer title will gain part of the EXP. When the title levels up, you'll unlock new abilities. Having a perfect profession is an important step to possess a perfect life. Clearly, you are on the right track.
Chapter 261. Han Fei's professional resume was so atrocious that Han Fei did not know what to say. He tried his best to hide his title, but it always floated to the top. It felt like the system was proud that it had awarded Han Fei with this title. Looking around, the house of the butcher where he unlocked the profession had been leveled. Cattle Alley was a lot less crowded than before, as all the filth and sin were washed away by the blood waves. The hidden profession ended in Han Fei's hands. On top of that, his profession speciality made him extra dangerous to other butchers. In a way, Han Fei had all the tools he needed to turn the butcher profession into a non-physical cultural heritage. To be fair, Han Fei wanted to have a good relationship with his colleagues, but his colleagues all wanted to kill him.
In the future, if you're being chased by the butterfly and you have nowhere else to go, come here to find me. At least when you're inside Cattle Alley, I can keep you safe.
Spider promised to protect Han Fei, but at the same time, he was telling Han Fei to leave him alone unless it was literally a matter of life and death. After removing the curse from everyone, Spider strode alone back into the Cattle Alley. He seemed to plan to reconstruct this place with a new ideology. Actually, Han Fei still had many questions about Spider, but Spider was in too weak of a state, and he needed time to recover, so Han Fei left Spider to heal. He carried Su Qin, led everyone else, and followed the direction given to him by Spider. Even though his trip to Cattle Alley this time was extremely dangerous, and he almost lost his life several times, the rewards were lucrative. Han Fei not only completed his main goal of obtaining the Midnight Butcher profession, he even gained a Grade F Butcher's knife. For now, that was more than enough for Han Fei. Other than that, he also gained a friend in Spider and found a safe house for his neighbors at Happiness Neighborhood. The neighbors who accompanied Han Fei on this journey had great personal breakthroughs as well. Among them, the change in Weep was the most obvious. After the cleansing in the blood pool, Weep was forced to face his past. His cries now could easily influence all the ghosts within 17 meters. Weep was a mini version of the singer. Han Fei had great expectations of the boy. Moving through the smelly alleys, Cattle Alley felt strangely homely to Han Fei after he gained the title of the last Midnight Butcher. He didn't feel uncomfortable traipsing through the alley. If anything, he felt at ease, like a predator prowling his hunting ground. Han Fei's group did not leave in a hurry. They worked together to hunt down the straggling, pig-faced monsters. Compared to when Han Fei first entered the Cattle Alley, the role of prey and predator had completely inverted. The scary pig-faced monsters were now EXP bags for his neighbors. Their resentment could also help them recover their wounds. Other than that, their malice could sharpen rest in peace, and their lingering blood could be fed to the Black Snake. With the principle of no wastage, Han Fei left no stone unturned and turned all of his colleagues into fresh fertilizers. During this period, he collected a lot of butcher's knives. He'd break all of them and release the trapped souls inside. Most of the souls would escape, but a small part would enter rest in peace. After dispatching many butchers, Han Fei realized something. Rest in peace appeared perfectly harmless normally. It did not even look like a blade. But in reality, this blade was intensely sharp, and it would only show its danger at the necessary moment. The spirits of the cryptic world are once people too. With this blade, more and more people will join my ranks. Cattle Alley was a turning point for Han Fei. With a weapon in his hand, he had turned from defensive to offensive. When not one animal could be found at Cattle Alley anymore, Han Fei left unwillingly. Based on Spider's direction, Han Fei's group successfully left the place. The stench in the air immediately cleared, and the walls were no longer stained with blood. Han Fei looked at the beheaded stone lion at the alley entrance, and he sighed to himself.
The outsiders bought by the doctor fled at the first notice of danger. The negative energy they had would be immensely useful to us.
He might have said so, but Han Fei had actually memorized the features and ability of each of those outsiders. His photographic memory meant that he would take revenge should the opportunity arise. After exiting the alley, Han Fei looked to the roadside. The lights at the dumpling shop were all out. The doors were closed as well.
Why would the boss abandon such a good business spot?
Han Fei shoved open the closed doors. the lingering smell of meat wafted out. The utensils were left uncleaned on the table. The red lanterns on the wall looked like eyes in the dark. Han Fei walked behind the front desk and discovered an account book. The book was listed with names. They were both the customers and the food ingredients. Then he pulled back the curtain and entered the kitchen. Han Fei saw the packets of meat which were processed at the meat packing plant in Cattle Alley. The filling of the dumplings here was made from these meat. The cursed meat would turn the eater mad with gluttony. The more they ate, the hungrier they would get until they died from having their stomachs literally burst.
This is a consumer trap, if there ever was one.
Han Fei looked around the place for a long time before he found the warehouse used to store food items. In the warehouse, other than many strange, unidentifiable dead bodies, there were many resentment-filled objects. The most valuable items would have been taken by the boss already, but these were already good enough for Han Fei.
I have no idea the food business can be so lucrative.
Turning back to Su Qin, Han Fei said softly,
This place is close to Cattle Alley and relatively safe. How about we come and open a shop here after we deal with the butterfly? With your cooking skill, it'll be a famous eatery soon.
Brightness crossed the red eyes. As if imagining that image, Su Qin nodded with a smile. The neighbors sucked away the energy, and the leftovers were given to the snake. When it was done, it was now even larger than the anaconda.
There are still some secrets at Cattle Alley, and some of the pig-faced monsters have managed to escape. However, they should be of no threat to us now. Our next focus shall be the ziggurat.
Based on the map left behind by the previous building manager, Happiness Neighborhood was between Cattle Alley and Ziggurat. It was still a long way to reach the ziggurat.
I still have at least a week to prepare. I should try to reach level 15 before then.
Han Fei had no idea what the previous manager was doing at level 15, but he planned to challenge the most dangerous building in this area when he was level 15. Due to the poor state Su Qin was in, Han Fei did not stop to visit the other shops along the way. Using the same route he used, Han Fei took 1 hour before he returned to Happiness Neighborhood. All the neighbors, including the ones from Building 2, saw Han Fei carry Su Qin back. To save the tenant in danger, Han Fei led those willing to follow him into the abyss. He was fearless before death and managed to rescue Su Qin, even though he knew he'd be faced with the risk of dying. The tenants of Happiness Neighborhood had been lied to many times, but Han Fei now had proven with actual actions that as the building manager, he meant everything that he said.
Notification for player 0000. Your action has gained the approval of all the tenants at Happiness Neighborhood. Friendliness level with all the tenants increases by 3. Hopefully, you'll keep on working to improve and advance the standard of living at Happiness Neighborhood.
Chapter 262. Han Fei treated Happiness Neighborhood as his own home. Compared to the previous manager, Han Fei's managerial style was rasher and more juvenile, but that also showed Han Fei's sincerity and openness. The dark corridor of Building 1 didn't feel that oppressive to Han Fei anymore. With the rusted stair banister under his skin, he was reminded of the deathly game he experienced here at the start of the game. Each of the rooms here carried some of Han Fei's memory. From some moment onwards, Han Fei's fate was tied to this old building. Han Fei had just entered the building when a door on the 4th floor opened. Moments later, the fragile Wei Yufu appeared in the corridor, and Little 8 hid behind him. The small face looked at Han Fei carefully, and there was joy in her eyes.
If you haven't returned sooner, we're planning to go find you.
Wei Yufu looked at Han Fei and sighed in relief. Seeing Wei Yufu and Little 8 rush out to welcome him home, Han Fei did not know how to feel. He had only seen this kind of scene in television shows before. Before he started this game, no one would be waiting for him to go home. He'd open the door and walk into darkness. No one would keep the lights on for him. No one would welcome him back with a smile, much less run out with joy due to his return. Han Fei first dropped Su Qin home. He prepared some simple food for Su Qin. After Su Qin looked better, he left. After he returned to room 1044, Han Fei sat down on the couch and shared his experience with Wei Yufu and the other victims. The victims of the human jigsaw case would attract the attention of malevolent force whenever they left the Happiness Neighborhood, so they were very interested in Han Fei's tales of the outside world. They felt transported by Han Fei's storytelling. Their expressions changed with the rise and fall of the story. Inside the small room, a man gestured animatedly to entertain his ghost roommates. Han Fei finally finished his story by 5 a.m. Like a worried father, Wei Yufu nagged Han Fei to promise that he would no longer put himself in such danger. Just as Han Fei prepared to log off to avoid the nagging, the landline in the room rang. Han Fei's expression turned guarded immediately, and he pulled out "Rest in peace." Wei Yufu, though, calmly picked up the phone.
Don't worry. Do you remember the hostel next to Yiming convenience store? I do. The old man at the hostel managed to imbue his memory into the phone lines to create a unique cursed object. To make communication easier, we've pulled one of his phone lines in a happiness neighborhood.
Wei Yufu might have lost all of his ghostly power. He retained his humanity and intelligence. After a quick chat, Wei Yufu hung up. He frowned and asked Han Fei to join him beside the window. The two looked out the neighborhood. At the door of Yiming convenience store, there stood a scary woman over 2 meters tall.
It's her?
Han Fei remembered this woman. On the day he was employed at Yiming convenience store, this woman invited the paper doll boss to join her at Ziggurat. It was because of her that Han Fei had the chance to steal the boss coffin. At the most crucial moment, Han Fei entrapped the paper doll boss, but the bride suffered collateral damage. She had paid a lot to gain the boss help, but at the most demanding moment, the paper doll's consciousness shattered. Imagination alone could tell Han Fei how much despair and helplessness the bride must have suffered in that moment.
She's still alive? And has returned? How did you attract the attention of someone like her anyway? What's your story with her?
Wei Yufu glanced at Han Fei. The latter had indeed charmed way too many people for his own good.
Looks like I'll have to personally visit the convenience store. Drake wouldn't be able to handle her alone.
Han Fei had to leave even though he just got home. He brought Weep with him. 10 minutes later, Han Fei arrived at the store. 10 white candles were arranged on the shelf. One of them cried the hardest as he badmouthed the current boss. He tried to endear himself to the bride. Clearly he saw her as his new ticket out of this place. The candle was so into his story that he did not notice the other white candles had gone silent. Drake tried to warn him several times, but was stopped by the bride every time. The white candle continued to wax his tail until he noticed the bride's eyes slowly moved away from him. Then he turned to look behind him. The pale face looked at Han Fei, who was silently toying with a lighter. The face on the white candle froze. His eyes moved about. He found no solidarity from the other candles. Han Fei lit up the white candle and moved him to the counter. Then he stood beside the bride. The bride, who was 2 meters tall, looked down at Han Fei. The made-up face stared into Han Fei's eyes as if trying to understand how come all the ghosts inside the store became less restless after this man arrived. In her memory, Han Fei was only the temp worker when she last visited this place.
I am Han Fei, the temp owner of this convenience store.
With a standardized smile on his face, Han Fei said with politeness,
I remember you have some kind of deal with our previous owner.
The bride had no idea when Han Fei became the temp owner, and she did not care. What she wanted was an explanation. She dropped a bloody handkerchief on the counter. Han Fei picked it up and examined it closely.
The previous owner promised to enter room 1064 at the Ziggurat with you, but he failed to live up to his promise and almost caused your death. Since the previous boss has already taken part of your payment, the responsibility now falls onto us.
Han Fei looked pained as he said that. He folded the handkerchief nicely and put it away.
The previous owner has gone missing. We have no idea where he went, but we will not shirk our responsibility. We will fulfill the promise that he has left uncompleted.
The bride was quite flustered. She came here ready for a fight, but things did not unfold the way she expected.
Yiming convenience store has always placed our customers first. We know the Ziggurat is very dangerous, but we have indeed failed to live up to our promise. We will accompany you to enter room 1064 again, but I hope you'll give us some time to prepare.
Han Fei took a deep breath and said with sincerity,
In 10 days, we will join you at Ziggurat and try to help you get the thing you want. To help ease the weight on both of us, I hope that you can tell us more about the Ziggurat.
With calm demeanor, Han Fei made his sales pitch. This man was as weak as a bug, but he was ready to take up the dangerous responsibility. Perhaps the negative 13 charm on Han Fei had worked. The hatred around the bride lightened. The bride gave it some thought before she removed her wedding veil and placed it on the counter. Then her wounded lips moved to say the following.
I will come and find you after 7 days.
The bride then turned to walk out from the store. Han Fei picked up the bloody veil. There was the character for death written in the middle of the veil. The word itself appeared to carry some kind of special curse. It was the ticket for one to enter the Ziggurat.
Boss, are we really going to help her? But she's asking us to go to the ziggurat.
Drake said worriedly.
Customers are our god. We should always try our best to satisfy their demands. What if she only plans to use us as bait? Don't worry, I have my plan.
Han Fei put the wedding veil away.
The customer is God, but God lives not with us, but in heaven.
Chapter 263. The bride was still alive. Drake saw a great danger, while Han Fei saw an opportunity. There were always both sides to a situation. Currently, Han Fei knew nothing about the ziggurat. He needed a guide, and the bride was a very good candidate.
Drake, when she returns, you have to find a way to make her stay. This customer is very important to us.
After that, Han Fei turned back to the counter where a sole white candle stayed lit. Han Fei did not say anything, but listened quietly to the candle's cries of mercy. After the candle was half burnt, Han Fei blew out the fire.
Don't say I don't give second chances, but you better appreciate it.
As the boss, Han Fei was always fair with meting out reward and punishment. After checking the stock and talking to his employees, Han Fei logged out from the store's warehouse. As he removed the gaming helmet, the energy went out from him. The morning sun filtered through the gap in the curtain. Han Fei decided to enjoy this rare moment of peace and relaxation.
Survived yet another day? That's good news.
Han Fei closed his eyes and drifted off. He only awakened when the knocking came from his door. The first thing he did, before his eyes even fully opened, was to reach for the nunchucks under his pillow. When he jumped out of bed, he was already in a defensive position.
Han Fei! Han Fei!
Li Shui and another officer's voices came from outside the door. They knocked frantically. If Han Fei did not answer soon, they might break the door down.
Coming.
Opening the door, Han Fei took in Li Shui and two other officers in full SWAT gear.
What happened? It's almost 10 a.m. It's already 1 hour past our meeting time. We thought some kind of accident happened to you.
Seeing Han Fei in one piece, the officers sighed in relief.
Yesterday night, Huang Yin was attacked by one of his former patients. Huang Yin was on home visit due to the horrible state of the patient. Huang Yin even personally paid for the cab fare. Huang Yin had gone way beyond his responsibility as a doctor, but when he was there, the patient's condition suddenly worsened and attacked Huang Yin. None of us suspected this patient would be so easily influenced by the butterfly. Huang Yin was attacked again.
Han Fei could feel Butterfly's desperation. He had ruined Butterfly's plan again and again in the cryptic world. In fact, he just destroyed its conspiracy at Cattle Alley yesterday night. So it was understandable that it would go after Huang Yin and Han Fei more intensely now.
You have to watch out for your own safety too. Butterfly's behavior is becoming more dangerous and erratic. It feels like it is slowly losing its mind.
Li Shui said severely.
A super criminal that has lost control? That is way more than just dangerous. I actually have a fairly good idea why it has acted up recently.
Han Fei's words successfully gained the police's attention.
You know the reason? I once saw someone at Spider's building. That person is most likely Butterfly or related to it. It slowly approached me, which gave me a chance to take a better look at it.
Han Fei gave the description of the reader to the police. When a normal person encountered a ghost who would only get closer and closer, they would not stop to observe them like Han Fei did. As the police took down Han Fei's description, they were quite impressed by Han Fei as well. After collecting the personal information, Li Shui compared it to the citizenry database. There was no one that matched Han Fei's description. However, the police still took the info seriously and planned to launch a deeper investigation into this character. Due to his acting responsibility, Han Fei did not stay with the police for too long. After a quick shower, he took the police cruiser to Xin Lu's northern countryside. When Han Fei arrived, the other actors were already on set. Director Zhang knew that Han Fei did not work overtime and understood the danger for Han Fei to stay out late at night. So he tried his best to arrange for Han Fei to complete his shoots in the day. The first scene of the day was supposed to be a chase scene between Han Fei and Bai Xian. But since Han Fei was late, the scene had to be delayed. The crew was no longer surprised when they saw Han Fei exit the police car. There was even a rumor circulating that Han Fei was actually an informant for the police, and acting was just a hobby of his. With a great apology written on his face, Han Fei approached Director Zhang. When he saw how haggard Han Fei was, Director Zhang, who was normally so stern with actors, not only did not scold Han Fei, he even dragged Han Fei to demand an explanation from the police. The senior director said that he understood Han Fei was an important figure to their investigation, but they had to cut the man some slack. It made Han Fei feel so embarrassed. He didn't dare to admit that he looked so tired because he had spent the whole night gaming.
Han Fei, you better go and take a quick nap first. You should at least look presentable before the camera.
Noticing that Han Fei did not even have a manager, Director Zhang felt sorry for the young actor. How come he only discovered such a wonderful actor so late in his career?
It's okay, I can still carry on. I'm the director, I'm the boss here.
Director Zhang had his assistant bring Han Fei to the break room while he prepared Han Fei's afternoon scenes. As he entered the break room, Han Fei saw the other actors reading their scripts. He did not disturb them. He walked to the couch at the corner. With the nunchucks still hidden inside his sleeves, he fell asleep.
How unprofessional to sleep on the job.
Xiao Tong, who was an idol singer, was about the same age as Han Fei, but he was much more popular than Han Fei. He had a bigger fan base, but in the shooting of thriller novelist, he was treated less favorably than Han Fei. For example, he too was late that one time, and Director Zhang berated him in public, but now that Han Fei was late, Director Zhang not only did not scold him, he told Han Fei to come rest in the break room. The comparison irked Xiao Tong. He tried to focus on the script, but the more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt. He saw himself as good as, if not better than Han Fei. Even though they were of the same age, in terms of family background, number of fans, celebrity clout, fashion sense, taste, commercial value, he was much stronger than Han Fei. At least he saw it that way.
Is his acting skill really that good?
Xiao Tong glanced at Han Fei, but in the end, he did not say anything. He took his script and left the room. When the door clicked, Han Fei's closed eyes flew open. That was Xiao Tong, wasn't it? Who would the butterfly influence next to come after me? Would it be someone from the crew or a complete stranger? At around 1 p.m., Han Fei exited the break room, had a quick lunch, and sat down for makeup. Director Zhang wanted Han Fei to have more rest, so he arranged his scene till late afternoon. Just as the sun was setting, Han Fei entered the set. Han Fei kept looking for traces of the butterfly, but the latter seemed to have expected that. The more one searched for it, the more elusive it would become. It would only appear when Han Fei least expected it. Cattle Alley got ruined, and Spider, who knew about Butterfly's past, was revived. That must have seriously pushed the Butterfly's buttons. It has gone after Huang Yin twice already. It would aim me next. Han Fei had memorized the appearance of every crew member. With his extraordinary memory, whenever someone showed up once beside Han Fei, the latter would remember their names and faces. The old Han Fei lived in his own world. He was antisocial, introverted, and didn't know how to interact with others. Now he would pay attention to every single individual around him. After all, they might be someone who wished to claim his life. The sun set around 6 p.m. The tingling of wind chime echoed around the building, and Han Fei was ready to shoot his last scene for the day. Han Fei's rider had successfully killed the student played by Xiao Tong. In the house of the butcher, there were 25 methods Spider had considered to hide the body, and now Han Fei had to select one of them. However, while in the process of hiding the body, Bai Xian, who played the doctor, started to suspect the writer. He came to visit the student and almost walked into the writer disposing of the body. This escalated to a nervous chase scene. This was going to be the first big scene in Thriller Novelist, so all the crew members were excited. After all the equipment was checked, they assumed their designated spot. Han Fei and the other actors arrived. Looking around, Han Fei spotted an unfamiliar face. Behind Bai Xian, there was another person who was dressed the same way as Bai Xian did. He appeared to be the new stunt actor. He was there to help Bai Xian complete some of the more physically demanding and dangerous shots. With an order from Director Zhang, the building quieted down. An inexplicable atmosphere of anxiety spread across the building. This was the atmosphere Director Zhang desired, but not one he had created. A strange smell appeared in the air. No one could tell where it originated from, but it was definitely there. The wind chime on the 4th floor swung lightly. The intermittent tingling sounded like a child's laughter. The night breeze blew into the buildings. The black cloth that covered the altars on the stairs fluttered as if the divinities inside had opened their eyes. Chapter 264. The living compound at night, and in the day, were two completely different buildings. This old building was home to strange events after the night fell. The tenants who hadn't moved would not leave their home after dark. Is it my imagination? How come it feels like the atmosphere is instantly different the moment Han Fei arrives? There were many ways to evoke tension in a horror film, but most of them required usage of background music and lighting. However, Director Zhang was sure that he had not done any of those. His camera was simply following Han Fei, but there was already a clear difference on the captured image. As a senior director, Director Zhang's understanding of framing and camera language was far better than anyone present. He could clearly see the fog of anxiety that radiated from Han Fei. It was as if the strangeness around the whole building descended because of him. I really can't imagine he was once a comedic actor. Director Zhang stared at the camera closely lest he missed out on any details. Han Fei, who stood inside the set, felt the strangeness as well. The unknown stench was thickening, and the air turned sticky. Han Fei had the surreal feeling that he had returned to the cryptic world. Xiao Tong, who played a dead body, was made uncomfortable by this change. His face was leaning against the cold, hard ground. The unknown stench crawled into his nose like snakes, and they wiggled inside his lungs. His well-trimmed brows frowned slightly. Through his narrowed eyes, he took a glance at Han Fei. He realized Han Fei was looking at him as well. As their eyes met, Xiao Tong felt the chill crawl onto his mind. He felt like Han Fei was not looking at a person but a slab of meat. There was no emotion in his eyes, but pure rationality. For some reason, he was hit with the feeling that Han Fei had seen many dead bodies, and this detachment, when viewing a human life, was something that accidentally slipped out from Han Fei's deep persona. If not for the cameras which were still rolling, Xiao Tong probably would have gotten up and escaped. Connecting the news on the crime channels to the man who stood before him, Xiao Tong's heart panicked. He swore to never stay in the same room as Han Fei anymore. The icy gaze was like a sharp knife cutting the student's body into different pieces. To be fair, Han Fei had not only figured out how to dismember the body, he had also decided where he would hide them. After experiencing the hell that was Cattle Alley, Han Fei was no longer the same kind of person like Xiao Tong, who was the human equivalent of flowers grown in the greenhouse.
You represent my anticipation and hope for the future, so I have to kill you first. I wouldn't need to hesitate anymore in the future.
Han Fei cleaned the scene and destroyed all the clues and evidence. He was so professional that one had to expect he had done this before. The mental pressure on Xiao Tong grew. Suddenly, footsteps came from the corridor. This was the climax of this scene. In the movie, Han Fei and Xiao Tong's characters were both side characters. Han Fei's murders and crime scene tampering would only be shown at the end of the movie. The whole movie was shot from the perspective of the doctor, Bai Xian. The audience would see themselves as the good doctor who was always there to help cure and save the other personas. However, in the end, they would realize that the doctor was unable to save anyone, not even himself. The moment the footsteps rang out, Han Fei walked out from the room. The murder happened on the 9th floor, the room where the student lived. When Bai Xian hurried up the stairs, Han Fei very calmly moved towards the landing between the stairs of the 9th and 10th floor. Throughout the process, he made no sound like a ghost. Bai Xian predicted that something bad would happen tonight. He hurried to the 9th floor and pushed open the student's door. This would be the most dramatic scene. The killer was just a small distance away from the doctor. The moment the doctor called the student's name and entered the latter's room, Han Fei charged out from the stairwell. The two literally brushed past each other. When the doctor realized that he had just missed the killer, he turned out from the student's room and chased after Han Fei. Due to an injury Bai Xian suffered, he was unable to take part in action-orientated scenes. The readied stunt double took his place to give chase after Han Fei. When the stunt double entered the scene, Han Fei was shocked to feel a climbing pressure. The person moved incredibly fast, like he was already familiar with the height of each step and the location of the trash that littered the corridors. In just a few breaths, Bai Xian's stunt double was already only half a floor behind Han Fei. This chase scene was meant to be exciting, but the doctor wasn't supposed to actually catch up to Han Fei. The killer would only be exposed at the last part of the movie. However, Han Fei could feel that the person was moving at a speed far beyond his expectation. This was different from what Director Zhang ordered. Han Fei was good at running, so he picked up speed again. His sudden burst introduced another stretch of distance between him and the stunt double. However, to Han Fei's consternation, the stunt double picked up speed as well. The latter was like a shark which smelled blood. The voice-activated lights in this building were broken. Tripping down the stairs would be incredibly dangerous, but both the chaser and the chased showed no sign of slowing down. It was as if they had rehearsed this many times. They maintained a fixed distance that was not too close or too far. His muscles tensed. The trigger deep inside Han Fei's mind was switched on. His brain blurred the boundary between the cryptic world and the real world. Energy filled up his body. As he raced down the corridor, the haze of stench around him thickened. Han Fei was unable to identify it until he passed the old man's room on the 5th floor. He had smelled the same stench from the old man before. It was the smell of the dying, the decomposing smell of death. Something's wrong. With his legs still pumping, Han Fei turned his head around. When he did, he saw Bai Xian's stunt double, who just came out from the 4th floor stairwell. Even with just a quick glance that lasted barely 1 second, Han Fei spotted another individual following behind Bai Xian's stunt double. Its face was pale and had a humanoid shape. It's that ghost. This was the 3rd time the thing appeared in Han Fei's sight. It came closer and was still rapidly closing the distance. So it's going to make its move tonight? While his brain processed this info, Han Fei's feet stepped on something squishy. He lowered his head to look. Someone had dumped a lot of trash on the steps, between 3rd and 2nd floor. Among them were the dead bodies of stray cats and dogs. With his hands on the banister, Han Fei skipped the steps and directly leaped over the banister and landed on the 2nd floor. After he steadied himself, he stopped running. He took out the metallic nunchucks from under his costume and waited quietly in the middle of the stairwell. Do you really think I was running because I was afraid? Chapter 265. To not affect the actors and to not miss out on any money shots. Director Zhang did not assign any camera persons inside the building, but instead installed more than 30 motion capture cameras. They would capture the chase scene from multiple angles. Currently, everyone was watching the video nervously inside the new editing room set up on the 1st floor. Bai Xian's stunt double was a retired track runner, as well as a VIP member of Xian Lu's Parkour Club. He probably mistook Director Zhang's meaning because he didn't follow the script at all. He did not slow down when he was supposed to, but instead picked up speed instead. As Bai Xian's stunt double charged downwards at full speed, a bad feeling gripped Director Zhang. He was ready to call for a cut, but something unexpected happened. Han Fei also exploded in a burst of speed. The agile movements and amazing speed stunned Director Zhang. How did a comedy actor become so good at physical acting? He even managed to shake off a professional parkour athlete. The chase did not stop. Even just from following the different cameras, Director Zhang's heart raced. Neither party followed the script. The chase should have stopped on the 4th floor where the doctor missed the killer. However, to Director Zhang's surprise, Han Fei raced past the 4th floor, leaped over the banister at the 3rd floor, and landed on the 2nd floor. If this was because Han Fei was too into character, then what happened next was so out of character. After he steadied himself, everyone saw Han Fei in the video take out a metallic nunchuck from under his costume. With some quick assembly, the weapon turned into a metal staff.
What the hell is that?
The prop manager was stumped. He shared a look with Director Zhang. They had worked together for decades already, and this was the first time they encountered an actor who entered the set with their own weapon. Before they could decide what to do, a scream came from inside the building. On the camera, the armed Han Fei turned around and ran upstairs to chase after the doctor instead.
What the?
Director Zhang's brain short-circuited. Everyone in the room turned to the director, waiting for his directions. Han Fei finally met up with the retired athlete in the narrow corridor. Bai Xian's stunt double shook his arm, and a non-metallic knife fell out from his sleeve into his grasp. When the confused Director Zhang saw the knife, he was confirmed this wasn't supposed to be in the script. Then the scary possibility dawned on him. The stunt double really intends to kill Han Fei? He's the criminal the police have been attempting to catch. The moment that thought entered his mind, Director Zhang shouted,
Quick, we need to go and rescue Han Fei.
Looking at Han Fei, who was armed with a dangerous weapon and glared fiendishly at the stunt double, the crew thought Director Zhang had gotten the names mistaken. Weren't they supposed to rescue the stunt double? If not, the doctor in the movie would really be killed by Han Fei. The room door shoved open, and everyone rushed into the building. Director Zhang's assistant hurried to notify the nearby police officers. Everyone mobilized. Standing at the eye of the storm, Han Fei gripped the staff and steadied himself against the stunt double that stood between the 2nd and 3rd floor. Compared to the hidden knife, Han Fei was more concerned about the ghost which followed behind him. Being exposed to such a dangerous situation, Han Fei believed he should at least feel some nervousness or panic, but perhaps he had been playing that game for too long. He felt no trace of fear. His brain started to think of the solution instinctively. Compared to the ghosts and murderers in the cryptic world, the charmed stunt double was as harmless as a child. The real danger was the thing behind the actor. The breathing is too erratic, and the eyes should not wander like that. The way you hold the knife is not right either. As a murderer, shouldn't you at least know these basics? His leg muscles tensed, and Han Fei shot out like a loosened arrow. His arm waved, and the staff swung downwards. The sound of bone cracking came from the stunt double's wrist. He already tried his best to avoid the hit, but he was still too slow. The other party was so good at fighting that he didn't seem like a normal actor. The angle of his every movement was precisely calibrated, and he had a wealth of knowledge in actual fighting. The actor's right arm dulled. His hand that grabbed the knife weakened, and the knife clattered to the ground. After disarming the man, before the enemy had the chance to react, Han Fei swung the staff at the actor's knees. If this hit connected, the actor would collapse to the ground and wouldn't even have the chance to escape anymore. Han Fei's tactical mind was sharp. First he neutralized the threat, and then he neutralized the person. Han Fei's combat experience shocked the stunt double. The stunt double retreated to avoid the attack. As his right arm swung weakly beside him, the stunt double turned subconsciously to retreat up the stairs. He didn't even stop to pick up his knife. Han Fei glanced at the knife, but he did not move to pick it up because it might muddle the culprit's fingerprint. Han Fei looked like the offending party, but he knew very well that if he was the one wielding a dagger or knife, it would be hard to make the appeal that he was only defending himself. Someone could have easily framed the image to ruin Han Fei's reputation. A staff, though, did not expose him to that danger. A staff was meant to debilitate, while a knife was meant to kill. In terms of damage, a hit by a staff might cause bone fracture, but it would rarely kill. With Han Fei holding the staff, the two started another chase scene. Their speed was not much slower than before. The difference was the chaser and the chased had swapped. When the stunt double decided to retreat, the ghost that followed behind him disappeared. The thing appeared and disappeared without a trace. It was like Han Fei had imagined everything. It didn't help that Han Fei appeared to be the only one who could see it. Statistically speaking, the chance of the stunt double killing Han Fei was very high, but no one would have expected a parkour athlete to fail to catch up to Han Fei in a chase, and they also did not expect Han Fei to be so alert and prepared. The table turned, but different from Han Fei, the stunt double ran upstairs to a dead end. He raced at full speed, but Han Fei stuck to him like a shadow. The pressure was unimaginable, like Han Fei would follow him to the end of the world. They ran from the 9th floor to the 2nd floor, and now they raced back from the 2nd floor to the 9th floor. The frantic footsteps were like little drum sounds. Xiao Tong, who stayed in the students' room, was getting bored. He needed someone to clean the fake blood from his mouth. He just got up from the ground when he heard the sound coming from outside. Why have they returned? Bang! The closed door was rammed into, and the stunt double crashed in. His face was white, and pain caused him to sweat profusely. Just as he turned to close the door was kicked down. The door slammed heavily into the wall. The stunt double rolled out of the way and toward Xiao Tong. He planned to capture Xiao Tong as hostage. The staff scratched against the wall. Before Xiao Tong could process the situation, he saw the murderous Han Fei appear at the door. With an icy gaze and a deadly smile, the man looked like he had just crawled out from the very depths of hell. The fuck? Xiao Tong instinctually reached towards the stunt double for protection, and the two of them backed away from the threat that was Han Fei. Chapter 266. The fake blood and cold sweat mixed together and slid down Xiao Tong's cheeks. He had no idea how things turned out like this. According to the script, the doctor was supposed to chase Han Fei away, so why did the latter return while brandishing a steel staff? In this small room, the only person Xiao Tong could rely on was the stunt double beside him. When people were afraid, they would seek safety in number. That was human nature. Seeing Xiao Tong side with the stunt double, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. His lips moved slightly.
You're working together? That's surprising.
Han Fei worked the staff, and it sliced through the air noisily. Xiao Tong was so afraid that he dragged the actor and retreated further into the corner. In his panic, he accidentally grabbed the actor's wounded arm. It caused the man to grimace and his face turned paler. However, due to Xiao Tong's frazzled nerves, he didn't notice that. He was just an idle singer who decided to branch out into acting. He had not experienced anything like this before. All he realized was he needed to stay away from Han Fei because the man was very dangerous. Xiao Tong had no idea that he was a hostage. He held on tightly to his kidnapper's arm and intended to draw the kidnapper into the bedroom for safety. Seeing Xiao Tong voluntarily offer refuge to the murderer, Han Fei frowned deeper, and he suddenly burst forward. Xiao Tong and the stunt double backed away instantly. However, the bedroom door was only so big and they bumped into each other. With viciousness on his face, the stunt double grabbed Xiao Tong and shoved him towards Han Fei. Then he slipped into the bedroom and locked the door. Xiao Tong tripped and fell to the ground. As he looked up and saw the approaching hurricane, which was Han Fei, he crawled backwards and screamed for mercy. Han Fei nudged the screaming Xiao Tong to the side so he could gain access to the bedroom.
Don't be scared. That man is a killer. Like you, I'm one of his hostages.
Han Fei explained quickly to Xiao Tong as he lifted his leg and aimed it at the door lock.
We're both hostages.
Before Xiao Tong could process that peculiar information, he saw Han Fei kick the bedroom door down. The door shook and it fell entirely away from its hinges.
But you are not acting like a hostage at all.
The lock cracked and the door fell. While Xiao Tong was still reeling from shock, Han Fei had already entered the room. Chill winds touched his cheeks. The bedroom window was swinging wide open. The stunt double was standing on the study table beside the window. The man was in a very strange state. There was no fear or panic on his face. In their places instead were numbness and relief. It was like he had suddenly gotten tired of this world and his life. This was different from the man who chased so crazily after Han Fei earlier. It was like he had switched to a different persona. Is the butterfly now in control? A bloody pattern that resembled a butterfly appeared in the actor's eyes. The vessels interweaved deep inside the pupils. The actor was getting more unhinged. He suddenly cackled and then pointed his finger at Han Fei.
Soon, it'll be your turn.
Han Fei already charged towards the man when he crossed the threshold of the room to try to grab the man, but the man did not give him the chance. After he said his last piece, he jumped down from the window. When the stunt double fell through the air, he appeared to gain temporary sentience. Fear gripped his face, and his bloodshot eyes bled with red tears. Standing at the window, perhaps it was an illusion, but Han Fei saw something human-like hug the actor's waist, hiding behind him, dragging him down to the ground. After a while, there came the sound of heavy crashing, followed by people screaming. Standing inside the room, Han Fei turned to examine the empty bedroom. The night wind continued to blow, and it sent chills into Han Fei's heart. A human life was snuffed out just like that. Perhaps for the butterfly, human lives were nothing but pawns and toys. The butterfly likes to manipulate people, and it has no respect for life. It probably sees itself as God and humans are just tools to achieve its goals. In a way, that shows how psychotic the butterfly really is. Xiao Tong from the living room saw the stunt double's suicide too. His screams were truncated by a gasp, and he weakened immediately.
He didn't know what to say. His body was trembling. Each breath he took was cold like there was ice stuck in his lungs.
That man was probably not a normal stunt actor. He was here to kill me.
Han Fei held Xiao Tong up from the ground.
We're both his victims.
A victim had cornered the murderer to the point where he had to kill himself. Xiao Tong leaned against the wall. He still hadn't found the courage to speak. Frantic footsteps came from the corridor as the crew members charged into the room. They immediately saw the frightened Xiao Tong and Han Fei, who stood by the bedroom door. 3 people entered this room, and only 2 remained. The crew members found themselves stopping at the front door. Several minutes later, the police arrived. Li Shui and 2 officers cut through the crowd and came to Han Fei's side. For them, ensuring Han Fei's safety was their most important mission because Han Fei was the key for them to capture the butterfly.
Are you injured?
Li Shui examined Han Fei's body. She only sighed in relief when she couldn't find any wound. However, when she picked up the call from her colleagues stationed on the ground, her expression turned severe.
The stunt actor has lost his vitals. My colleague is looking into his information now.
A murder occurred at the set. This was a very bad omen. The warning the old man gave Han Fei was coming true.
Han Fei.
Director Zhang was breathing heavily when he arrived at the 9th floor. The long climb was taxing for his age.
The camera captured the scene where the man took out the hidden knife. I also bought a copy of the man's acting profile with me.
If just viewed from the result, Han Fei was the one doing the chasing near the end, but in essence, Han Fei was only acting out of self-defense. With the info provided by Director Zhang and the police, Han Fei found out about the stunt double's past. The man was originally a track star, but he was banned due to brawls and drinking problems. He had a temper and a penchant for extreme sports. The sports gave him the adrenaline that he needed. Because of his natural physical prowess and daring nature, he soon made a name for himself in the circle. The man looked innocent enough from Director Zhang's info, but when coupled with the police's info, the character took a sinister turn. The man had 3 former girlfriends, and all 3 had filed domestic violence charges against him. The man was booked for drug use before and was a conspiracy theorist. Reading through the comments he posted online, Han Fei shook his head. The man talked a big game, but he couldn't even grip a plastic knife properly in a fight.
We'll try our best to find out when did he gain contact with the butterfly.
The police planned to bring Han Fei home with them. Director Zhang agreed. The last scene for the day was already done. Han Fei and Bai Xian's stunt double had finished their job. The chase scene couldn't be realer. It looked as if Han Fei was really running for his life, which he was.
Director Zhang, I suggest we move the shoot to the day from now on. Chapter 267 Spider turned the meat-packing factory's living compound into the grave for his 8 personas. Does Butterfly plan to make this place my grave in real life? Just how many more secrets is this crazy thing still hiding? As the cruiser left the set and sped down the highway, the cloud over Han Fei's heart slowly dissipated.
Han Fei, you'll have to watch yourself when you're out. Butterfly has gone far more aggressive than we've ever seen it.
Li Shui said seriously.
The former security guard who tried to murder Huang Yin before has just been found dead. Everyone related to the butterfly started to act erratically. Their already serious mental problems have become more pronounced. What do you mean? All the suspects we know, including Meng Chang'an, started to show symptoms of delusions, fainting spells, and illusions. We've hired experts to examine their brains.
Li Shui took out her phone to show Han Fei several brain scans. All the brain scans showed a large section of pathological deterioration. If you connected all the pathological segments, they would form the shape of an open wing, like that of a butterfly.
The human brain is the most mysterious organ of the human body. We've already conducted neurological treatments on Meng Chang'an and the rest, and managed to stifle the deterioration of their problems. However, since midnight yesterday, their condition suddenly took a dip for the worse.
Midnight yesterday was exactly when Han Fei rescued Spider in the cryptic world and ruined Butterfly's plan at Cattle Alley.
I suspect this is not an isolated issue. Everyone who is affected by Butterfly will act crazier. Under the influence of the butterfly, there's no telling what they might do.
Li Shui warned, but Han Fei couldn't take his eyes away from the brain scans. He looked through a number of them and realized other than Meng Chang'an, there were a few other familiar names. Take, for example, Ming Mei's family of 3. Even though quite some time had passed, Han Fei still remembered the devilish family of 3. To take over the real estate Yingyu's parents left for her, they killed Yingyu, dismembered her, and stuffed her in toy plushies. After the fact, Ming Mei's father tried to go after Jin Jun, the paparazzi, but he was ultimately apprehended by Han Fei.
This family of 3 is related to the butterfly too? Yes, but the pathological changes to their brain are not as complete as Meng Chang'an's. I believe they are failed products that came before Meng Chang'an.
Li Shui answered the question since it was technically Han Fei who helped capture these suspects.
I remember they had employed the insanity plea to escape the judgment of law. How is that coming along? Ming Mei's father has admitted to the crime, but the mother and Ming Mei are still undertaking the latest psychiatric and neurological treatment. They are currently placed under 20 hours of psychological intervention and correction every day so that they would soon come to terms with what they have done.
Li Shui reminded Han Fei of something. He had personally gone to the penitentiary to check up on Ming Mei's family. The doctor who was treating Ming Mei was the student of the psychologist who treated Spider. His name was Wu Hei. The doctor had even provided Director Zhang and the crew with information about Spider when they started to shoot the thriller novelist, and he had been to the living compound in person. The treatment helmet used by Hu Wei is designed by Deep Space, and all the products of Deep Space share the same core server. Ever since he came back from the penitentiary, Han Fei had been trying to draw Ming Mei into the cryptic world. If perfect life was seen as a world, then the sandbox treatment room created by the therapy helmet for Ming Mei was like a bubble in that world. Yingyu still missed Ming Mei greatly, so the latter should have an affinity with spirits. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Han Fei should have no problem using Spiritfarer to summon Ming Mei to the cryptic world.
It's about time I fulfill the promise I gave you.
The tenants at Happiness Neighborhood had had a hard life. Han Fei was sincere to help them take revenge. However, he had been too busy trying to survive to help them. Now he was preparing to head to Ziggurat. With his current power level, he might not return alive. Therefore, he wished to do as much as he could for his neighbors before he departed for Ziggurat. Hopefully I won't get Huang Yin again. Actually, Han Fei himself was confused. According to the system, the chance of Han Fei pulling off a successful Spiritfarer was not that high, but it would work on Huang Yin every time. With the police protection, Han Fei returned to his home safely. He just entered the room when he received a message from Huang Yin. Can you talk now? After closing the door and windows, Han Fei called Huang Yin.
Brother Huang, what is it? I've already prepared all the tools necessary to level up to 30 and to run for honorary city mayor. You're planning to run for the honorary city mayor's title?
Han Fei was startled to hear that. This was a big step for Brother Huang.
Honorary city mayor has no actual power, but it comes with many hidden perks. It's one of the harder titles to gain in-game. I plan to start my campaign at level 1 and grab the title before level 80. It'll take that long?
Han Fei shook his head. His expectation was dampened somewhat.
When I chatted with you before, you gave me a lot of tips. Instead of trying to endear myself to the mayor, I might as well become the mayor. I think you'll have a smoother path to become the mayor in the cryptic world. No one will compete for the seat with you here.
Han Fei chatted some more. He told Huang Yin to collect some useful skill books. Cryptic World had a lot of resources, but perhaps because of the nature of the population, there were not many skill books that contained talent learnable by living humans. It was why Han Fei still relied on passive skills until now. After hanging up, Han Fei scrounged up something simple to eat, and then he picked up the books to read. It was to imagine that such a bookworm would be a butcher wearing an animalistic mask, dripping in blood, armed with a butcher's knife in the cryptic world. At midnight, Han Fei connected all the wires and put on the helmet. Red fell, and he opened his eyes in the darkness. The paper dolls looked at him emotionlessly, and the chill seeped into his skin. Han Fei appeared inside the convenience store's warehouse. He found Drake and asked for the store update. After Han Fei became the boss, the items on sale flew off the shelves because the wandering spirits kept coming to barter them away. Unlike the paper doll boss, Han Fei did not have the ability to seal the spirits inside objects and create new stock out of flesh and curse. Therefore, Yiming convenience store was running lower and lower on stock.
Boss, I have to say you're running this shop like a charity. Profit is not your intention. At least we've managed to get the shop's name out. People will not be that afraid to come to us in the future. If the sales have managed to cleanse our previous reputation, then it's already worth it.
Han Fei walked into the storage room, and he was quite flummoxed when he saw the room filled with whales of souls trapped inside various items and flesh. The previous boss knew how to turn these things into cursed food or weapons, but Han Fei was not that talented.
We'll eventually figure out a way to use these things. If the storage ever becomes too full, then go bring Su Qin's pet over and feed some to it.
With the Black Anaconda, Han Fei lived a life of zero waste. He returned to Happiness Neighborhood. Han Fei first greeted Wei Youfu before he led Weep to the center of the neighborhood. If he used Spiritfarer here, then the target would only appear inside the neighborhood. No matter what the thing was, Han Fei had confidence that they could be controlled with the help of the entire neighborhood. After having Weep step back, Han Fei stood in the shadows of the apartment buildings and opened his menu. His eyes focused on a specific spot, and his lips moved to recite.
Spiritfarer.
Endless hands pried the menu open from the middle. Blood waves lapped at Han Fei, and the man found himself standing before the gate of death. Chapter 268 Deep Space Text Therapy Helmet could manifest the patient's internal world using actual objects and colors. Mingmei had stayed for a long time in this colorful room. Her inner self was very different from her surface self. She was a very well-hidden, crazy little girl. She had no idea when she became this creature. Perhaps it was familial influence, or it was something she had done when she was small.
She is inside the fluffy cat, fluffy dog, fluffy bear. The past memories surfaced in her mind. She felt fear, but not a shred of guilt or regret. Curling at the corner of the room, she hid her real self deep inside her heart as she mumbled some strange sentences on her lips. This was her disguise and haven. As long as she remained uncommunicative, she could hide here forever. She wasn't legally an adult, and she had mental problems. The main culprit was her father, She was just a child during the case. What really could a child like her do? Leaning against the wall, Mingmei had no idea how long she had stayed here, but she did know that she was safe. The intensely vibrant colors made Mingmei look so inconspicuous. No one would have connected this cowering little girl to that horrible murder. Hugging her knees, everything would pass if she stayed silent. Closing her eyes, Mingmei was about to drift off to sleep in this colorful room when she felt a deep chill. It felt like a dead body had come to strangle her. Her eyes flew open and Mingmei realized the colorful walls had fallen away. Instead, she was inside a dim room. There was paper money on the floor, damaged furniture in the room, and a broken ceremonial urn at the corner. Where am I? The therapy helmet can construct such realistic scenes. Mingmei stood up from the corner of the wall and looked around anxiously. Everything felt so real. The therapy helmet can only reconstruct places from my memory, but I'm sure I've never been to this place. Mingmei still acted quite confused inside this strange room. She was very clever. She was worried that this was a new technique employed by the police. She placed her fingers on the cracked wall when she heard a crisp sound coming from behind her. She turned to look and saw that the old anti-theft door had been opened without her realizing it. The lights in the corridor did not turn on. Shards of mirror lingered on the ground. Each of them seemed to be reflecting something different. There's someone else here? Mingmei backed away looking at the dark and eerie corridor. Her heart started to race as fear and anxiety expanded within her. There appeared to be someone staring at her from the dark. The fear caused chills to run all over her body. Her exposed heels suddenly chilled. Mingmei looked down and realized she had stepped on a thick stack of yellowed paper money. Did I step on some bugs? Summoning her courage, Mingmei reached out to slowly peel the paper money away. A brightly painted red face appeared before her. A paper doll? Being stared at by the doll, Mingmei had this strange feeling that the doll was smiling at her. Her chest dulled with suffocation. Mingmei tried to grab hold of something to try to make herself calm down. Mingmei moved about, but she realized no matter where she went, the paper doll on the ground appeared to be following her. The papery eyes, faces, and the intensely red paint on the face, they were branded into her mind. She knocked into the corner of the room, and suddenly crying drifted into her ears. Mingmei immediately turned around, but saw only a wall behind her. The crying comes from the other side of this wall. There's a child behind this. Mingmei didn't dare to leave the room. Stepping through the paper money, she nudged her way towards the bedroom. She creaked open the bedroom door slowly, and Mingmei looked into the bedroom. Is someone here?
There was no one inside the empty bedroom, but the crying refused to stop.
Is someone here? Who's inside the house?
Mingmei's body couldn't stop trembling. There was no one in the living room and bedroom. Could the crying have come from inside the wall? Looking at the cracked wall, Mingmei's eyes slowly moved upwards. When she saw the ceiling, her entire person was stunned, and then inexplicable terror exploded in her mind. The ceiling was covered in children's handprints, and there were more and more of them. They were moving as if there were invisible children crawling towards her. With a scream, Mingmei escaped from the room. The handprints chased after her. They didn't plan to let her go that easily. In her panic, Mingmei stumbled her way up the stairs. Fear was like an invisible hand closing around her neck, and it had started to squeeze.
Where's this place? Why am I here?
The handprints slowly gained up on her. A giant shadow was also rapidly approaching from the dark. Mingmei's eyes scanned the closed doors as she ran for her life. She was unsettled by the many different sounds coming from the rooms. There was laughing, crying, chopping, and munching. She pleaded weakly for help, but no one came to her rescue. She stumbled and fell until her limbs were wounded and bruised. She half-crawled, half-rolled up the stairs, fear dominating every nerve ending in her body. She did not dare to stop. She knocked on every door that she passed. She wanted to find a refuge, someone to come help her. The children's crying and laughing descended upon her, and she felt an extra weight on her back. Their faces were pale. They were laughing and crying as they pulled on Mingmei's hair and pinched her skin. It was like they were trying to crawl into her body. Mingmei missed a step, and she rolled down from the stairs. Her arms were wounded, and her previously clean face was stained with dust and blood. It was not until she fell that she realized how bloody the stairs were. Just how long would it take to make such a thick crust of blood? She realized she didn't need to know the answer. Mingmei climbed up with a scream and crawled up the stairs on all fours.
Is someone there? Help me, please. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She reached the 8th floor and finally spotted a door which was half open. The door looked quite familiar, but it was not the time to stop and think. She ran into the room. She used the fastest speed to lock the heavy anti-theft door. With her hands on the door handle, her body still shook nonstop. The strange sounds slowly faded away. Mingmei leaned on the wall and looked through the peephole to make sure. When her eye aligned with the lens, she saw there was only whiteness staring back at her. Just when she thought that was a white stain, the whiteness suddenly moved, and then a black pupil turned over. There was a living eyeball inside the peephole. Mingmei fell back from the shock. She landed on the ground. Before her mind could get over that fear, her hands touched something. She turned her head to look and saw the torn toy plushies that scattered all around her. The brown fur was surprisingly pointy. These things felt very familiar to Mingmei, but she couldn't place them at first notice. She pinched the fur, and Mingmei lifted her eyes to take in the living room.
Wait, this place.
A terrifying familiarity overwhelmed her. Mingmei couldn't believe it, but she was back in her own home. She was familiar with everything within her sight, but the only question was, why were there 4 pairs of shoes at the shoe rack? With her eyes locked on the extra pair of shoes, the name that refused to leave her memory surfaced to her lips.
Ingyu?
Suddenly footfalls came from inside the room. Mingmei sprung up from the ground. She pulled at her hair like she was trying to yank them out.
Impossible.
The room looked just like how it did many years ago, the day when they killed Ingyu. The broken pieces of toy plushies littered everywhere. Each of them was stuffed with a bloody mess. With shivering steps, Mingmei walked towards her own bedroom. Her pink princess bedroom was dominated by dolls, and right in the middle of the dolls, there was a little girl sitting among them. The girl too looked like one of the dolls. She sat there quietly, looking at the aquarium next to the bed. Mingmei had once poured Ingyu's parents' cornea into the aquarium and then refilled the vials with the water from the aquarium. She had done all these disgusting things, but that should be a secret between herself and the dead Ingyu. So how did all of these get reconstructed so many years later? Mingmei's face was distorted from fear. Right at that moment, the little girl sitting among the dolls slowly turned her head around. Her pale face was cute and innocent, but instead of eyes, she had 2 black holes.
Mingmei, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally here to play with me.
When the familiar voice entered her ears, Mingmei's heart almost stopped. She charged towards the door like crazy, but no matter what she did, the anti-theft door refused to open. The toys inside the room started to move on their own. Eyes blinked open from every corner of the room. Ingyu materialized inside the living room. Her 2 hollowed eyes stared at Mingmei.
Where's your father and mother? Remember, your family will not let me out of your sight. So where are they now?
All the eyes inside the house of eyes opened. Mingmei's heart-wrenching screams echoed inside the room. Half an hour later, the door to Ingyu's house opened. Han Fei was standing quietly beside the door. Mingmei was gone, but there appeared to be a few more plushies inside the room. Ingyu stood numbly in the living room. She only lifted her head when Han Fei entered the room.
Were you satisfied with my present?
Han Fei knelt down before Ingyu and looked at her with heartache.
Since I've given you my promise, I will get it done. Chapter 269. 2 rows of blood tears trickled out from the black hollows as Ingyu was reminded of her painful past. Using soul-depth touch, Han Fei helped Ingyu wipe away her tears. He didn't say anything more. It was also not an occasion for words.
Notification for player 0000. You fulfilled the promise to Ingyu. Friendliness level with Ingyu increases by 20. Notification for player 0000. Your action has been witnessed by all the residents of Happiness Neighborhood. Your action brought them a bit of hope. Friendliness level with all the tenants of Happiness Neighborhood increases by 1.
Ingyu, who stood before Han Fei, did not look like a girl at all. She was more like a lost girl who had found her family again. Ingyu held on to Han Fei's clothes to signal for him to stay a bit longer while she walked towards her bedroom. She eventually returned with some old woolen dolls.
I think you better keep these dolls,
Han Fei said. He didn't help Ingyu because he wanted a reward. Hearing Han Fei's rejection, Ingyu shook her head stubbornly and then tore open the dolls' bodies. She shoved the evil energy inside them into Han Fei's ghost tattoo.
Notification for player 0000. Grade G Beginner Skill. Ghost Tattoo has absorbed sufficient negative emotion and resentment. Skill has skipped level to upgrade to Advanced Level Ghost Tattoo. Ghost Tattoo. Several spirits are hidden inside your tattoo. They are sealed there on the surface of your skin by Yu through her unique method. They can help you block the negative influence of curses, incoming attacks, and absorbing negative energy waves. Warning: Ghost Tattoo can continue to be upgraded. If you manage to trap special type spirits inside it, Ghost Tattoo has a small chance of gaining special abilities.
Ghost Tattoo at beginner's level already helped Han Fei a lot. Without the protection of the tattoo, Han Fei's skin would corrupt when brushing into spirits, much less having close contact with them. Upgrading Ghost Tattoo exhausted Yu greatly. Her body was significantly weaker than before. But compared to physical weakness, her cold heart appeared to regain some warmth. When he left Yu's place, Han Fei touched the tattoo on his skin. He could feel the energy coursing through it. When he passed the 7th floor, Han Fei was still studying the ghost tattoo, and the door to the Mirror God's room swung open. The Mirror God at Building 1 and the Spectral Dog at Building 2 were the earliest tenants at Happiness Neighborhood. When the singer entered Building 1, only the Mirror God was left unscathed. That showed how powerful it was. During Han Fei's earlier missions, he almost died in Mirror God's hands, so even after he became the building manager, he rarely returned to that room. To his surprise, now the door of that room opened on its own as if inviting him. With some consternation, Han Fei stood where he was. He didn't dare to move too carelessly. Just as Han Fei considered going upstairs to getting Yu to accompany him past the 7th floor, a mirror which was placed inside the room, facing Han Fei, started to bleed. Then the blood coagulated into a sentence.
You've helped many tenants here. If possible, do you mind helping me too?
Seeing the blood message, Han Fei was first startled before it dawned on him. With his rescue of Su Qin and completion of his promise to Yu, Han Fei had gained an increased friendliness level with all the tenants, and that must have included the Mirror God as well.
Of course.
Han Fei agreed without hesitation. The Mirror God was itself a mysterious cursed object. To get to Ziggurat, Han Fei needed all the help he could get. With Su Qin and Mirror God with him, it would make his life much easier.
I need you to help me find a body. I've been staying in the mirrors for much too long already.
When the new blood message appeared on the mirror, Han Fei received a new system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F Hidden Mission, Mirror God's Request. Mirror God's Request. The mirror at Happiness Neighborhood's 7th floor came into being almost at the same time as the neighborhood did. He knows a lot of secrets and possesses very unique powers. If you are willing to help him find a suitable vessel, then you'll gain his friendship and help. The mission has no time limit, but the vessel you find must be up to the Mirror God standard. Perhaps you can offer your own body to try.
Hearing the notification, Han Fei was shocked. This was a Grade F hidden mission.
You're a tenant here, so naturally, I'll do my best to help you fulfill your request. I've been cursed by the people from Ziggurat. I might need to head there after 7 days. That might not be enough time for me to find you a suitable body.
Han Fei said, but he had actually accepted the mission. After all, this was a mission with no time limit. He had nothing to lose.
You're willing to help me. That's enough.
The blood on the mirror slowly disappeared. Everything returned to normal, but the system told Han Fei that his friendliness level with the Mirror God had increased by another 3 points.
I will help you if I can. After all, you are part of the big family too.
Closing the door on the 7th floor, Han Fei came back to the ground floor. He was prepared to start his communication with Huang Yin. After completing Jin Sheng's manager mission, Han Fei's Spirit Farer talent upgraded. He could now use it twice every night. However, his resurrection talent could only be used once per night. In other words, Han Fei could drag 2 people down into the cryptic world in one night, but only sent one back. Walking into the shadows of the building, Han Fei activated Spirit Farer again. Different from when he summoned Ming Mei, the ghost face that represented Huang Yin felt like he couldn't wait to come back to the cryptic world. As the ghost face morphed into a blood fish and swam towards the surface, Han Fei spotted giant shadows that coursed through the depths of the Red Sea. He wondered if he continued to strengthen Spirit Farer, would he one day be able to pull out the deep-sea monsters from the Blood Sea?
Perhaps I can consider pulling an uncontrollable Blood Sea creature at Ziggurat. That'll surprise the butterfly. A flash later, Huang Yin's familiar scream came from Building 2. Han Fei shook his head with a bitter smile as he led Weep towards Building 2. Following the soul-crushing screams, Han Fei found Huang Yin on the 3rd floor of Building 2. When he arrived, The impossibly slim Li's eye had twined around Huang Yin's neck. He sniffed Huang Yin carefully and mumbled, "Black on the forehead, red in the eyes, misfortune between the brows. Your chakra cannot be worse. You are destined for tragedies and misfortunes. It is destined that you are to meet us brothers."
A man had curled around his neck like a snake. It was understandable why Huang Yin almost died from fright. He thought he had already trained his courage, but he realized his training was still not enough.
You are born with misfortune and eventually become a doctor because it's easier for you to cure yourself after endless strings of illnesses. It's extremely rare to come across someone who is absolutely devoid of luck.
Li Zai still had more to say, but Han Fei pulled him away. Huang Yin was his only friend. If he was scared witless, who was going to help him?
Brother Huang, are you all right? I'm okay.
Huang Yin stuttered as he slithered behind Han Fei. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to meet Li Zai's eyes.
This is Li Zai. You two have met before. He means you no harm. Han Fei made the introduction before he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Huang, did you bring the things I asked you to?
Chapter 270.
Have we met?
Huang Yin's mind was blank. He was becoming more and more impressed by Han Fei. He managed to thrive at a place filled with monsters and ghosts. That was crazy.
It doesn't really matter now. You'll have more chances to get to know each other in the future. Let's head back to Building 1 first.
Han Fei waved, and then moved to help the weakened Huang Yin stumble back to the other building. He used the key left by the previous manager and opened the door to room 1041.
Brother Huang, this will be your room from now on. You can place all the mission objects here if you want. You found me a room?
Huang Yin just arrived, and he was already given real estate. He was shocked by Han Fei's generosity.
See if you find this place comfortable. If you don't like it, I can find a new place for you. This place is all right.
Huang Yin entered the room and opened his inventory, which was maximized to store infinity items.
I've wrangled some nice skill books for you from the surface world's black market. You should be able to use them.
Then he handed the books to Han Fei.
Intermediate rock climbing, tips and tricks to scuba diving, introduction to lock picking, wilderness survival manual, how to thrive in extreme environment, basics of wireless communication, strategies of war and amphibious warfare. Browsing through the skill books, Han Fei believed Huang Yin had learned from his previous lessons. He didn't purchase anything related to the occult or religion, but it seemed like he planned to turn Han Fei into some kind of super soldier. These skill books looked useful, but only to a certain extent. For players of Perfect Life, whenever they wanted to learn a new skill, they had to unlock the beginner's level through actual training and application first. Only then they could rely on skill points to level them. After some consideration, Han Fei settled for skill books related to emergency rescue, rock climbing, diving, and manufacturing of basic tools. After reading these books, he would need to attempt a lot of things before he could unlock the actual skill in his skill tab. In this world, practice really did make perfect. However, compared to players in the surface world, Han Fei had a unique advantage. There were a lot of missions available in the cryptic world, and there was no one else to steal them away from him. The missions also often offered great rewards, so it was not hard for him to come into skill points. In the future, he might become an actor proficient in various skills. While Han Fei perused through the skill books, Huang Yin was like a busy bee, unloading the various mission objects from his inventory. He was a very cautious and detail-orientated person. He had already categorized all the items before he arrived. After Perfect Life entered OB, with these items, he would level up quickly. He could even skip through some of the mission tedium. Even a professional gaming studio wouldn't be able to compete with him. Han Fei didn't disturb Huang in seeing how busy the man was. He left the room and gathered all the tenants who were willing to leave the neighborhood. He planned to go for another outing. The doctor had amassed a lot of outsiders at Cattle Alley. Most of them resided around Cattle Alley. Now that they were injured, this was the perfect time to visit them. Han Fei was under great tension. He needed to infiltrate the ziggurat in 7 days, and during this period, he needed to help Su Qin mend her wounds and find as much help as he could. After everyone was present, Han Fei took out Cattle Mask and Rest in Peace from his inventory and returned to the 4th floor.
Brother Huang, are you ready? I'm supposed to send you back now.
Huang Yin shivered when he heard Han Fei's voice. He knew Han Fei meant him no harm, but still he couldn't control his body. His eyes leaped behind Han Fei and took in the neighbors who stood behind him. Huang Yin's face twitched. He had a hard time imagining Han Fei was a popular celebrity in real life. Is this what we call a true actor? Many idol artists put on shimmering outfits and strode down red carpets. They were surrounded by screaming fans with banners and lights. They were always surrounded by the cacophony of their fans calling their name. A real actor wore a mask, held a knife, and stood in blood. He was surrounded by monsters of varying nature. Everyone was pale and ghastly as they tried to suppress the madness and bloodlust within them. Forcing a smile, Huang Yin's legs shook. No matter how many times he experienced this, he couldn't get used to it. He had no idea whether he was the abnormal one or Han Fei was.
Before the game enters OB, you should bring as many useful items as you can from the surface world. We might not have this chance anymore in the future.
After saying that, Han Fei closed the door and used the resurrection skill on Huang Yin. When the menu returned to normal, Huang Yin was gone. The tired Han Fei took a deep breath, put on the mask, and left the room.
Let's go.
They moved out from the building. When they exited Happiness Neighborhood, Han Fei had Weep pull the vet out from the urn. The vet was charmed by the doctor and attacked Su Qin at Cattle Alley. His talent was to control sewn-together pets. He was a rather special lingering spirit. Before the vet could speak, he already saw the army of ghosts. Instantly, he lost the will to fight.
Where's your home?
Han Fei's icy voice came from under the mask. It sounded scary.
I own a pet store, but if I go back now, I'll be killed.
The vet was still quite rational, and he answered Han Fei honestly.
You'll be killed?
I did own the shop, but the shop is now controlled by a monster pieced together by pet carcasses. It has gotten too strong for me to control, and it likes to turn humans into pets.
The vet shivered like he was reminded of something horrible.
It was not easy for me to escape from there.
When Han Fei headed towards Cattle Alley the first time, he passed by the pet shop. At the time, both Drake and Weep warned him from going near it.
It was you who created this new owner? Yes. Does it have any weaknesses? The vet thought for a long time before he said, I did leave behind a fail-safe mechanism when I worked on its heart. It has a tough exterior, but a very weak heart. Once you destroy its heart, it will weaken tremendously, but it won't be easy to kill it due to how intensely vital it is.
The way the vet described the monster piqued Han Fei's interest. With a plan made, Han Fei had all the neighbors enter Weep's urn, and then he walked down the street alone hugging the urn.
We're all situated on the same street, but I can't say I know the other business owners. I should try to befriend some of them on this trip.
Walking down the street with Weep's urn, Han Fei felt comfortable. He fitted in perfectly with the dark and gloomy city. It was like he was born here. After dealing with a few curious pedestrians, Han Fei finally arrived at the pet shop. The windows were pasted with various pet pictures. They looked cute.
Is the business open?
Hugging the urn, Han Fei entered the shop. The interior was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Most of the partitions were knocked down. The few doors had their locks removed. A lot of animal fur was left on the ground and various cages sat at the corners. However, the cages were all empty. It felt weird stepping on the carpet of fur. Han Fei moved into the shop and towards the door that led to the back of the storefront. A weak dog's whimper entered his ears. But when Han Fei turned to the sound, the eyes under the mask narrowed. The cage contained not animals, but fading spirits. Han Fei pulled away the black cloth that covered the cages. The meowing and barking surrounded his ears, but there were no cats and dogs. Instead, there were only lingering spirits and animated regrets. They were locked inside the cages. Their minds were so muddled that they really saw themselves as real kept pets. Chapter 271.
The pets inside the pet shop are all humans?
Taking in the large cages and the human spirits inside them, a surreal feeling overwhelmed Han Fei. Normally, humans domesticated animals as pets. This was the first time he had seen domesticated humans as pets. Each of the cages came with a tag that recorded the spirit's age, nature, personality. It was all very professional. Han Fei had Weep summoned the vet out from the urn. When the vet in tattered robe appeared inside the shop, his face paled immediately.
You guys really came here? We need to leave now. If it discovers us, we won't have the chance to escape.
The vet gripped Han Fei and hissed desperately.
Is there still hope for the souls inside these cages?
The caged spirits had human appearance, but they saw themselves as pets. They seemed to have surrendered fully and accepted their pet role.
No, they volunteered to be pets. Furthermore, they'll be safer as pets here than wandering around outside.
The vet was being very realistic. Even though the caged spirits had lost their freedom and had regressed to animals, At least they gained the protection from the shop owner. They were safe. As long as they could survive, being a pet was not so bad.
Open the cages. If they are willing, then they can come with us. They should at least be given the freedom of choice.
Even in the dangerous cryptic world, Han Fei held on to his principle. He never actively hurt others. He only countered out of self-defense.
You'll be the death of us all.
With no other option, the vet opened the cages. If not for Weep keeping an eye on him, he would have escaped already. When the cages were unlocked, the spirits inside showed no happiness or gratitude. They looked on numbly. Like trained pets, they didn't dare to walk out from the cages. If anything, they cowered deeper into the cages as if knowing the cages were a safer place than the outside world. Han Fei shrugged and walked past the 2 rows of cages and into the shop. Pushing open the reinforced door, Han Fei was instantly greeted by intense roars and sounds of steel chains clanking against each other. He turned to the sound and saw that the deepest door at the pet store was deep red in color. Thick carpet of animal fur and flesh covered the ground. Several large cages covered with black cloth lined the walls. A large metallic table stained with blood stood in the middle of the room.
Normally I train and sew the wounds of the pets here. But now this place has been taken over by it.
The vet didn't dare to enter the room. He was very afraid of this place. Having his neighbors be on their guard, Han Fei pulled off the black cloth from one of the cages. As the cloth fell to the ground, a man covered in burn wounds and had a butterfly tattoo on his chest appeared before them. He was about 2 meters tall, and he kept ramming into his cage. The man was as powerful as a medium lingering spirit. His eyes were red and his mouth drooling with saliva. A normal chain wouldn't be able to apprehend him, but the chains at the pet store appeared to be different from normal. They were sticky with pet fur and blood. Disfigured souls wound around them.
The pet shop owner dares to imprison butterflies people?
Han Fei pulled out Rest in Peace when he saw the familiar butterfly tattoo.
I'll put this thing to rest, and then take the chains and cage back home with me. They appear to be cursed objects too.
While Han Fei considered the logistics, crying came from the urn. The muscular man in the cage growled louder. All the chains around him pulled tight.
It's over now. It's coming. We've been discovered.
The vet's face was ashen. He fidgeted about, unable to find a place to hide. Putting on the cattle mask, Han Fei stared quietly at the door, preparing for battle. A bloody wind picked up inside the room. There were no footsteps, but instead there was a speaking voice that came from outside. It was strange, like the speaker had just learned how to speak.
No matter the type of pet you keep, they have to be vaccinated to prevent the spread of disease.
The curtains of the corridor were pulled back. A human, holding a syringe and covered in animal fur appeared in Han Fei's sight. The monster had a feline face while its body was made into human shape from dead pets.
This is a pet I created out of accident, an undead presence. The vet said with despair. The monster in the corridor repeated the statement. Its pronunciation was off like it had just learned how to use languages. It did not think much after seeing the open cages. Instead, it reached into one of the cages, grabbed the spirit out, and stuck the syringe into the spirit's neck. The black liquid was injected into the spirit. After it collapsed on the ground, the spirit became even more like an animal. The last bit of humanity was vanquished. Pulling out the syringe, the monster turned to Han Fei. Its mouth split into a line, like it was grinning.
Animals have the tendency to bond with their kin, but be careful not to let your pet interact too deeply with wild animals to prevent spread of diseases.
While mumbling these strange axioms, the thing suddenly burst with speed. Han Fei felt the draft blow at him, and then his body was pushed away by an unknown force. When Han Fei came to, he noticed Weep was standing at the spot he occupied earlier. Weep's body protruded with despairing needles. The monster had materialized inside the room. Its arm was injured by Weep, and lingering despair seeped through its wound. It can move that fast? Han Fei's physique was not on the same level as the beast. Without his neighbor, he'd be dead already. No wonder Weep and Drake had him stay away from the pet shop back then. They were indeed not strong enough to take on such a threat. Turning its head to look at the spines in its arm, the cat face yawned its maw, and its barbed tongue licked at the despair-filled needles. Then it sought out from its fur pocket a syringe filled with red liquid.
If you're accidentally scratched or bitten by your pets, you have to seek medical attention immediately and ask for vaccination.
Then it plunged the syringe into its neck. The black vessels pounded around its neck. The feline creature's body suddenly bloated. Its slightly cute face turned feral. This was its true nature. When the monster went berserk, Han Fei suddenly received a system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade G Hidden Mission, Adopt a Pet.
With a job comes the stress of the working life. Adopting a pet can help provide you with spiritual support, adjust your emotions, and relieve your stress. A good pet can turn into a good life partner. It is a great source for one to find happiness and bliss. Look at how obedient and cute this little kitty is. Don't you feel your stress melting away just looking at it?
Taking in the 3 meters tall little kitty with Frankenstein-like suturing marks all over its body. A kitty, where its fangs were so long that they pierced through its jaw. Han Fei's eyes twitched involuntarily. Chapter 272. This thing is such a mixed species that one has to doubt if people can tell it's supposed to be a cat. Han Fei accepted the mission, but he couldn't tell who was supposed to be the pet here. The pet shop owner was strong enough to entrap a medium lingering spirit, so it had to be stronger than that. Weep wouldn't be able to handle it alone. To ensure that there was no accident, Han Fei summoned all of his neighbors from inside the urn. If they couldn't win with strength, then they would win with numbers. If the neighbors were not enough, Han Fei still had other reinforcements. The shrill cries engulfed the pet store. Li's eye stretched to unleash his brother, Li Hua. After their adventure at Cattle Alley, Han Fei's neighbors all experienced a categorical improvement.
Meat. I need more meat.
Glowing with red eyes, Li Hua's skin was covered in blood. He was a literal manifestation of misfortune and tragedy. The fists that were bigger than an adult smashed heavily. He charged at the cat-faced monster like the Hulk. Li Hua had no feeling of fear. Before this, the tenants at Happiness Neighborhood stayed in their own rooms and had no communication, but with Han Fei's help, the former strangers had started to accept each other and knew how to work in a team. That was extremely rare in the cryptic world. Li Hua was the tank, while Weep used his cries to interrupt the enemy to limit their movements. Drake guarded beside Han Fei. He gathered power in his hands. He looked for an opportunity to grapple the enemy so that Han Fei could deliver the final cut. The neighbors worked perfectly together, but they had underestimated the terror of the monster. Each of the creature's fur was bristling with curses. Its soul and heart were pieced together. In a way, it was similar to Su Qin. The difference was Su Qin was made from curses, while this monster was made from souls and flesh of humans and animals. Weep's despair mainly worked on spirits, which this monster was not. Instead, it operated on an intense hatred targeted at humans. If this monster was allowed a free rein, it would eventually seek breakthrough to become a pure hatred. The cat-faced monster and Li Hua slammed into each other. The threads on the monster's body unraveled. Pieces of animal carcasses fell out, and the animal souls were still crying inside the carcasses. Li Hua didn't fare much better. The cat-faced monster had left a large gash that tore through his chest. Through the wound, one could even see Li's eye, who was slumbering inside Li Hua. Both the monster and Li Hua were injured, but while Li Hua's wounds worsened, the injury on the monster was rapidly recovering. In terms of self-healing, Li Hua was slower than the creature. This cat-faced monster was immune to emotional and psychological attack. Its body was indestructible. Its speed and strength overwhelmed everyone present, and it could heal rapidly. Other than a lack of intelligence, this creature had no weakness.
Drake, go and help them.
Han Fei retreated once more, but he kept his eyes on the monster's heart. The wounds there did not heal, there were minor cuts. The monster is the owner of this place. It has the local advantage. We need to finish this battle as soon as possible. As the black anaconda crawled into the ghost tattoo, Han Fei's body temperature plummeted. Resisting the inhuman pain, Han Fei gained an increase in stamina and defense. Energy coated his body, and Han Fei, with masterful cold steel mastery, gripped the hilt of the blade. He put down the urn and focused on the 3 neighbors who surrounded the cat-faced monster. Slowing his breath, Han Fei adjusted his fingers that held the blade. As the monster was rammed into the wall by Li Hua and lost its balance, Han Fei darted out. Han Fei's narrowed pupils targeted the creature's heart. Han Fei slipped through the 3 lingering spirits and delivered a deep cut.
Rest in peace.
The blade materialized with a glow. Like a shooting star, it cut through the monster's chest. Blood splattered as the wound on the chest was torn open. The souls trapped inside its body immediately escaped. It's still alive? This opportunity did not come easy to Han Fei, but probably because the monster rarely killed, so Rest in Peace was unable to deliver a fatal blow. Holding its open chest, the cat-faced monster slowed down. As the wounds increased on its body and Han Fei thought victory was theirs, the monster's lips suddenly broke into a human-like smile. It took a glance at Han Fei. It was a strange feeling like you woke up to your pet tiger smiling at you in the middle of the night. The mouth covered in fur slowly opened to recite another strange direction.
If you have the habit of playing with pets, be cautious of hygiene. You have to bathe your pets often, and you yourself have to constantly wash your hands, take showers, and change clothes.
Then its hands grabbed at the wound around the chest and pulled with full might. The horrid sound of skin tearing entered Han Fei's ears. After the cat-faced monster shed the wounded skin, there was another brand new body underneath. The redness on its fur was more brilliant, its fangs and claws sharper than before. The wounds have healed. Han Fei couldn't believe his eyes. Other than the wounds left by Rest in Peace, the other wounds had all disappeared like the monster had been rebirthed. Each shedding of its skin will grant it new life. Han Fei shot a glance at the vet. Clearly the man knew about this, but he didn't tell Han Fei.
What kind of monster have you created here?
Currently, the vet was cowering at the corner. It appeared like he had been scared witness. After tearing off the skin, the hatred inside the cat-faced monster intensified. The vet had everything to do with its current status. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of horrid torture and experimentations had been done on it to become a monster like this. The reborn monster was so fast that Li Hua and Drake couldn't catch up with it. Their bodies started to hurt and injure. Of the three neighbors, only Weep wasn't affected. The often ignored boy was slowly narrowing down his despair and cries. While no one was paying him any attention, he was slowly creating a cage out of despair. Li Hua and Drake were fighting as best as they could. Weep was at a critical point as well. None of the neighbors could afford to be distracted, and it was this moment that the vet at the corner started to move. He silenced his presence and used the fragmented pig's mask to cover his face. The vet had a wonderful plan. While everyone was caught in the battle, he would sneak away. To achieve that goal, he only gave partial info to Han Fei about the cat-faced monster. As he approached the door, malice crossed the vet's eyes. He stole a look back. He saw Han Fei clutch his fingers around the butcher's knife. Have fun with my creation. It won't die no matter how many times you kill it. The vet cursed Han Fei. He saw Han Fei raise the butcher's knife that struck fear in his heart, but instead of charging at the cat-faced monster, the man charged at him. What? The vet's glee was severed along with his arm. When he felt the pain that gripped his soul, his face wrenched with disbelief. Even though the cat-faced monster was bearing down on him, Han Fei decided to go after the vet first.
Have you lost your mind?
Han Fei leaped to close the door. The weakened vet had to edge back to the room to avoid Han Fei. At that moment, Drake, who should be fighting the cat-faced monster, suddenly reached towards the vet's face. The already fragile mask shattered. The vet's presence exploded. He immediately sensed the hostility on him. Sensing his presence, the cat-faced monster stopped attacking the others. Its red eyes locked onto the vet. Before the vet could recover, both Drake and Han Fei joined to attack him again. They forced him to a corner and then quickly leaped back as the cat-faced monster charged at the vet. The human and pet met again. Weep had successfully finished the last step of weaving the cage. The threads braided from despair trapped the vet and the cat-faced monster inside them. The vet wanted to use Han Fei to buy time for him to escape, while Han Fei used the vet as bait to lead the monster into the cage of despair.
Do you think I've forgotten about what you did to Su Qin at the house of the butcher?
Han Fei told the vet who was trapped inside the cage with his creation.
I originally planned to give you a chance to redeem yourself, but you've shown that you do not deserve a second chance.
The cat-faced monster growled angrily. Han Fei opened Weep's urn again, and many eyes blinked open inside the pet store. After getting Han Fei's present, Ingyu agreed to his invitation this time and followed him out of Happiness Neighborhood. Chapter 273. Ingyu was Han Fei's trump card. The little girl had never really unleashed her full power before Han Fei, so no one really knew the true extent of her power. As the eyes opened inside the room, an indescribable pressure enveloped everyone present. The cat-faced monster inside the cage of despair felt it as well. It threw the dying vet to the ground and looked around with alert. Being the center of all the scrutiny, Ingyu walked out from absolute darkness, twisting the light as she went. Her small body contained a power distinct from other lingering spirits. The two dark hollows stared transfixed at the cat-faced monster. Black blood leaked out from her skin. As Ingyu lifted her hands towards the cage, all the eyes bled. A red world appeared hidden inside the endless darkness. As you met her gaze, you would be sucked into that darkness. Ingyu, who lived forever in darkness and had never been touched by light, had constructed a world from fear and torture in her mind. There was no light and love there, definitely no love and friends. There was only an endless sea of pain. The cat-faced monster wailed as it used its sharp claws to puncture its brain. It could feel something trying to leave its brain, but it was unable to stop it. Its desperation only caused more wounds to appear on its body. This was the first time Han Fei saw Ingyu fight with her full force. Ingyu's power was very unique. It was not a curse or a psychological torment. It did not contain energy or negative emotions. She appeared to be able to pull her victim's consciousness into the world inside her eyes. Both parties were equally powerful. Ingyu's body trembled. Seeing that, Han Fei ordered the other neighbors to help her. Weep morphed the cage into chains. Liho attacked from the front, while Han Fei used rest and peace to add more wounds on the cat-faced monster's body. The five of us should be able to defeat it now. As more wounds appeared on its body, the cat-faced monster pierced its claws under its skin and tore off another layer. Its presence became more foreboding, but the wounds caused by rest and peace remained. With a loud growl, its eyes bled with blood. Ingyu's body was reflected in its eyes like she was the only thing it could see now. The arteries under its skin pulsed. The monster rose to full height. Instead of attacking anymore, it slammed its fist into the floor. The floor cracked. Horrible scent of blood and decomposition drifted out from the ground. The pet store has a basement. The revealed basement was frightening to say the least. A mass grave was hidden under the cute pet shop. It was stuffed with the carcasses of different animals. Most of them had been sewn together from the needlework visible on their bodies. To Han Fei's consternation, some of the failed products inside the grave were still alive. Their souls lingered in the grave as they struggled painfully. The cat-faced monster dropped into the grave, causing a major splash. It picked up the dead carcasses and stuffed them into its wounds. The animal bodies melted into the wounds, but they were unable to restore the wounds caused by rest and peace.
It's growing stronger.
With Han Fei leading the way, all the neighbors charged forward. No one present would be able to take on the cat-faced monster alone. Its scary recovery ability could only be stopped by rest and peace, but the blade's owner, Han Fei, was too physically weak compared to the monster. If he had to face the monster alone, he wouldn't even have the chance to use the knife. Weep and Li Hua created openings for Han Fei to attack with rest and peace. As Han Fei weakened the monster, it became more susceptible to Ingyu's power. There was something core to the monster which was being sucked into Ingyu's eyes.
Keep on pushing.
The highly intense battle lasted for a whole 20 minutes before the cat-faced monster finally cracked. The threads around his heart and head burst open. A lingering spirit shaped like a black kitten was drawn into Ingyu's eyes. The growling stopped immediately. The cat-faced monster's body froze, and everyone turned to Ingyu. In the world of her eyes, a wounded black kitten hissed angrily. Eventually, Ingyu closed her eyes. After a long time, Ingyu's eyes started to bleed like the kitten had scratched behind her eyelids. She walked towards Han Fei and grabbed Han Fei's arm. She laid her hand on the ghost tattoo.
This will be painful.
After giving that warning, Ingyu opened her eyes and stared at Han Fei's back. Han Fei had no idea what happened. As he turned around to look, it felt like someone had taken a brand to his back. The pain was so intense that he bit on his lips until they bled. Moments later, the pain disappeared. Ingyu looked like she was about to faint as well.
Ingyu?
Turning around, Han Fei noticed that the ghost tattoo had a big change. The ghost face was now being bitten by a giant black feline.
Fueled by endless torment, the cat is impossible to kill. I had no choice but to trap it inside your tattoo. That should help you, though.
Ingyu sauntered back to Weep's urn.
When you gain its trust, you can let it out.
After that, Ingyu returned back to the urn. Touching the tattoo, Han Fei heard the system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You've obtained a beginner level grade F Ghost Tattoo, 9 lives. Ghost Tattoo, 9 lives. Gain 5 extra resistance to blood and flesh type curse. The tattoo can help you survive 9 fatal blows. Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade G Hidden Mission. Adopt a pet. Obtained 1 free skill point. Obtained a new pet. 9 lives. 9 lives. Flesh and blood type. Pet straddles Grade G and F. Possess strong self-recovery and indestructible body. Loyalty. 0-inch. Hidden talent. Unknown. Will be unlocked after loyalty is over 50. Since this is the player's first pet, the player is awarded an additional skill, Grade G active skill, Pet Training. Pet Training, Grade G upgradable skill only by mastering the basic science behind pet training and adopting the correct training method. Can you see the training effect double on your pets? It'll make your training effort more effective.
Han Fei was baffled. He finally got his first pet in his life. He hadn't had one before. So I'm a cat owner now? Han Fei tried to communicate with the kitten inside the tattoo. When he attempted to touch the kitten's head, the kitten's wounds tore open and it grew in size. It wanted to leap out from the tattoo to bite at Han Fei's hand. Such a cute kitty. It doesn't aim for my neck, but my hand. That shows a purity of heart. Even though its loyalty is 0 now, it's trainable. It was not easy to find a pet in the cryptic world, so Han Fei did not ask for much. I need to do something to show that I mean it no harm. A good beginning is half the journey. With that in mind, Han Fei turned to the vet. The vet involuntarily shivered. Based on your wounds, you're not going to survive. Why not make your death more valuable? Practicing a life of no waste, Han Fei used soul depth touch to pick up the dying vet and placed him beside the ghost tattoo. Chapter 274. What are you doing? The vet was too weak to resist. The man before him was more cunning than any ghost. He wouldn't be surprised if the man threw him to the demons. Please let me live. I'll stay to help you. Do you know where these animal carcasses come from? They are the monster's victims. I love animals too much to torture. Do you think the monster is really capable of opening wounds and closing them using medical needles and threads? Would it have that kind of medical knowledge? Han Fei's question stumped the vet. I'm a very kind person. I would never harm an innocent person. Since this is between you and your creation, you'll resolve it among yourself. Han Fei dangled the vet before the ghost tattoo. After getting 9 lives' attention, he started a simple training session with the kitten using the vet as leverage. The most basic training Han Fei needed to instill in the kitten was, as long as 9 lives didn't harm Han Fei would help it seek revenge. The vet probably didn't expect he would end up as a cat toy. With the vet's help, 9 lives finally learned how to obey simple order, but its royalty remained a firm 0. Looking at the kitten who had gotten cuter in Han Fei's eyes, he picked up the vet's lingering soul and sighed. Is it why people choose to keep pets? It's quite stress-releasing. 10 minutes passed, and the cat's royalty hadn't changed. In the end, Han Fei sent the vet into the ghost tattoo. After 9 lives consumed the vet, its loyalty finally increased by 1. At the same time, another system notification came. Notification for player 0000. You've explored 10 buildings and successfully activated Ming Street on the map. You've obtained a random exploratory chest. Please open the map tab to accept it. This was a mission Han Fei got before he went to Cattle Alley. He finished accomplishing it. I almost lost my life just from exploring this street. In other games, normal players would have left the newbie village already, but for Han Fei, he was still wandering about his first spawn point, and his level was a pitiable 11. He had no idea whether he was progressing slow or fast. Opening the map, a few weak lights were added to the endless darkness. If one didn't look closer, one would miss them. Only by amplifying the map to its maximum that Han Fei managed to find himself. All the buildings he had visited joined together to form a glowing line that was about a finger long. Just how big is the cryptic world? I don't think I'll finish exploring it in my life. The map of darkness was despairing to say the least. Han Fei sighed softly. He refocused and clicked on the exploratory chest. Drawing random rewards. Congratulations to player 0000 for obtaining Grade G Support Exploratory Skill, Collector of Specific Item. Please select one specific item type, for example, food, gold, weapon, or so on. After your selection is made, when you explore the map, when said item is near you, there is a chance for you to receive a notification about its location. This was the first time Han Fei encountered a skill like this, and it was immensely useful. Money is worthless here. Food of unknown origin is no different from poison. Weapons are not bad, but I already have rest and peace. What I need now is cursed objects. If Han Fei was not heading to the ziggurat, he might consider picking spirits. However, since spirits would be teleported to random places when they entered ziggurat, it was pointless as well. However, cursed objects were not placed under the same restriction. After giving it some thought, Han Fei selected cursed objects as his interested items of collection.
You've obtained Grade G Support Exploratory Skill, Cursed Objects Collector. This is a passive skill. When there are cursed objects near you, there is a chance you'll be notified by the system. Notification for player 0000. There are undiscovered cursed objects at the pet store. Please claim them while you can.
Han Fei had just activated this passive skill, and it already paid off for Han Fei. There are still hidden cursed objects here. Han Fei and his neighbors ransacked the place before their eyes, turned to the caged medium lingering spirit. The red chains that restricted the spirit appeared to be the cursed object they were looking for.
Open the cage. The man doesn't matter, but be careful of harming the chains.
Han Fei's neighbors immobilized the spirit for Han Fei to deliver the final blow. Rest in peace easily cut through the man's body. Due to his immense sin, the blade sliced through his chest like butter. The spirit groaned in pain. The wound on his body melted with the butterfly tattoo. Black blood leaked out from the gaping wound, and then a broken cocoon dropped to the ground.
A human cocoon?
Han Fei hadn't seen this in a long time already, but he remembered that a lot of the outsiders controlled by the butterfly had this cocoon inside them. The butterfly used them to control the outsiders and made the outsiders a warm bed to nurture the cocoon. The broken cocoon was covered in sticky blood. The unknown worm inside wiggled weakly. It was about to die. Han Fei wasn't paying it any attention until the lingering spirits at the pet store appeared to be attracted by this strange worm. They all wanted to crawl into the worm's body like they could seek salvation that way. The worm that was cut open from its cocoon prematurely didn't have the beautiful wings of a butterfly. It instead was covered in wounds. It couldn't support the weight of so many animal spirits. It gyrated for several seconds before it went totally still. The human cocoons are used by the butterfly to control the spirits. The cocoons feed on flesh and humanity. The more complex their host, the prettier the butterflies which would birth from it. Han Fei took out the human cocoon that he found earlier from his inventory. The small human cocoon had been properly fed. The skin was almost translucent. The thing inside was about to be born. What will happen if I stop feeding it humanity, but animality? Han Fei had no use for the human cocoon anyway. After a moment's hesitation, he dug out a pool of blood in the mass grave under the pet shop and placed the mature cocoon inside it. Initially there was no change, but slowly bloodlines appeared on the cocoon's surface as it sucked in the animal blood around it. Han Fei dropped the sewn-together animal bodies into the blood pool. The spirits on the animal wailed and cried. As the cocoon took in the blood, the lingering spirits appeared to sense hope, and they surged towards the cocoon. The blood pool was soon filled with animal spirits. The spirits accumulated at the pet store gushed towards the human cocoon. What is happening? The human cocoon should only feed on humanity, but after it was stuffed with endless animal souls, the worm inside the cocoon started to mutate. The human cocoon, which was originally just a thumb wide, grew. The blood layers washed away the beautiful pattern. Only madness and gore remained. After sucking all the animal blood dry, the human cocoon started to crack. Han Fei and his neighbors were on high alert as they stared deep into the hole. With a ting, the cocoon broke, but it was not a butterfly that crawled out, but a strange insect that had 2 horns on its head and was covered in spines. It looked ferocious. The neighbors looked at each other before they turned to Han Fei. Han Fei was confused too. Why would butterfly's human cocoon give birth to something like this? The system could only identify something if Han Fei touched it, but seeing the spines on the insect, Han Fei didn't dare to wander too close.
Boss, for the time I've worked at the convenience store, I've not seen anything like this.
Drake tried to approach the insect, but the moment he did, the insect made to attack Drake. It was incredibly aggressive. Everyone gave it a try, and the insect was only slightly at ease around Han Fei.
Is it because I've fed the human cocoon with my own blood before? With courage, Han Fei approached the insect. Seeing a lack of resistance, he tried to touch the insect.
Notification for player 0000. You found Grade G Curse Organism, Big Sin.
Big Sin, an extremely rare insect that resides in the cryptic world. They are covered with spines that contain soul poison. They will only appear in years of big tragedies. They are portents of misfortune.
Han Fei couldn't help but turn to look at his finger.
There is poison inside the spines.
Chapter 275. To identify the insect. Han Fei reached out his hand to touch it. The stomach of his finger was now black, and, in a few seconds, he had lost sensation of his entire hand. Black shadow trailed under his skin. As they corrupted Han Fei's flesh, they worked their way towards the man's heart. Han Fei honestly felt no pain at all. His pain receptors were nullified as if it was not his body which was poisoned, but his soul. Han Fei's face paled as he took out rest in peace. Just as he considered chopping off his finger, the bug crawled over. It bit on Han Fei's finger again, and the soul poison was instantly sucked away. The spreading darkness was unwillingly dragged back into Big Sin.
That is such a powerful toxin.
Han Fei didn't dare to get any closer to the insect, just to brush with it, and he almost lost his life.
Notification for player 0000. You've survived Big Sin soul poison. Curse resistance to poison-type objects increases by 1.
The insect flitted happily inside the mass grave. Han Fei didn't want to bring this time bomb with him, but he didn't dare to leave it behind at the pet shop either. The thing that worried him the most was the insect might see his departure as a sign of abandonment and came to take revenge.
Am I supposed to take it as a pet too?
Even though 9 Lives was scary looking, at least it looked like a cat. Han Fei could persuade himself that it was just a strange kitten unique to the world of the dead. However, Big Sin looked 0% like a normal pet. It was tragedy incarnate. Han Fei already had Huang Yin, the ultimate bad luck charm, as his best friend, as well as Li Zai and Li Hua as his neighbors. With how things were progressing, Han Fei had a feeling he would eventually accumulate all the tragedies within the world around him. After a lot of back and forth in his head, with all his neighbors watching, Han Fei reached out again towards Big Sin with an expression akin to resignation towards death. He touched the insect's head, which had the least number of spines, and activated pet training.
Training failed. You've been poisoned. Please seek immediate treatment. Training failed. Training failed. Notification for player 0000. You've successfully trained Grade G Cursed Organism, Big Sin. Big Sin, Grade G Cursed Organism. With your immense determination and contribution to its growth, you've gained Big Sin's friendship. Loyalty, 50. It trusts you slightly because you are the first person who is willing to come close to it. Hidden Talent 1. Soul Poison. The poison it carries can scorch one's soul. Hidden Talent 2. Necrophagus. Blood and dead body can help it grow and heal at a faster rate. Hidden Talent 3. Natural Selection. Its favorite food is butterflies. All of its power will be doubled when used against butterfly-type curses or spirits. Hidden Talent 4. Omen of Death. According to legend, it can see into one's death. Therefore, it likes to stay with those who are about to die. Based on the introduction on Perfect Life's official website, pets with hidden talents were incredibly rare. To have a pet with 1 hidden talent was already rare enough, but Big Sin had 4 hidden talents at birth. Even though it was only a Grade G pet now, it had a higher starting point compared to the other pets. As Han Fei looked through the introduction, suddenly he didn't find Big Sin that atrocious anymore. If anything, he saw some cuteness in the way it wiggled about. However, his expression froze again when he read Big Sin's last talent. It likes to stay with people who are going to die. Turning around to look at Big Sin, who had stuck to his skin and remained as quiet as a stone, Han Fei's feeling was complicated. Big Sin's birth was purely accidental. The reason it liked Han Fei was probably because Han Fei was cursed by people from Ziggurat, and his days were numbered.
Well, death is nothing scary. The appearance of this guy at least has provided me with an extra arsenal of weapons.
Han Fei was an optimistic person. If not, he wouldn't have survived in the cryptic world. Just as Han Fei was contemplating how to bring Big Sin with him, the bug, who had its fill of fun and food, retracted all its spines and practically morphed into a black stone. Han Fei tried to pick it up, and Big Sin felt cool to the touch. It would be perfect to use as a pillow in summer. After placing Big Sin inside the urn, Han Fei detached the pet store's chains. He was not going to let anything go to waste.
Player 0000. You found Grade G Cursed Object, Red Pet Chain.
Red Pet Chain. Most of the pets who once used this chain are dead. Their souls and fur are stuck on the chains, and they whimper day and night.
Perhaps because 9 Lives was now his pet, Han Fei didn't feel any resistance when he picked up the chains, and he very easily placed it inside his inventory.
Paper doll, pet chain, kin of wishes. I have quite a bit of cursed objects, but to survive at Ziggurat, these are not enough.
Grade G cursed items had limited uses. Han Fei wanted a Grade F cursed item like the paper doll. Even a broken Grade F cursed item was stronger than a perfect Grade G cursed item. Using the map left behind by the previous manager, Han Fei started to strategize his plan. In his current area, the most dangerous building was the Ziggurat. If he had to delineate them by level, all the places he had visited were all Grade F, and Ziggurat was Grade E. This didn't mean that all the ghosts at the Ziggurat would be dangerous, but there had to be at least one extremely dangerous and powerful ghost there. The ghosts at the cryptic world could be delineated into animated regrets, lingering spirits, and pure hatred. So far Han Fei had not encountered any pure hatred. He had a feeling he would meet one at Ziggurat.
Before I enter the Ziggurat, I should explore as many nearby buildings as I can. If I can draw the dangerous ghosts to the Ziggurat, it'll be best.
Han Fei thought to himself.
Speaking of which, I haven't heard that song in a long time already. I wonder where is that unmentionable now?
Walking out from the pet store with Weep's urn, Han Fei brought his neighbors to drop in on the other shops. After no mission could be triggered at Yiming Street, Han Fei returned to Yiming Convenience Store. Once he entered the store, Han Fei's heart was gripped by chill. He summoned Drake and Weep before he walked towards the counter. With blood polluting the air around her, the 2-meter-tall bride stood behind one of the shelves. She almost gave Han Fei a heart attack.
It hasn't reached our designated meeting time, has it?
Han Fei lifted his face to the woman and asked with confusion. Instead of answering, the bride dropped a set of clothes to the ground. Han Fei flipped through the clothes and realized it was a security guard outfit heavily stained with blood. The back of the shirt was sewn with the name of XX Neighborhood.
One of the guards at Ziggurat has gone missing. You'll come replace it in a few days.
The bride said chillingly.
You wish for me to become the security guard at the Ziggurat?
Han Fei glanced at his business killer title and then nodded.
Okay, no problem.
In response to Kiro's suggestion, thank you for the suggestion. I have hundreds of early access chapters on Patreon, so if I change the name here, I'll have to work on a lot of chapters because Big Sin gets featured quite often. Thank you. I will work on that when I have free time. Bear with me for now. Much apologies. Happy reading. Chapter 276. Seeing Han Fei accept the guard uniform without any hesitation, the bride's expression changed. She initially thought she would have to coerce Han Fei to agree to this, but Han Fei seemed surprisingly eager to accept, like he couldn't wait to get to Ziggurat. The bloodshot eyes stared at Han Fei. Now she suspected Han Fei was planning to run, and everything he was doing was to confuse her and to buy time. Holding the guard uniform, Han Fei studied it when he suddenly noticed the bride was still staring at him. Why is she still staring at me? She wants me to try it on before her? To see whether it fits or not. The blood on the uniform hadn't dried, and it didn't feel that comfortable. However, to persuade the bride, Han Fei removed the jacket and put on the uniform. The moment he did, an accident happened. The sticky blood stain appeared to gain sentience. A wounded hand reached out from inside the uniform to grab at Han Fei.
Notification for player 0000. You've discovered Grade G Cursed Object, Guard 4's uniform. Guard 4's uniform. The previous owner of this uniform has died in such a horrible death that their body cannot be found. You have to think carefully before putting this on.
The resentment-filled arm reached for Han Fei, but was stopped by Weep and Drake. The vicious hand struggled, but eventually went limp. Even a normal guard uniform from the Ziggurat can be a Grade G cursed object. This place sure is dangerous. Instead of removing the uniform, he made use of this opportunity to have Weep and Drake teach the hand a lesson. The bride watched silently as a human dominated a cursed object. It was not until the vicious hand was grounded down to a red claw that it became more honest. To ensure there wouldn't be more accidents, Han Fei placed the paper doll into the uniform pocket so that they could bond. Using about 10 minutes, the uniform could finally be placed into Han Fei's inventory. It had approved of Han Fei. It was very understanding. If I can sneak in as a guard, then I will have a greater chance of completing my plan. The bride has helped me tremendously. Han Fei wanted to slip into Ziggurat unnoticed and then give Butterfly a surprise. He was contemplating how to do that when the bride came to give him the perfect solution. With appreciation, Han Fei turned to the bride.
Don't worry, I will help you find the thing you need.
If Han Fei's plan succeeded, the bride could not only have the thing she wanted, she could take everything within rooms that had the number 4. Han Fei's purpose for heading to Ziggurat was singular. It was to kill Butterfly. With increased interactions, the bride found herself understanding Han Fei less and less. Without saying anything else, she left Yiming convenience store. Happiness Neighborhood is between Cattle Alley and Ziggurat. Now I'll have to explore my way to Ziggurat. Based on his calculation, he should be able to get into Ziggurat before the week was up. After leaving a few messages with his neighbors, Han Fei logged off in the store warehouse. Blood descended, and the world turned crimson. Removing the helmet, Han Fei worked his leaden limbs. Thanks to his increased stamina, he managed to survive until now. Yet another eventful night over. Looking at the sky outside the window and the moon hiding shyly behind the clouds, Han Fei thought, "That's gorgeous." Han Fei in the past wouldn't have noticed these details. He was too overwhelmed by the hubbub of life. However, thinking back, he couldn't really tell why he was so busy back then. He just felt tired, bordering on hopeless. Opening the window, Han Fei took in several breaths of fresh air and then pulled out his phone to check his unread messages. Most of the messages came from Director Zhang's assistant. Everyone at the crew was worried about Han Fei. After replying to some of them, Han Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. He checked the numbers in his account repeatedly, counting the number of zeros on it. The salary for the movie is here. Perhaps due to his accident at the set, the salary for thriller novelist arrived earlier than Twinflower. This is wonderful. If my math is right, after purchasing the multi-purpose gaming hub, I would still have some money left. Nowadays, actors' salaries were open and translucent. Even the biggest actor wouldn't be paid that much. Therefore, most actors opened their own company and then participated in the production themselves for box office dividends. This had its pros and cons. The pros were if the movie was a success, they would get a big share, but if the movie failed, then they would lose money alongside it. Han Fei finally could get the gaming hub he wanted. His mood lifted. Nothing has changed inside the game. I still need to face life-threatening danger, but I'm still so happy to be able to afford the gaming hub. Perhaps that is the simple joy in life. With a new gaming hub, he could play longer, even for 24 hours. Just as Han Fei considered when to make the purchase, Director Zhang, who got his reply, came in with a video call. Han Fei hesitated before answering it.
Director Zhang? Why are you still up so late at night? I can ask you the same thing. You're still in your outerwear. Did you just come back from the police station?
Director Zhang was concerned about Han Fei.
No, the police have finished their questioning in the afternoon already. Good. I just want to personally check up on you. Also, I don't think you should come to the set for the next 2 days.
Director Zhang looked very tired with his 2 dark circles.
There's a murder at the set, even though it was the killer who died, but there would be reporters. You better keep a low profile in the meantime. Okay, I've already urged them to send you the salary. You should try to relax. After all, chasing after the killer, being chased by the killer should be quite taxing on you.
Director Zhang hadn't slept since yesterday. He was in a bad state.
You should rest too. Health first.
After hanging up, Han Fei opened the internet browser, and his name appeared on the hot searches again.
A murderer infiltrated into a movie set, but he ended up dying in an accident. It's him. That man has struck again. A different crew, the same fate. The polling for the new generation of Death Reaper has begun. This is the first time a non-animated character has entered the polling. Han Fei. Han Fei. I bloom for murders. Like a flower in the dawn.
Celebrities got on hot searches with different reasons, but Han Fei's reason had always been the same. Closing the phone, Han Fei also closed his eyes to these fluff pieces. They can say anything they want. Well, this is perfect. I'll have time to go purchase the gaming hub tomorrow. After who knew how long, Han Fei finally could have a good night's sleep. But as he tossed and turned in bed, he found it difficult to sleep because once he closed his eyes he would be reminded of things from the cryptic world. I've not experienced this before. He opened his eyes and realized he could see the butterfly pattern everywhere. This illusion was new. Was this something Spider experienced? Butterfly did first appear in Spider's dream. Is this a sign that it is approaching me? Han Fei questioned, but he did not panic. After checking all the corners of his room, he crawled into bed and forced himself not to think about Butterfly, but his brain kept feeding him images of Butterfly. Avoidance wouldn't solve the problem. Instead, Han Fei actively tried to think of the scariest, most powerful ghost he knew, and had her tear off the butterflies again and again. Reciting her name, thinking about her every detail, Han Fei slowly fell asleep. Chapter 277. Due to his interactions with Spider, Han Fei knew that once Butterfly targeted a person, it would go after their psychological weakness first. Butterfly was a master at manipulating one's mind and dreams. Han Fei had no idea if there were ghosts in the real world or not, but he knew Butterfly had been doing its best to convince him that there were, and he should fear them. The meat-packing factory, living compound where Spider once stayed was filled with altars. The older generation who still lived there had deep beliefs and talks of the supernatural. That was probably Butterfly's doing. To deal with Spider, Butterfly had infected the whole building. In Butterfly's eyes, everyone was a usable pawn. Humans were nothing but toys. When Han Fei left the game and thought subconsciously of Butterfly, it could only mean that Butterfly had targeted him. Based on what happened to Spider, Butterfly would next enter Han Fei's dream and become an inescapable nightmare. Theoretically speaking, that should happen, but when Han Fei woke up in the late morning, he realized he hadn't dreamed of Butterfly at all. Butterfly didn't appear in my dream, but Su Qin did. Could it be that the black box can prevent Butterfly from infiltrating my mind? But then no one could really alter another person's dream. Han Fei was confused. He decided to pay attention when he slept again that night. When Butterfly fought with Spider, Spider sank into the abyss with it. In the end, Spider used his 9 personas to trap Butterfly in his mental world. My situation appears to be the complete opposite of Spider. It looks like the Butterfly cannot enter my dream. Han Fei and Spider each had their own ways to deal with Butterfly, so the easiest target for Butterfly would be Huang Yin. Butterfly might manipulate Brother Huang to his side. Brother Huang is mentally weak and has a cowardly heart. He needs further training. Han Fei believed he was being too gentle around Huang Yin. He was hindering the man's maximum growth. Being trained by me is still better than losing his life to Butterfly. Since Han Fei planned to go purchase the gaming hub that day, he would drop by to visit Huang Yin. After a quick shower, Han Fei reported his schedule to the police and then departed for Xian Lu's intelligent city. It was only a few days until Perfect Life's OB. Their advertisements could be seen everywhere. They were everywhere you looked. Hearing the excited discussions of the people around him, Han Fei was frankly quite envious. Perfect Life was a perfect social game. It was designed for plays between friends and families. For most players, Perfect Life would be their sanctuary. Everyone looked at the heaven-like trailers with anticipation. Only Han Fei felt slightly offended by the company's PR. If there was heaven, there had to be hell. But most people only were given glimpses of heaven. In hell, the butterfly was flapping its wings and a storm which could take down the whole city was brewing. Taking the high-speed train, Han Fei arrived at the intelligent city in about 10 minutes. As he took in the buildings along the way, he was overwhelmed by a sense of surrealism. There was a great technological gap between the old city and the intelligent city, but that didn't seem visible to most of the citizens. Most people just had good hope regarding the continuously forward push of technology. After he exited the station and took in skyscrapers and virtual screens, Han Fei, who had visited the city before, was still impressed. Based on the intelligence GPS, Han Fei easily found the concrete shop for Perfect Life. The shop was situated inside a gigantic mall. There were so many types of technological products that they blurred his eyes. Personal butler who knew more than 77 languages, robot partner that you could be legally married to, a virtual garden, a medic bot, and so on. There were things Han Fei had not heard of, much less seen of. This was not Han Fei's fault. After all, if one had the ability, who wouldn't want to enjoy the best of the best? With Han Fei's meager income, he had to skimp for years before he could afford the latest gaming hub. And that was when he was still single. He didn't need to support a family. Technological advancement needed money, and the companies were not doing charity. People like Han Fei, who lived at the bottom layer of the society, would only enjoy the eliminated or obsolete products.
Hello, I wish to purchase a multifunction gaming hub.
Han Fei searched for a long time before he found a salesperson.
Sir, all your needs can be completed online. We will install the gaming hub within 24 hours. It's like this. I need a gaming hub that can be connected to a gaming helmet. What version of a gaming helmet is it? Han Fei's gaming helmet was rather unique. It had injected something into his brain, so it was probably altered. Just as Han Fei considered how to answer the salesperson, An imposing middle-aged man walked out from the elevator. He was dressed in a three-piece suit. When the salespeople saw him, they all stood up straighter and smiled brighter.
Is there a problem?
The middle-aged man saw Han Fei and the salesperson. Normally speaking, all the shopping could be done online now. The intelligent shopping companion could handle everything, so rarely would a person require the aid of an actual human salesperson.
Our customer wishes to purchase a gaming hub that can connect to an external gaming helmet, but he cannot remember the model.
The salesperson said with the perfect smile.
Then give him one that can be adjustable to all external modules.
The middle-aged man helped Han Fei personally. After everything was done, the man dragged the salesperson to the side, and they whispered among themselves. Han Fei was not purposely eavesdropping. His hearing was just better than most. When the middle-aged man stepped out from the elevator, Han Fei already recognized him. The man's name was Kong Tianqing. Han Fei had met him at Perfect Life's release press conference. This man was giving a speech on stage when Meng Chang'an was arrested.
All the information about Prototype Zero has been sealed. The company will view your contribution seriously. Are you sure you won't consider my previous offer?
CEO Kong, this is not the issue of money. The risk of neurological operation is too high. I still have a family. I don't dare to risk it.
The salesperson smiled politely, but the smile was straining under pressure.
It's just a small surgery. There are no side effects. We'll just inject. Sir, please find someone else. There are a few other workers who were on the job with the crazed employee. Right? There's someone called Feng Ziyu who is good friends with that employee. You can go find him.
The salesperson gently rejected Kong Tianqing. After the salesperson left, 2 more people walked out from the elevator to join Kong Tianqing.
Brother Kong, still no one agrees to it? Why don't we just let it be? Never. Our former employee butchered a whole neighborhood in the game, and that will forever be a thorn in my heart. As long as I don't get to the bottom of this, I will not sleep well. But haven't we already handed in a reasonable investigation report? The fault was with the employee and he is already dead. So the truth shall die with his death?
Kong Tianqing glared at the man.
The problem never returned in our recent testing, and that proved that the incident had nothing to do with our game. It was the employee who had the mental issue.
The man grumbled.
Don't ever let your guard down. We mustn't allow there to be any mistake. Remember that. No mistake.
Kong Tianqing ordered.
Go and revisit that slaughtered neighborhood. Do not leave any data behind. We have to find that demon who caused our employee to go insane. Brother Kong, you said it yourself. The employee was insane. Was there really a demon? Or was it just an illusion of a crazy person's mind?
The man sighed.
We understand you will need to conduct the 7th CB, but we don't have any more time. Everyone has waited too long for the game release. Illusion? Then answer me this. How did that employee's illusion match so perfectly with the message inside Immortal Pharma's director's unrevealed will?
Kong Tianqing demanded.
Jia Cheng, your dad sent you here to learn, so that you can one day contribute to the company. Don't ever think that this is a holiday. I understand. But we've spent too much time on the deleted map, Ziggurat. We still have too many things to do.
The man wasn't a slacker. In contrast, he was very capable. He just had his own way of doing things.
Ziggurat takes precedence over everything else. Brother Kong, that undisclosed will might not even be trustworthy. The director was already incoherent by then. How could he possibly remember the face of a demon?
The man still didn't believe that.
A mask-wearer wielding a bladeless blade, gathering the world's misfortune and despair around him. That's too general. They don't mean anything. You underestimate Immortal Pharma's former director. He was the man closest to God before the technological explosion. It behooves us to carefully analyze his every word.
Kong Tianqing's eyes filled with admiration.
No matter what, he's no longer with us, and we need to deal with the current director. We can't waste company resource on meaningless things. I can't change the director's mind, but he will not change mine either. This might be an isolated incident for you, but think about this. What if that employee wasn't crazy? What if everything he said is real?
Kong Tianqing shook his head.
The demon is real, and I worry that Perfect Life is its Pandora's box, and we're going to open it. Brother Kong, you're overthinking this. Perfect Life is just a game.
The man couldn't understand Kong Tianqing's worry. He couldn't see the point.
It is indeed just a game, but it is a game that has no precedence. You do not understand its true meaning and power.
Kong Tianqing didn't explain. He turned and left. Han Fei's eyes followed the man. He saw the warning sign the man passed.
Do not presume to be God. Humans should keep their research target to themselves.
Han Fei stared at Kong Tianqing silently. He remembered everything the man said. He didn't expect people from deep space tech to be also investigating Ziggurat, the supposedly deleted map. Could they have discovered something wrong about Ziggurat? Or is this another one of Butterfly's doing?
Sir, are you satisfied with the product?
The salesperson returned to Han Fei's side.
Yes, please do deduct the payment from my account. I'm free today, so can your people come over to my place to install it later?
Han Fei couldn't wait to experience the new gaming hub.
Okay, we will arrive at your place at 5 p.m. sharp.
The salesperson's attitude was much better when he saw Han Fei bought the most expensive multifunction gaming hub without even a blink. When he scanned Han Fei's citizenry info earlier, he was worried that Han Fei couldn't afford the purchase. After filling in his address, Han Fei left the shop. He called Huang Yin, and they promised to meet at Corner Coffee. He came to the second floor and saw Huang Yin with heavy dark circles.
I don't get it. You game every night and have to make movies in the day. How did you find time to do all those things the newspaper said you did? Won't you ever get tired?
Huang Yin was envious of Han Fei's physical constitution.
I'm just good at managing time.
Han Fei stared at Huang Yin for a long time before asking.
Did you dream of Butterfly yesterday night?
Huang Yin was startled before he shook his head.
No, but I did have a very strange dream. What dream? I dreamed that I was a child again. I was playing by the lake with my mother. I accidentally fell into the cool lake. I struggled and cried for help, but this time, my mother didn't jump in to save me. Instead, she stood quietly at the shore, watching me slowly sink and drown.
The despair was thick in Huang Yin's voice.
But I suppose it's not that bad. At least I'm the one who died, and not her. It's not really a nightmare if you think about it. Brother Huang, you need to snap out of it. Your mother will not do something like that. She loves you the most. You have to believe that no matter what.
Han Fei sensed that Butterfly had already gotten to Huang Yin by went after Huang Yin's most precious memory. Chapter 278 Butterfly couldn't find a flaw on Han Fei's defense, so it shifted its attention to Huang Yin. If something happened to Huang Yin, then Butterfly could get to Han Fei through Huang Yin. But if Huang Yin managed to resist Butterfly's influence, it might even help Han Fei at the Ziggurat. In conclusion, this was a very crucial moment. Han Fei wanted to enter the Ziggurat and kill the Butterfly. Butterfly, though, came after Huang Yin in real life, making him a target. Huang Yin and Han Fei had to deal with Butterfly in both real life and in-game. Losing for either one would cause irreparable results. But at the same time, it meant that Butterfly had to deal with two enemies at the same time, and it had to split its focus into two. Han Fei was hard to deal with for Butterfly. He was as annoying as Spider, but Butterfly was afraid of Huang Yin even more. Any human who could enter the cryptic world wouldn't be normal. That was Butterfly's preconception. Huang Yin not only had arrived at the cryptic world, he always appeared at the most important time and location. His timing was so flawless that Butterfly had no choice but to believe that the man was toying with it. At Yiming Private Academy, Butterfly controlled Ma Manjiang so well that Han Fei was cornered into a dead end. Han Fei was stuck in a situation where there was no escape. Even Butterfly itself couldn't find the solution, but Huang Yin's appearance had ruined everything. The man had waited a long time in the shadows, watching for the perfect moment to destroy Butterfly's plans. Since it was just the subconsciousness of Butterfly controlling Ma Manjiang, it had no idea how Huang Yin managed to do this. It only saw the result. It was defeated by Huang Yin. Therefore, how could it possibly be a normal human who had managed to defeat it? With that in mind, Butterfly approached Huang Yin carefully. It didn't even dare to appear in its real form, but instead tackled Huang Yin's deep-buried memory. After the simple interaction, Butterfly discovered something incredible. Huang Yin's mental constitution was so common that it was almost banal. He was far less impressive than any of the murderers it had controlled in the past. Butterfly would never admit that it was defeated by someone as common as this. There had to be a different explanation behind this. A real commoner wouldn't be able to sense the cryptic world, much less appear in it. Therefore, Butterfly confirmed that Huang Yin's memory and consciousness had to be faked, and the disguise was so perfect that it couldn't find any flaw. Compared to Han Fei, which it couldn't infiltrate deeply into, Huang Yin was clearly more dangerous. Huang Yin allowed the enemy to enter his mind easily, a bit too easily that Butterfly had to believe that it was a trap. What kind of conspiracy was this man planning? Butterfly trembled just thinking about it. It saw Huang Yin as its most dangerous opponent, a man who was far more dangerous than Spider and Han Fei combined. Han Fei could guess Butterfly's train of thought. He knew that Butterfly was only probing Huang Yin's mind for now, but as the probing went on, it was only a matter of time until the truth was exposed. It could take days, weeks, or hours. The police's action had placed a great pressure on Butterfly that it had started to act a bit recklessly, but Han Fei knew he shouldn't let his guard down. Always preparing for the worst was how Han Fei managed to survive in the cryptic world. Looks like I'll have to speed up my plan. Originally, Han Fei planned to only challenge the ziggurat when the curse was activated, but from the looks of it, the Butterfly couldn't wait until then anymore. Therefore, Han Fei had to take the initiative and ambush ziggurat. Since he was going to face death eventually, why not have the prerogative when he was at it? With the decision made, Han Fei pulled Huang Yin to the side and told him everything that had happened to Spider. Han Fei did not ameliorate any details. He had to make sure Huang Yin understood how dangerous Butterfly was.
Brother Huang, when facing Butterfly, the more afraid you are, the faster you'll die. You'll have to have unshakable conviction.
Han Fei taught Huang Yin some tricks, hoping that they could help Huang Yin.
Okay, I understand. It's not enough that you understand. I will need to conduct some basic training on you so that you'll get more used to fear.
Once Han Fei said that, Huang Yin's face turned green.
Is that really necessary? Now, whenever I think about you, Butterfly becomes not that serious of a threat anymore. I might even deliver a few punches at it. Really?
Han Fei's eyes brightened.
Of course. Then it means that my training is effective, so we'll have to kick it up a notch.
Han Fei patted Huang Yin on his shoulders. After deciding on a time for their training, Han Fei left.
Brother Huang is a good teammate. He has immense potential.
Han Fei took the train to head back to the old city. Before the people from Deep Space Tech arrived, Han Fei called Li Shui. He hoped that the police would send some people over to inspect his new gaming hub. When the sun almost set, the people from Deep Space Tech finally arrived. When they saw where Han Fei lived, they were quite shocked. A person who ordered a gaming hub worth several 10,000 RMB was staying at a dilapidated place like this? Just how passionate must their customer be about gaming that they had to have spent all their savings on the gaming hub? The police didn't quite get it either, but they still followed Han Fei's request and inspected the machines several times before they allowed it to be installed. Han Fei was still testing out the gaming hub when the paparazzi got the news. When the gaming hub was fully installed at 7 p.m., some dirt on Han Fei already appeared online. They claimed that Han Fei was taking illegal bribes, committing tax evasions, and that his salary was not transparent, and so on. He would rather spend so much money on entertainment than to donate to charity. Han Fei didn't care about these things, but some people purposely came to his own social account to mock him about it. Based on Han Fei's supposed salary for thriller novelist, he shouldn't be able to afford such an expensive gaming hub, so he must have gotten the money elsewhere. It was this elsewhere that these naysayers had issues with. Seeing these comments, Han Fei could only laugh. He copied and pasted his own purchasing history and the source of his income on his social media. Most of the money he used to purchase the gaming hub came from his bounty money he got from helping the police. Then Han Fei attached a link to Xian Lu Law Enforcement's official website and their fugitive lists.
This is how I got my money. The lowest reward for capturing one of these fugitives is 30,000 renminbi.
Han Fei was helping the police promote their website, and he was doing his part for the protection of public safety. Han Fei chuckled as he looked through the comments. He noticed that ever since he started Perfect Life, he cared far less about these criticisms. He wouldn't get mad facing these mockery and sarcasm. However, due to his impressive memory, he would memorize these people's ID. Who knows? One day they might meet Han Fei in the cryptic world. After the people from Deep Space Tech and the police left, Han Fei walked circles around the gaming hub. The gaming hub dominated the already small living room. If he wanted to practice martial arts in the future, he would need to find another place.
It makes the place look so much smaller than it is.
Shaking his head, Han Fei hugged the gaming helmet and crawled into the hub.
Human desire is endless. Now that I have the gaming hub, I want to move to a bigger house. Humans will never be satisfied. This is why humans are sometimes the closest organism to a greedy demon.
After connecting all the wires, Han Fei successfully activated the game. He was first greeted by an advertisement from Deep Space Tech. Han Fei finally got the chance to experience the game from the perspective of a normal gamer. However, when the game's virtual guide appeared, An intense pain gripped Han Fei's mind. When he recovered, the virtual persona of the seventh-generation photon computer, the persona, who was modeled after numerous beautiful women throughout human history, was covered in blood. Her body and face were deeply scarred, and she looked at Han Fei with cruelty and condescension. Then she was dismembered right before Han Fei and melted into a pool of blood. His mind detached, and blood covered everything.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life,
the robotic voice said. Han Fei was still reeling from the shock. The guide's venomous gaze stuck in his mind, like it was his fault that such fate befell her. The black box in my brain appears to have very high operative rights when it comes to technology. Nothing can change it, but everything will be changed by it. Chapter 279. Opening his eyes, paper dolls were scattered everywhere. The warehouse of Ming convenience store was ransacked. The stock littered everywhere like a storm had blown through this place. Feeling the chill from the landlord's ring, Han Fei slowly pulled out Rest in Peace. He lowered his body like a panther and slowly moved to hide behind the rack. Moving towards the direction where the chill came from, Han Fei navigated around the toppled shelves and found a dusty white candle at the bottom of the trash pile.
You're still alive.
When his fingers touched the thing, the system identified it for Han Fei. This white candle featured heavily in Han Fei's life. Seeing Han Fei, a sad face appeared on the candle.
Boss, you're finally here. Why? Why are you waiting for me?
Han Fei took out the lighter and interrogated the candle.
What happened here? And where is everyone else? The song returned to the street. It glanced into the shop.
When the candle thought about it, its face shook with fear.
Just a glance caused such destruction?
Han Fei was incredulous.
Or did you attract it here? How powerful do you think I am?
The white candle smiled sadly.
You're still prejudiced against me. If you didn't do it, why are you the only one alive? Where's the rest? When Drake heard the song, he immediately gathered all the other employees, the most important items, and ran.
The white candle grumbled.
I was abandoned.
Staring at the white candle, Han Fei's interest piqued.
I'm curious, how did you manage to survive then? Perhaps because I am too weak to appear on the singer's radar.
Compared to the singer, the white candle was more afraid of Han Fei.
I hope you're not lying to me.
Han Fei still had his doubts about the white candle. He placed it inside his pocket and left Ming convenience store. Han Fei crossed the room and noticed something had changed to the altar next to the neighborhood gate. The thick black cloth was peeled off, and something inside the altar was bleeding. When Han Fei got close to investigate, the black cloth moved on its own to cover the altar back up. Is there really a guard spirit living inside the altar? Since the thing was not yet ready to meet Han Fei was not going to force it. Worried about the safety of his neighbors, Han Fei turned and rushed into the neighborhood. The ground was scattered with bloody soils and dirty laundry. Rusty gym equipment was twisted together. The vine that crawled on the walls had all wilted, and the bodies which nourished them before had all been turned into skeletons. The singer has entered the happiness neighborhood again. Han Fei's heart jumped to his throat. Calling his neighbor's name, Han Fei rushed through Building 1. Then he knocked heavily on the door of room 1044. Several minutes later, the anti-theft door was open. Wei Yufu, who had zero fighting capability and could be blown away by a wind, appeared at the door.
Don't worry, everyone is safe.
Wei Yufu already knew what Han Fei was going to ask.
Other than myself, everyone has gone hiding at the primary school across the street. Thankfully, you've mentioned us to the spirits at the school before. They recognized Weep and Li Zai, or else we really didn't know where to hide this time.
Han Fei sighed in relief hearing that news.
The singer hasn't shown itself for a long time already, so why did it suddenly return? And it feels like it has gone through a more thorough search than last time. The singer's goal should be Little 8. The previous manager said that Little 8 is a key. A normal spirit would have no use for that, but unmentionables are different. Little 8 is highly valuable to them.
Wei Yufu explained.
But Little 8 has been staying here for a long time already, so why now? Is it because I've separated the 8 of you? Most likely not. I believe it has to do with the previous manager. To prevent Little 8 from being discovered, he had set up a lot of things around the neighborhood, like the plants on the building walls and the altar at the gate. But after his disappearance, the things slowly lost their powers.
Wei Yufu sighed.
Little 8's presence will be harder to hide. Happiness neighborhood is no longer safe. It's okay, we can hide somewhere else. There's always a way.
Han Fei felt the pressure as well. The victims of the human jigsaw case were Han Fei's family in the cryptic world. When Han Fei was incredibly weak, they didn't torment Han Fei but chose to accept him. Room 1044, which was haunted and should be avoided at all costs by others, was home for Han Fei. He had never experienced those feelings before. Memories of home, things that were commonplace for others, were incredibly precious to Han Fei. Because of that, he empathized deeply with the victims of the case.
The singer will definitely return. We need to be as prepared as we can.
Han Fei told Wei Yufu about Cattle Alley and then told him about his plan to infiltrate Ziggurat. If Cattle Alley couldn't stop the singer, then they would lure it to the Ziggurat. The singer was an unmentionable. Han Fei was already planning how to weaken the thing and then find a chance to kill it once and for all.
Huang Yi needs to deal with Butterfly in real life, and the singer is still searching for Little 8. I don't have much time to train my level.
Han Fei thought of going to Ziggurat when he was level 15, but now he had to change his plan. Starting from that day, he would start his exploration towards Ziggurat. Since there was no way back, he would have to proceed. He would do that while training his level.
Rest here. I'll go take a look at Yiming Private Academy.
Han Fei hurried to Yiming Private Academy. Once he entered the school gate, he saw Zhang Guanxing, who was hiding at the gate.
Sir.
The young man ran towards Han Fei, and he looked happy. Han Fei treated Zhang Guanxing as his own student, and Zhang Guanxing found a lost fatherly love from Han Fei.
Where's the people from the happiness neighborhood? Everyone is safe. When the song appeared, Jin Sheng had woken up. It eclipsed the whole school from detection.
Zhang Guanxing told Han Fei, normally ghosts from Happiness Neighborhood and Yiming Private Academy wouldn't have any interaction, but the appearance of the singer made them understand something. Before unmentionables, they were all on the same boat. Going after each other was pointless before a bigger threat.
Where's Jin Sheng's now?
Han Fei wanted to meet Jin Sheng. The boy who was covered in ghost stories was a unique existence. After the previous manager's treatment, Jin Sheng was more like a cursed object than a ghost. If Han Fei could persuade Jin Sheng to join him at Ziggurat, then his survival chance would highly increase. After all, Jin Sheng was the manager of a hidden map. He had a manager talent.
He's still at the infirmary, but Jin Sheng is in a curious state. You better be prepared before you go meet him.
Zhang Guanxing had fear and caution in his eyes. Chapter 280.
I am a staff member approved by Jin Sheng. As long as he still has a bit of rationality, he wouldn't harm me.
Han Fei didn't feel as confident as he claimed, but before his student, he mustn't show weakness. Following Zhang Guanxing, Han Fei came to the infirmary. This was not the first time he visited this place, but whenever he intended to push the door, he'd get nervous. Zhang Guanxing astutely retreated to the side. He was worried about being a burden for Han Fei. Holding the infirmary door, Han Fei felt like he was holding a piece of ice. When he looked closer, he could see small words written on the door handle. He slowly eased the door open, and an indescribable chill gushed out from inside the room, as if it was trying to freeze the whole school. Han Fei's life point dropped immediately. The ghost tattoo was activated and howls of beast could be heard from it. Forcing his eyes open, the scene inside the infirmary shocked Han Fei. The ceiling, floor, walls, every inch of the room was filled with black and red letters. The words were imbued with curses like living worms. Standing in the middle of the words, at the spot where the curse was strongest, was a young man. His body was frail and his skin pale. His skin was stuffed with cursed words. His body was practically made from curses.
Jin Sheng?
The young man before him didn't look like Jin Sheng in Han Fei's mind. Jin Sheng before was as thin as thick. He was small even among his peers. But now Jin Sheng had reconstructed his body from curses. Every inch of his flesh was a mixture of blood and curse. Jin Sheng was now a living ghost story, a ghost story which was a culmination of all the ghost stories the boy had told. The chains that shackled his body clanged as Jin Sheng turned around. His character-filled eyes turned on Han Fei. Han Fei froze, feeling Jin Sheng's eyes on him. If Jin Sheng was in the past an overly sensitive kid, now he was something else completely. The previous manager tried to use his way to cure Jin Sheng, but Jin Sheng was still trapped in his own world. He didn't move one step away from it because he was sunk too deep into it. The dark memories were already a part of him. He couldn't forget or leave them behind. However, Han Fei's method was completely different from the previous manager. He was forced into Jin Sheng's nightmare. In the same situation, Han Fei led Jin Sheng's blood-covered head out of the school. The cage of despair that Jin Sheng thought he could never escape was broken just like that. Han Fei's appearance had given Jin Sheng some hope. There was no need to remove the past because they were all part of him. After realizing he got nothing from forcing himself to forget about his past, Jin Sheng now chose to voluntarily accept them. He allowed the ghost stories that he told to enter his body. If no one in this world would believe me, then I would become my own world. Jin Sheng had been showing himself in the image of a young boy before, so that his body could hide inside the cupboard. But now he reappeared in the image of a young man. His body stood straighter, and his eyes carried a minuscule trace of humanity.
Have the thing that entrapped you been shattered after killing Ma Manjiang?
Han Fei was truly happy for Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng's presence was so strong that perhaps only when the 8 victims of the human jigsaw case joined together that they could rival him. Jin Sheng didn't answer Han Fei. His lips just opened when heavily cursed words tumbled out. Each of his words carried impossibly scary energy. Han Fei suspected that every ghost story Jin Sheng told now would come true. His manager talent probably was to turn all the fake ghost stories true. Jin Sheng stared at Han Fei quietly because he literally couldn't communicate. His expression didn't change either. It was hard to tell whether the young man had lost his mind or he was trying to control the madness within him. If someone encountered Jin Sheng in this state, they would run immediately, but not Han Fei. Han Fei's life was limited anyway, so he was not afraid of anything.
Ma Manjiang is dead, but he was only a shell. The real thing that turned you into this is the butterfly, and it is still very much alive.
The best method of persuasion was through telling the truth. Han Fei and Jin Sheng had the same goal.
I'm planning to head towards Ziggurat because Butterfly is there. Would you help me?
Jin Sheng stared at Han Fei for a long time before his lips curled. As he tightened his fists, an intense chill gathered inside the room. The letters inside the room turned into the same statement. The butterfly will die, 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 die? The proclamation came with an intense curse. Jin Sheng had used action to answer Han Fei. The statements were bleeding. Even through the distance, Han Fei could feel the hatred in them.
Butterfly will notice me the moment I go near Ziggurat, but I can use my own way to help you.
A row of blood messages appeared before Han Fei. They were strung together with thread.
Butterfly have many enemies, more than just you and me. There are more than one person watching you from the dark. When the butterfly's wings cracked, a bloody night would descend at Ziggurat.
Jin Sheng's words carried a unique presence with them. Even just reading them, one could feel the emotions within.
There are others out to destroy Butterfly?
Han Fei's eyes narrowed. This was very good news.
I'll start my journey tonight and start to move towards Ziggurat. I should be able to enter the locale in the next 6 days.
After knowing Han Fei would start his attempt tonight, Jin Sheng's mouth opened again. Seeing the blood-red guard uniform Han Fei wore, he said the following slowly.
Before you go, I need to tell you a real story.
As Jin Sheng spoke, the cursed words inside the room started to bounce and bleed.
No one knows the reason, but one day, a guard at Ziggurat went missing. No one knew the name of the new guard who replaced the old guard. No one had seen him before. The new guard was good to everyone. He mixed well with the tenants, and everything soon returned to normal. However, strange things started to happen at the building. Many tenants were not seen after they entered their room at midnight. Fear spread like vines. Everyone placed their hope on the new security guard. However, the investigation came up with nothing. Less and less tenants remained. The surviving tenants wished to escape the neighborhood with the new guard. That was a scary night. The responsible guard was the first to disappear, then the adults, finally the children. When the last tenant reached the exit, suddenly he encountered the missing guard. The responsible guard smiled like usual and slowly approached with the bladeless blade. When the blade pierced through the butterfly pattern, the tenant saw the spirits hiding behind the guard. He was a well-hidden demon. He was an unmitigated madman. He massacred the whole neighborhood.
The stories Jin Sheng told would slowly come through. Han Fei still had no idea how it would affect his imminent adventure. After Jin Sheng finished the store, all the letters that featured in the story crawled inside Han Fei's body. The ghost story hid inside Han Fei's body. It was both a curse and a blessing. After telling the story, Jin Sheng edged towards madness again. The words inside the infirmary started to go out of control. Chill froze the room, and Han Fei was pushed out from the infirmary by Jin Sheng. Chapter 281. Jin Sheng's story crawled into Han Fei's body, but he didn't feel any change. He didn't get any new power or feel any extra weight. It felt like the story had disappeared into his body.
Perhaps Jin Sheng's story will slowly realize itself after I enter the ziggurat. But his story details aren't that accurate. I'm just a midnight butcher. I'm not a demon.
After getting Jin Sheng's support, Han Fei felt more confident. Now he had 2 trump cards, Spider's Guardian Talisman and Jin Sheng's Ghost Story. With the aid from 2 managers, Han Fei believed he'd be able to do something at Ziggurat. Leaving the office, Han Fei found his neighbors from Happiness Neighborhood at the education block.
The song didn't find the thing it was looking for, so it would return. This area is not safe anymore, unless we can find a way to kill it.
Before Han Fei finished, his mouth was closed by Li Zai. Even Li Zai, who was the manifestation of misfortune, didn't dare to say these things so openly.
Be careful of what you say. Its ears are everywhere. It might hear you.
Li Zai believed Han Fei was too courageous for his own good. Han Fei didn't want to bring trouble to his neighbors, so he used a more roundabout way to explain his plan. If they continued to stay here, they would only die. With the double threat from Butterfly and the singer, the neighbors from Building 1 and 2 all agreed to help Han Fei. After checking Su Qin's wounds and chatting with her, Han Fei sent all his neighbors into Weep's Urn. Then Han Fei turned to the students and staff of Yi Ming Private Academy.
You haven't forgotten what Butterfly did to you, right? I'm planning to go to Ziggurat now. If you wish to take revenge, now is the time.
With persuasion from Han Fei, the female teacher who was 2 meters tall and wore a blood necklace, as well as Zhang Guanxing entered the urn. The cracked urn was held together by crimson blood. Those who didn't know would think Han Fei was carrying a grade F cursed object. After saying farewell to the guard Ol Li, Han Fei left Yi Ming Private Academy. To increase his level, Han Fei didn't give up any chance to trigger a mission. With the help from his neighbors, the methods Han Fei could use to complete the mission became more varied. For example, a scapegoat wanted to invite Han Fei to his home. Han Fei gave him Weep's Urn and made that his new home. There was a different monster who wanted to steal away Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei gave it the scapegoat's eyes and then invited it to join them inside the urn. Everyone was given the things they needed in the end. Happy endings everywhere. The previous manager was not as popular as Han Fei. Han Fei believed he was targeted so heavily because he had selected the most difficult path. The only drawback was after he reached level 10, Han Fei got only a small EXP from grade G missions. Earlier, Han Fei explored the path that led to Cattle Alley. Now he was going down the opposite path. Moving along the shadows, Han Fei, who hugged the urn, became in existence like a hellish agent. The straggling spirits started to remember this figure who represented tragedy. Gradually, the missions available to Han Fei became more limited, and there were lesser ghosts who voluntarily came to ask him to play. Is there no more missions at Yi Ming Street? In Han Fei's years of gaming, this was the first time he encountered an event like this. The NPC was so clever that they started to go into hiding so the player couldn't trigger any mission. Eventually, Han Fei reached the end of Yi Ming Street. At the Dark Junction, Han Fei encountered the last building at Yi Ming Street, Yi Ming Security Company. Fire had charred the building black.
Notification for player 0000. You've explored 90% of the buildings at Yi Ming Street. You've triggered the unique hidden mission at Yi Ming Street. Yi Ming Street's Guardian Spirit. Yi Ming Street's Guardian Spirit. Grade F hidden mission. This street can enjoy such life and vibrancy is all thanks to a secret, a guardian spirit who lives deep inside the street. Mission requirement. After you enter Yi Ming Security Company, every choice you make will impact the final reward.
Han Fei was startled by the sudden system announcement. He didn't expect to trigger any more grade F mission at Yi Ming Street. After I finish this mission, it should be able to bump me to the next level. Without much hesitation, Han Fei carried the urn and pushed open the doors of Yi Ming Security Company. The axle creaked noisily. After Han Fei entered the company, the doors behind him closed on their own. Well, this is strange. When he was standing outside, the company had been plainly consumed by a big fire. The structure was blackened and all the windows were gone. However, when he was inside, Han Fei was shocked to realize everything inside was perfectly untouched. There was no sign of fire at all. He tried to open the front door again, but it refused to budge. He was trapped. The lights above him flickered on and off. Han Fei could hear the spazzing of bad electrical circuits. He looked around cautiously before his eyes settled on the elevator. The number on the screen kept changing. It moved from 5 to 3. The elevator was descending. Hugging the urn, Han Fei didn't move towards the elevator but instead made his way towards the front desk. The old-fashioned desktop was unusable. The attendance form next to it was covered with red crosses. While Han Fei continued his investigation, the elevator reached the first floor. Ding! The silvery gray doors opened. The elevator was empty. There was no one inside the booth. It feels like it has come to this floor to welcome me. Han Fei still didn't enter the elevator. He walked around the lobby. After realizing there were no stairs, he returned to the elevator. Normally, elevator doors would close once it sat there long enough without anyone using it. However, this elevator appeared to be broken. The doors were left open like an inviting maw. Without any result from searching the first floor, Han Fei believed that he had to use the elevator to complete the mission. He slowly walked into the elevator. When nothing happened, he pressed the button for the second floor. Then, nothing happened. The doors remained open. Han Fei waited for 10 seconds, and then the panel inside the elevator suddenly blinked and read that it was overloaded. In the blink of an eye, the warning disappeared, and then the elevator doors slowly closed. Overloaded. As the doors closed, all the floor numbers on the panel lit up at once like there were endless hands pressing them. Han Fei stood at the corner of the booth quietly. He watched all these unfold silently. After about 10 seconds, the elevator finally moved. Without warning, the elevator started to plummet. After a heavy sense of vertigo, when Han Fei turned to the panel again, he saw that the elevator had stopped at the second-floor basement. Chapter 282. Han Fei pressed for the second floor, but the elevator stopped at the second-floor basement. Before the silvery doors fully opened, a pale-faced female student appeared outside the elevator. She was about to walk in when her body froze like she spied something. Her pupils darted about nervously. The girl stared at a corner inside the elevator, pulled her advancing step back, turned, and disappeared into the dark corridor. Why is there a girl in the second-floor basement of a security company? She looks frightened. What happened to her? Han Fei hugged the urn and chased after her. The girl's gait was strange. It was like one of her legs had no bone. Afraid that something bad might happen to her, Han Fei trailed after her, but this only made the girl move faster. After she turned a corner, she disappeared. The lights above flickered, and when it went off, the corridor would change slightly. The change was so minute that Han Fei couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. Han Fei stood in the middle of the corridor and looked around. The basement of the company was lined with numbered rooms. It looked like this floor was the hostel for the company staff. The guardian spirit for Yiming Street lives at a place like this? The damp walls were moldy, and chill crawled up his body. Han Fei was about to choose a relatively clean room to knock on when he realized the elevator door was still open. The elevator is still waiting for me? How come it feels like it's watching me when it's an inanimate object? His eyes moved around and noticed the camera at the corner. He assumed that was just a decoration. After all, the layer of dust on it was thick. Han Fei waved at the camera and revealed a friendly smile to show that he meant no harm, at least for now. He tried the door again and realized it was locked. Han Fei considered prying the door open but ultimately decided against it because someone might be watching him. He walked around the second-floor basement and returned to the elevator when he noticed all the room doors were locked. Strangely enough, whenever he entered the elevator, the overload warning would light up for a moment and then disappear. The doors slowly closed, and then all the numbers on the panel lit up. Just as the doors were about to close, Han Fei saw a woman's face poke out from the corner of the corridor with trembling pupils, bloodless face, and a terrified expression. When the woman's face appeared, Han Fei reached out to grab the elevator door to stop it from closing. Sensing the hand, the doors opened again. Han Fei charged towards the corner without any hesitation. But when he arrived, the poor girl had disappeared already. Is she threatened? Han Fei really didn't understand why a female student would show up at a security company. Based on her appearance, she needed help. The girl probably has a hidden mission on her. Han Fei sighed regretfully as he turned to the wall. If he had a phone in the cryptic world, he could at least leave his phone number on the wall. At least then they had a channel to communicate with. Returning to the elevator, Han Fei hugged the urn and stood quietly at the corner. He had no idea where the elevator would stop next, so his exploration would be directed by the elevator. The number on the panel kept changing. When the doors opened, Han Fei was in the fourth-floor basement. The wind blew into the elevator, and the overload warning came again. Han Fei took in the empty elevator booth, but the overload warning still remained. Should I leave then? After he walked out from the elevator, the doors slowly closed, and the elevator went upstairs. Why would a security company have so many basement floors? That is worth pondering. This floor appeared to be the warehouse, and it showed little signs of use. Most of the doors were not locked. The corridor was filled with broken furniture and dusty trash. Even the company staff rarely used this floor. The corridor was dark. Only the light nearest to the elevator was on. Standing there, it felt like one was inside a horror movie. As a static sound began, the single light started to flicker too. Frowning, Han Fei turned to press on the button to summon the elevator, but the button appeared to be broken. It refused to light up. The tapping sound against the button echoed inside the corridor, and it sounded quite helpless. As the elevator moved away from him, Han Fei stopped because a light smell of blood entered his nostril. The smell appeared very suddenly. As he turned around, the light above him went out. A disfigured human shadow appeared at the end of the dim corridor. Its body was jumbled out of shape, and it was rapidly shuffling towards Han Fei. What is that? The light suddenly came back on, but there was nothing in the corridor, but the smell of blood appeared to thicken. Han Fei opened the lid of the urn by a gap. Both Han Fei and the thing were waiting for the light to go out. The blood in the air clawed at Han Fei's heart. After the temporary brightness, darkness descended again. In the dark, things were shoved out of the way. The disfigured figure moved quickly through the trash. Wounds covered its twisted body. It came ever closer. When the light came on, everything returned to normal again. It was as if Han Fei had imagined that monster in the dark. Several seconds later, as electricity buzzed, the light went out again. The disfigured monster was only 5 meters away from Han Fei. The latter could even see its badly mutilated face and the broken bones that pierced through its skin. With terror on his face, Han Fei pressed on the broken elevator button crazily. Blood covered everything, and fear crawled up his spine. For meters, 3 meters, red footprints appeared on the trash. The uneven chair was toppled over. When the monster was only 2 meters from Han Fei, it suddenly stopped. Its mutilated face looked behind Han Fei, and its split head tilted slowly to the side. It suddenly noticed that whenever the light went out, there would be an extra shadow behind its prey. The light near the elevator came back on. It chased away the darkness, but not the thickening fear. The surroundings were quiet. Han Fei's breathing was uneven. His expression spoke of intense anxiety and fear. His finger never strayed away from the button. The number on the screen never changed. Han Fei's expression deepened with increasing fear. It was mixed with despair. His rationality was being slowly eaten away. And right at that moment, the light went out again. With the most fearful expression, Han Fei looked in front of him. The disfigured monster now appeared 5 meters away.
You've decided to retreat?
With the stamp of terror on his face, Han Fei took out a bladeless blade from his inventory.
Was it because you didn't buy my acting? Everyone's a critic nowadays.
Chapter 283. Han Fei rarely cared about other people's opinions. People could say he was weak, had low EQ, introverted, and he wouldn't get mad because they were right. However, there was one thing that he wouldn't allow others to challenge him on, and that was his acting skill. To Han Fei's consternation, his flawless acting was seen through in the cryptic world. That unsettled Han Fei because he took pride as a professional actor. The disfigured figure crawled away down the corridor. Han Fei and the spirits behind him gave chase immediately. Both parties had shed their disguises. Whenever the light went out, the figure would discover Han Fei appear closer to it. Anxiety crossed its mutilated face. Blood flowed down its cracked cranium. The figure didn't dare to turn around, afraid that it might find Han Fei riding on his back or lying on its shoulders. Thinking about the army of darkness that loomed behind the man, its bloody face filled with terror and fear. The man was possessed by more than one ghost. There was no place for it to assume anymore. That was the only explanation why this man was not acting like a normal individual should. After racing through the corner, the disfigured monster dipped into darkness. The blood in the air was replaced by mold. After the monster disappeared, Han Fei stopped to study the dark corridor.
That thing sure runs fast.
The fear on Han Fei's face already disappeared. He could manage his expression as easily as one would eat or drink.
Should we chase after it?
Inside the corridor where Han Fei was supposedly alone, another male voice echoed. Hearing that voice, Han Fei wasn't afraid. If anything, he answered serenely.
Of course, there is nothing that I love more than the game of hide and seek.
Han Fei had no idea what the fourth-floor basement was for, and he had no idea what happened here, but he was looking for people to interact with. He wanted to trigger missions. If there was none, he would continue to interact with them until there was one.
Be careful. This place gives me a bad feeling.
The man's voice soon disappeared and melted back into Han Fei's shadow. Scanning the shadows that appeared behind him, Han Fei slowly understood why the monster had chosen to escape. It was not that his acting was bad. His neighbors had inadvertently exposed him. The walls started to be painted with red characters. They were evoking resentment and many other negative emotions. More trash appeared in the corridor. After turning another corner, Han Fei discovered a door which was welded from black iron rods. A no-entry sign hung on the door. The road was blocked. Leaning on the door, Han Fei realized that the moldy smell mostly came from the other side of the door. Han Fei tried to push the door, but it was very well made and didn't even budge. After standing there for a while, Han Fei turned to look at the room beside the iron door. The old wooden door lock had fallen to the ground. The door was leaning against a table that missed a leg. The room looked fine at first glance, but upon closer inspection, many problems would surface. There was a handprint left on the edge of the table which suggested that someone had just moved it. Han Fei's passive hide and seek was activated. He gained a frightening instinct at finding things and hiding. He slowly moved the table away and entered the room. Throughout the process, he made no sound. Hugging the urn, Han Fei carefully moved through the trash and came to the broken booth. He poked his head in to look and saw a young man in guard uniform curling under the booth. He was holding a yellowed ghost story book. He bit his finger and was so focused on reading. The pictures of ghosts in the book were ghastly, but the color was fading. The man's expression shifted as the plot progressed. His chest rose and fell unevenly. He was afraid, but he couldn't stop himself from reading. The scene in the room was rather surreal. The young guard had his body curled up, and his focus was completely on the ghost story collection in his hands. Above his head, there was a human head that slowly appeared to stare at the young guard. In the dark, after who knew how long, the young guard finally finished a tale. He wiped away his cold sweat and rubbed his palms together. Then he worked his heavy shoulders. Turning to the cheap watch around his wrist, the young guard picked up the book and prepared to stand up.
Time to go for a patrol. I can't stay here and skip work forever.
With his hand on the ground, he was only halfway up when his eyes swept to the top of his head. Lightning struck his brain, and he held his pose like time had frozen. There was a face at the broken window of the booth. The four eyes met, and a strange atmosphere undulated.
Don't be afraid. I'm a new guard here.
Han Fei only wanted to gain level. He was not interested in scaring people. With a warm smile on his face, he walked out from behind the booth in his stained uniform. The young guard fell to the ground and crawled frantically away from Han Fei.
If I wanted to harm you, I would have done that earlier. I'm really a new guard here.
Han Fei offered his hand to the young man.
Do not lie to me. My senior told me that this floor is extremely haunted. There was a guard who came down here to patrol at midnight, and he was never seen again.
The young man stared at Han Fei's outstretched hand like it was a venomous snake.
Since you know this place is dangerous, why would you come here to read ghost stories?
Han Fei felt like he had been forcibly placed into some kind of strange character. He normally wouldn't need to say these things.
This is the only place without a camera, so you came here to sneak some free time?
Taking in the dark room, Han Fei sighed.
Is the treatment here so bad that a worker is forced to come to a haunted location to steal some downtime?
Using soul depth touch, Han Fei picked up the young guard. He patted away the dust on the man's shoulder.
There's no need to be afraid. I'm indeed the new guard. In fact, why don't you come with me and show me around? I have so many questions to ask you. Are you sure you're not a ghost?
The young guard poked Han Fei's arm and felt reassured by the human warmth.
What kind of crazy question is that?
Han Fei sighed helplessly. He reached out to snatch away the guard's ghost story book and stuffed it inside the urn.
Stop reading books like these. There are no ghosts in this world. You need to believe in science.
As he turned to walk off, the horrifying shadows inside the room slipped into the urn as the lid temporarily opened. Chapter 284. After being educated by Han Fei, the young guard still didn't feel much better. If anything, he became even more afraid. He was certain that Han Fei was not a ghost, but in this world, one didn't need to be a ghost to instill fear in others. Seeing Han Fei, who was so at ease in a bloody uniform, the young guards silently switched on the walkie-talkie. Perhaps because they were inside the basement, the walkie-talkie only responded with static. Ghosts have a unique static field. When they are present, they will disrupt the static field, causing electrical devices to malfunction. As the detail from the ghost stories entered his mind, the guard became tense again. He rubbed his gummy calves and hurried up from the ground. He decided to leave this place while he still could.
Let's go upstairs then. My senior would be looking for me. They're probably circling the lobby, trying to find me.
The young guard had a hidden message in his words. I have many friends here, so don't do anything too stupid. He believed that such a claim would stop Han Fei from harming him, but in reality, when Han Fei heard that, he only nodded as he silently came up with a plan to capture all the guards in one fell swoop. After walking out from the room, Han Fei glanced at the corridor, which was welded shut. The other side of the corridor appeared to lead to a different world.
By the way, I still haven't got your name. My name is Bicinian. Everyone calls me Xiao Si. Xiao Bai, I have a question for you.
Han Fei pointed at the sealed path.
Why is this path sealed? Is there something scary on the other side? The name's Xiao Si.
The guard said weakly.
When I patrolled with my senior, he only told me that I mustn't come to this floor after midnight. There is no surveillance on this floor and no guard is assigned to patrol this place. No one really knows why. Is that when you decide to take advantage of the blind spot yourself? You came to this floor to sneak some rest?
Han Fei couldn't help but be impressed. This Bicinian was in a way quite a genius.
I was just braver than the rest. I enjoy ghost stories, and this floor has that horror film atmosphere.
Bicinian glanced at the ceremonial urn Han Fei was holding, and then dipped his voice conspiratorially.
I heard from the others that there was once a new guard who was afraid of ghost stories. When he came to this floor to patrol for the first time, he was never seen again. I wonder if they just made that up to scare me or not.
Then he glanced at Han Fei, as if suspecting that Han Fei was that security guard. The two walked down the long corridor and arrived before the elevator. Seeing the changing elevator number, Bicinian didn't feel that afraid anymore. As strange as Han Fei was, he didn't show any intention of harming him. Summoning his courage, Bicinian asked the question which had been bothering him.
Big brother, why is your uniform so bloody when I can't see any visible wounds on you? And how come your uniform doesn't really look like ours? I came from a neighborhood security. I plan to join this company to start a new career.
Han Fei answered.
Why did you stop working for that neighborhood? Did something happen?
Bicinian asked with curiosity in his eyes. Hearing the question, Han Fei was rather speechless. Life was short enough, but some people insisted on making it shorter. If Han Fei was truly a ghost, this young guard would be dead several times already. Ding! While the atmosphere froze from Han Fei's refusal to answer, the elevator finally arrived. Bicinian quickly rushed in. Han Fei walked in after him. When he did, the red overload warning lit up again. Han Fei's frown deepened by Bicinian just shrugged.
This elevator has always been like this. When you take it at night, even if you're inside the booth alone, it'll keep on saying that it's overloaded. It'll go away on its own. Looks like you're quite used to that. Well, you have to when you have a skimpy boss. He would never fix these things.
As the elevator rose, Bicinian's tone lightened significantly.
If you can get an offer elsewhere, I'd advise you against joining this company. The boss gives a very unfair contract. This place might look impressive, but it's not much better than the government job agency. And the key thing is, I've heard of a sinister secret about this place. Bicinian lowered his voice.
The one good thing about our boss is that he has very wide connections, and thus can bring many jobs into the company, but I hear that some of the colleagues never return from their postings.
Isn't that a good thing? That means they get a permanent posting there, and a stable income. No, it's not like that. We never hear from them again, like they've disappeared.
Bicinian stared at Han Fei's uniform for a long time before his eyes lit up with shock.
Now that I think about it, I've seen your uniform before. Many guards have worn the same uniform as yours. The neighborhood you came from is a big customer of our boss. Every week, our boss will send people there, but no one ever returns. The place is like a black hole.
Bicinian had incidentally provided Han Fei with valuable information. The boss of this company had connections with Ziggurat and had been continuously feeding the place well-trained security guards.
Is there a special requirement to get a posting there?
Han Fei asked.
Didn't you come from there? You should know.
Bicinian was confused, but he still answered.
In any case, I heard that before the guard is sent there, they would be summoned to the boss office on the 4th floor and be given something by the boss.
Hanfei's plan was to infiltrate Ziggurat as a security guard, but he didn't know how a Ziggurat security guard would operate, but he was going to find out at this place.
Let's go to the 4th floor now.
Hanfei suggested.
Are you sure? The boss sometimes sleeps in his office, if we run into him. Bicinian shivered involuntarily as he imagined that scene. The young guard appeared to be afraid of the boss.
It'll be fine. We're just going to go take a quick look. Chapter 285. The red number on the elevator panel turned from -4 to -2, and then it stopped without warning again. The silvery gray door slowly opened, but there was nothing in the dark corridor.
I heard from my senior that the company used to supply accommodation for the workers and allow them to bring their families to live at the underground hostel. But something happened, and the boss chased everyone out. The hostel was officially closed down.
Bicinian looked at the corridor and curled deeper into the elevator.
Do you know what happened? I heard one of the girls came back late one night, and she was killed on her way home. If you follow the corridor until the end, you'll come across her picture and an altar set up for her. I didn't see any altar or picture.
Hanfei grumbled.
But I did scare the girl away. What did you say?
Bicinian pressed on the elevator button crazily before the doors finally closed.
The elevator would stop every time on this floor. It's just crazy. Some even claim that they have seen a girl standing outside the elevator. She seemed to be observing the people inside the elevator, looking for her killer. I'm surprised so many things happened here.
Hanfei had a feeling that he found the right person. With Bicinian as his guide, he had saved a lot of time. The two of them took the elevator to the 4th floor, but the old elevator once again stopped when it reached the 2nd floor. Hanfei noticed that the strange elevator would stop at every even number floors. Compared to the basement, the surface floors were cleaner and neater. The corridor had lamps every few meters, and the place was well lit. The place looked normal, like a typical office. Hanfei couldn't find any problem. But in the cryptic world, when there was no problem, it was the biggest problem. A very faded scent of plastic burning lingered in the air. It made Hanfei's nose twitch uncomfortably. He couldn't find the source. The smell appeared to come out from the walls itself.
Was there a fire here? I don't think so.
Bicinian scratched his head and straightened his cap. He walked out from the elevator and reached out to grab the patrol form hanging beside the elevator. The old form had names written down in red, but most of them had been crossed off.
Whose prank is this?
Bicinian took out a pen from his shirt pocket. He was about to fill in his report when he realized his name was not on the form.
This is strange. He flipped through the form again and again. With each turn of the page, his expression became stranger and stranger.
Impossible. Someone must be pranking me.
His eyeballs gradually protruded, and his normal face started to pale.
What's wrong?
Seeing this, Hanfei asked with concern.
Our company's patrol form will update once a week. When I went to the 4th floor basement, it was a Wednesday, but the date here says that it's already Thursday, and my name is nowhere to be found.
Bicinian spoke urgently, his emotions fraying.
If that's the case, then perhaps you should look at the earlier pages. But if you can't find your name on the patrol form at all, that can only mean that you entered the basement a long time ago and haven't left there ever since.
Hanfei's method of consolation was quite direct.
No. Impossible. I remember everything very clearly.
The skin on Bicinian's face started to wrinkle. His fingers gripped the patrol form, and then he charged towards one of the rooms.
Senior, are you there? Wang-san, Sister Lan, is anyone here?
Bicinian stopped before a door. He shook the handle madly, but the door didn't open. Hanfei walked over and helped him by kicking it down. Once the door opened, Bicinian turned the place upside down. He pulled down all the drawers and scattered the files everywhere.
Why isn't it there?
The drawers had the files on all the security guards except Bicinian. Unwilling to accept the truth, he switched on the old computer on the table. The screen flickered several times. It was barely usable. He clicked on the mouse madly. His eyes were red. None of the documents had anything to do with him. It was as if his existence had been wiped away by this company.
No, there's still nothing.
Staring at the desktop, Bicinian clicked on the recycle bin, his mind standing on the edge of despair. There were plenty of files inside the recycle bin. He noticed a file from 1 month ago. He restored the files and realized they were all video files. Bicinian clicked on it, and a surveillance video started to play. The midnight elevator rose up from the fourth-floor basement and stopped at the second floor. Then the patrol form beside the elevator fell to the ground. The papers rustled, and someone roughly scrawled out the names. Unclear footprints appeared on the corridor. A barely visible shadow walked through the darkness and stopped before the office door. The office door suddenly started to tremble, like someone was shaking the lock madly, even though there was no one in the corridor. Moments later, the door opened. That was the end of the first video. Bicinian turned to the second video. This time the video was captured by the camera right above his head. In the second video, the midnight office appeared to be haunted. The drawers were pulled open, the cupboards were pushed over, and documents scattered everywhere. When everything stopped, the computer suddenly came alive. The documents were opened one after another, before finally the recycle bin was clicked on. Soon, the computer started to play the surveillance videos. At the last segment of the video, the screen of the computer reflected a face covered in scars and blood. Then a row of words appeared on screen. Do you remember now? Bicinian slowly raised his head to look at the camera above him. He was doing the same thing as the ghost inside the video. Smell of decomposition drifted out from his body, and his bones started to collapse. Bicinian's face rapidly decayed. He looked at the video inside the computer. He looked at the ghost inside the video and his face on the screen. His lips slowly opened, and he uttered rather weakly, "So I'm already dead." The walkie-talkie on his shoulder echoed with static. No wonder no one answered him. He was talking to himself.
I remember it now. Everyone was led through the iron door, but me. I was trapped inside that room on the fourth-floor basement. I was the one who was most afraid of ghost stories. I was the most cowardly guard.
He mumbled to himself. No wonder I don't fear ghost stories anymore. Why so, Glumchum?
Observing the complete change on Bicinian, Han Fei opened the urn and released Weep and Li Zai.
Being a ghost is not so bad. Some might not even have the chance to become a ghost. You're already much luckier than most.
Pulling the confused Bicinian to his side, Han Fei used Soul Depth Touch to grab the man's hand.
If you really do feel lonely, I have a big family who is always ready to welcome you.
Chapter 286. When a normal person realized their company was dead and their skin started to decay and their face literally melted off, it should be a terrifying discovery. Based on a normal horror movie trope, Bicinian would lose control and then start to attack the living humans around him. He would lose his mind after killing his victim, and then in his loss and confusion, return to the fourth-floor basement and reinitiate a new cycle. This would have happened many times already, but this time things were different. Bicinian, who was literally decaying, had his hand held tightly by Han Fei. He noted with surprise that the man wasn't that friendly before he found out he was a ghost.
Based on the surveillance tapes on that computer, you've been wandering around this place for a long time already. After discovering the truth, you'd worked to avoid it every time, and thus got stuck in an endless loop. Brother, you're trapped inside a maze made by your own memory.
Han Fei told Bicinian kindly. He started to persuade Bicinian to join him. With the training from the cryptic world, Han Fei was more professional than most psychiatrists on the market. It couldn't be helped, he had too much clinical experience. Looking at the computer screen, as the truth entered his mind, Bicinian should go berserk, but he was both mentally and physically suppressed by Han Fei.
I know this will be hard to stomach for now, but you can't change what happened.
Through Soul Depth Touch, Han Fei realized Bicinian was not an evil spirit. His soul was like a balled-up twine. The threads which were truly malicious were extremely little. After Bicinian calmed down, Han Fei asked,
Now you should remember many things already. Can you tell me what exactly happened here? Dead. Everyone's dead. Only the dead will be taken away. You'll have to die before you can become a security guard. They came from different places, but all had horrible deaths. Then they were sent to different places.
Bicinian mumbled incoherently.
No one ever returned. They will never return.
Seeing the state Bicinian was in, Han Fei wanted to crack open the young man's brain and used a more hands-on approach to his treatment. Resisting the urge, Han Fei made his tone as gentle as possible.
What do you mean by they have to die to become a security guard? Didn't you say that you've seen other guards in the same uniform as I do? Does this mean those guards were given some kind of special training before they were sent to the neighborhood? All the guards assigned to that place were handpicked by the boss. I was selected once in the past. We needed to go up to the fourth floor to claim a form and then conduct the last step in the fourth floor basement. Last step? What is the last step? I don't know. Before it happened, My senior told me to find a place to hide, because I was shaking too hard from fear. Vicinian held his head in pain like his head was about to explode. Noting this, Han Fei stopped his questioning. He turned to the computer and checked the surveillance videos again. He noticed that these video files were copies. They were purposely left there inside the recycle bin.
Where are the other surveillance recordings?
They're on the 4th floor. Both the main surveillance room and the boss office are on the 4th floor. He likes to observe us work.
They didn't stay much longer. Han Fei led Vicinian to the 4th floor using the elevator. The 4th floor looked similar to the 2nd floor. Everything looked normal and nothing was out of place. The only change was the smell of charring was heavier in the air. This building looks so normal, it's hard to imagine a grade F mission would be hidden here. After playing this game for so long, Han Fei had noticed some habits of the system. For example, the naming of the mission was not random. Sometimes, the name of the mission was itself a hint. Why would the system deem this place as related to Yi Ming Street's guardian spirit? Will Yi Ming Street be destroyed without this security company? While Han Fei processed the question in his mind, Vicinian led him to the door, which was the most luxurious they had ever encountered at the company. The bad memory in Vicinian's head was triggered again. His pale fingers started to twitch. His hands closed over the handle, but he couldn't find the courage to push.
Is your boss very scary?
Han Fei took out Rest in Peace from his inventory.
Yes, in my remaining memory, the only impression I have of him is fear. That's because you're still too young. Soon, you'll realize there are more people scarier than him.
With that, Han Fei kicked down the door and entered the office. The office used gold as the main color scheme. The place breathed of wealth. In the 50 cubic meters office, there was a glass cupboard on the left which showcased many arts and golden items. On the right was a bookshelf, but most of the books appeared untouched. Before them was an impossibly large office table. Various documents were placed on the table. Picking up a random document to read, Han Fei noticed it contained the information and training record of one of their employees. Based on this document, the feeling gave off by this company was absolute professionalism. They not only provided training for their security guards, they also picked the job postings based on the individual guard's personality to ensure that each guard would get their most suitable posting.
Employee information, training grading, career planning, work feedback. Han Fei couldn't find any problem. This security company in hell was a lot more professional than many companies in real life.
No, it's not like that.
Vicinian originally only dared to stand outside the door, but after seeing nothing happen to Han Fei, he also gained some courage. He stood beside the table and scanned the documents.
The real forms have been hidden away.
Vicinian looked through the office while Han Fei stood quietly to the side. Soon Vicinian found a torn form inside the trash can. Spreading it open, the form had no name or picture, just a number. This looked more like a delivery manifest, but the description of the item was quite strange.
Number 69, average rating, barely fits the requirement. The cargo itself is not flawed. The surface pattern showed no sign of ruination. The internal cavity is well preserved. The cargo is stable, will make a good vessel.
This cargo appeared to be some kind of container, but why would that be found inside a security company? Han Fei reached out his hand and used hide-and-seek's passive to investigate every corner of the office. When he passed the bookshelf, the landlord's ring chilled slightly. Han Fei stopped and had Weep and Li Zai move the bookshelf away. To everyone's surprise, there was an elevator hidden behind it. The elevator appeared to be a cargo elevator. It was connected directly to the 4th floor basement. Pressing the button, the elevator door slowly opened. Instantly, they were hit by the smell of blood. The elevator booth was practically slathered in blood.
The cargo on the delivery manifest actually refers to the security guard here. The boss has been sending his employees to different places as cargo.
Han Fei thought this was just a normal security company, but it was actually a processing plant. From available information, this company was in a lot of different businesses. They offered security services and sold cargo that featured humans. Just as Han Fei hesitated whether to enter the cargo elevator, the elevator door suddenly closed on its own. The number on the panel changed as the elevator descended.
Someone has summoned the elevator on the 4th floor?
The elevator stopped at the 4th floor basement for a while before it started to rise again. Seeing this, Han Fei opened the urn and called out all of his neighbors.
Be prepared. Something is coming up. Chapter 287 pairs of eyes stared transfixed at the changing number on the panel. Some of them were hungry for blood. Others were deep with despair. a few were just coldly detached. All of them reigned in their presence and waited patiently. The red color on the black elevator panel screen appeared to be bleeding. 10 seconds later, the elevator finally stopped. The bloody doors opened slowly, and the stinging smell of decomposition and blood spread. Then a pair of large hands reached out from inside the cargo elevator. The hands covered with death spots were almost grayish-purple in color. The bloated fingers were adorned with several expensive rings. As the body continued to grow in size, the rings were practically stuck inside the flesh. A heavy breathing followed as the hands slowly pushed to ease its large body out. The tailored suit was drenched in grave wax, and it radiated a horrible stench. A tie dangled unevenly around the fatty neck.
Who moved the bookshelf?
A raspy voice came from the cracked lips. An impossibly ugly face was reflected on the glass cupboard. The legs that stretched out from the elevator halted, as if the owner had sensed something. After a temporary pause, the limbs shrunk back and the pudgy finger pressed repeatedly on the elevator button. The silvery gray doors started to close, but it only managed to go halfway before they stopped. A crying voice started to echo inside the cramped elevator booth. Dark black eyes opened among the walls. The temperature inside the booth started to plummet like a trap had been triggered. Without warning, the stuck elevator doors were pried open and the red warning appeared on the panel, "Overload." Pairs of pale hands appeared and ashen faces squeezed into the booth. Before the well-dressed monster could react, he was already surrounded. Its throat gargled anxiously. Light black mist exuded out from his wet clothes. When the crying approached, he rammed out from the cargo elevator. The crying became more intense, and more eyes opened on the door of the office. Dripping with bloody tears, a thin girl stood alone at the door. Her hollow eyes stared at the monster, and her mouth smiled sweetly. The monster immediately closed his eyes, but he was still too late. He realized his actions had slowed. His consciousness appeared to be forcibly dampened by some kind of force. His mind tried to resist the pulling force as he lost control of his body. The despair within his heart was pulled to the surface, and all his sealed memories were triggered. The despair within him pierced through his soul like spines. The despair without him trapped him like a cage. In less than a minute, the monster had lost the ability to fight back. Before he could use his special power, his mind, soul, and body were detained.
You're the boss of this company?
With rest and peace in hand, Han Fei's method of interrogation was rather unique. He didn't need a confession from his target because he was holding the cryptic world's best polygraph test. Without waiting for an answer, he chopped at the man's arm. Those who killed and sinned would trigger the blade of rest and peace. Han Fei would determine how evil a person was based on how fast the blade took to cut through their bodies. In this case, the blade sliced through without resistance. Before the monster even felt pain, his eyes already saw his arm plop weakly to the ground. Several seconds later, the pain came and he screamed.
Who are you?
Without any explanation, the man cut him immediately. This could only mean that they hated each other deeply, but the monster had no memory of Han Fei at all. This should be the first time they met.
Your hands are so bloody that the sins you've committed are deeper than the monsters at Cattle Alley.
Han Fei stared at the still squirming arm. After it was chopped off, the arm soon dissolved into black mist. When the black mist floated towards Han Fei, Weep's urn flipped over and a strange bug crawled out. It consumed the black mist greedily. Its eyes shone with satisfaction before it turned greedily to the boss body. Being stared at by the bug, the monster shivered. He couldn't remember offending Han Fei before.
Why are you here? I can give you anything you want. No wonder you're the boss. You're quite the negotiator.
Han Fei looked at the man with a harmless smile.
The building has accumulated many energy and special items. I can bring you to them.
The monster's gaze slowly moved away from Han Fei. When he saw Bicinian in the corner, he growled angrily.
You brought him here? Well, I can't say I'd expect a coward who can't even sell for a good price to accomplish something like this.
Being glared at by his boss, Bicinian was feeling hapless too. To be honest, when the large amount of ghosts appeared inside the office, he was scared too.
This has nothing to do with him. The main reason I came here is to get some information from you and take away some stuff.
Han Fei sat on the office table.
You must have seen this uniform I'm wearing, right?
The monster initially didn't even notice it, but when he noticed the unique uniform Han Fei was wearing, the fatty folds on his face jiggled and his eyes flashed with shock.
You came from Ziggurat? That doesn't matter. I just want to know how many security guards you've sent there and what is your relationship with that place?
The monster didn't answer immediately. He only caved when his consciousness was about to be sucked away.
I don't know how many people I've sent there, but I only did that to protect the greater majority. If I didn't send those people over, the tenants at Ziggurat would come out hunting for themselves. Then the whole street would perish.
The monster slumped weakly to the ground. His ugly face was written with guilt and blame. If Han Fei wasn't a master actor, the monster might have been able to fool him.
Acting is not your calling. That whole performance is just amateurish.
With another swipe of rest and peace, the monster's other arm fell and morphed into black mist. Big Sin was very happy with the feast. Han Fei didn't hesitate with his actions like he already knew part of the truth. The monster who lost both arms finally pleaded for mercy and was willing to tell the truth.
The Ziggurat had me send them suitable souls so they can make vessels out of them. They wish to plant seeds inside the soul in the hopes of growing special flowers. Flower? The seeds are the cocoons, and the flowers are the beautiful butterflies. The Ziggurat's manager has been meaning to create the most perfect bloom, but it has never succeeded. Most flowers refused to bloom, and those which did were flawed.
The monster's words immediately grabbed Han Fei's attention. The butterfly at the Ziggurat planned to create another butterfly? Chapter 288.
In other words, the security guards that you sent there are equal to flower pots? You can say that, since they were all used to nurture flowers.
At this point, Bicinian, who had been perfectly quietly stalked over. His eyes protruded and his pupils flushed red.
You tricked everyone to go there even though you knew that they would die? If not for your cowardice and your senior's willingness to take your place, do you think you will survive until now?
The monster thought it was Bicinian who brought Han Fei here, so his eyes that targeted Bicinian were filled with venom. The young man's fist smashed into the monster's face. Bicinian gasped heavily as his body continued to grow taller like there was no limit. Han Fei still had some questions, so he had Drake pull Bicinian to the side for now.
Was there any special mark on the guards you sent to Ziggurat? Or did they have to go through some kind of special training?
Han Fei's real goal was to try to infiltrate Ziggurat as a security guard, and he needed his disguise to be as perfect as possible.
The guards would have to put on the cursed uniform. The uniform contained the wicked spirit of the previous owner. Passing the spirit's test is only the first step. Then you have to drink a drop of the Ziggurat manager's blood.
The monster didn't lie because he knew it was very easy for Han Fei to dispose of him.
The manager's blood? At least that was what I was told. In any case, the blood contained some kind of bug cocoon. After you drank the blood and did not perish, the cocoon would crawl deep into your soul. Then the security guard would become a qualified flower pot. They would be tormented by the pain and despair brought by the cocoon and eventually lose their humanity and become what most locals call the outsiders.
The monster paused before adding,
There are a small portion of people who could resist the mutation brought on by the cocoon, but their endings weren't much prettier. What are the more obvious mutations that one could see after consuming the cocoon? First, their personality will change. Compared to humans, they will become more like animals. They have no sanity left and love to kill.
What the boss said was similar to the outsiders Han Fei had encountered. He could mimic their personalities perfectly.
Physically, there will be some changes too. The most obvious would be the appearance of a butterfly wing pattern on the body part where the cocoon had decided to reside. The pattern cannot be removed and will accompany the flower pot until the end of their lives. How long will it take for the pattern to appear on one's skin after the cocoon is ingested? It depends on the individuals. Some took hours, others took months.
Han Fei couldn't verify that, but creating a butterfly pattern was going to be difficult.
Does everyone at the Ziggurat have the butterfly pattern? No, the situation at Ziggurat is very complicated.
The monster picked his words carefully like he was worried that he might trigger some curses.
Ziggurat is the most dangerous building here, and the danger is multifaceted. Other than the manager whom no one has seen, there are many other scary creatures there. They can't even start to imagine their horror. I'm curious, why would all these scary creatures congregate at Ziggurat?
That was a question which had been bothering Han Fei.
I don't know, but one time when I went to collect the broken flower pots, I heard from one of the tenants that you could see the other side of the nightmare inside one of the rooms. When he was halfway through, the monster's body suddenly froze. Then the folds of fat started to tremble violently. The black mist that released from his skin appeared to form sharp threads, which shredded through his body. The ugly face was covered in disbelief. His eyes widened, but he could no longer say anything. Black mist poured out from his mouth and tore open his brain. The smell was horrendous. After the monster was positively dead, the black mist dissipated. Big Sin bounced about, taking in as much as black mist as it could. Han Fei looked despondent because he saw the character death on the monster's rapidly dissolving heart. As the monster perished, so did the character. Is that the curse from Ziggurat? The monster accidentally triggered the death curse. Han Fei still had many questions for him.
He was quite powerful among the medium lingering spirits, but he managed to retain his rationality with such power. That was rare. No more the Ziggurat valued his service.
Out of professional habit, when the monster's curse was triggered, Drake walked forward to shield Han Fei from it.
The Ziggurat would never curse someone for no reason. They would only curse those that they value with the unique death curse. Based on my understanding of the death curse, the one on the monster was the weakest kind.
All the spirits guarded around Han Fei while Bicinian looked at the pool of blood on the ground in a daze. He was reminded of many things. He understood why he became like this. He wanted to take revenge for his colleagues and his senior, but the killer was already dead.
Hey, you don't really think this guy was the culprit, did you?
Han Fei patted Bicinian's shoulder.
The real monster that killed your senior is still at the company. Your boss was just its caretaker.
Bicinian was still contemplating what Han Fei meant when he was dragged by the man towards the cargo elevator. Since there was a grade F hidden mission at the security company, it could only mean that there was a large lingering spirit inside the company, or at least a monster at the level of the doctor from Cattle Alley.
The boss is already dead, so the thing would know about our existence already. In that case, we would meet it in person.
With all the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood and teachers from Yiming Private Academy, Han Fei might not be strong enough to fight with Ziggurat, but he was certainly powerful enough to bulldoze a security company.
They call themselves the guardian spirit of Yiming Street, but they've been doing these dirty transactions. They treat the people living on this street as cargo. They have never really wanted to help this street.
Han Fei pressed the down button, and the door started to close.
What are you doing?
Bicinian was still stumped. He looked at Han Fei and the army of ghosts who were willing to follow him.
Yiming Street needs a new guardian spirit, a real guardian spirit.
Inside the elevator, Han Fei waved his hand at Bicinian.
Come on.
Ziggurat is very scary. After we killed the boss, where are we going to find the new guardian spirit? There's no need to find one.
Standing amidst the many ghosts, Han Fei smiled.
He's already here.
Chapter 289. Looking at the people inside the cargo elevator, Bicinian was struck with a strange feeling. Even though they too were strapped by despair, sadness, and pain, they were distinct from the normal locals of the cryptic world. Bicinian didn't know how to describe it, but he knew that he wanted to be a part of that world. Hearing Han Fei's invitation, Bicinian's legs moved involuntarily. When he came to, he was already beside Han Fei. He became one of them and stood beside them. Pressing the down button, the silvery grass door closed and the elevator started to descend.
I don't even know your name yet.
Standing among the crowd of ghosts, Bicinian didn't even dare to speak too loudly.
The name's Han Fei. I'm the building manager of Happiness Neighborhood Building 1, as well as the patrol teacher at Yiming Private Academy. I own a small business too.
Han Fei signaled for Bicinian to calm down.
They are my neighbors and colleagues. They will not harm you.
The red number on the panel kept changing. As the number dwindled, the strange smell in the air thickened. But the passengers inside the booth didn't care. They followed behind Han Fei and strode ahead. The mottled elevator wall started to bleed. The black blood vessels started to crawl like worms, and the booth was dyed red. Blood dripped to the ground. Su Qin reached out to use her hand to block Han Fei's head to stop the blood from hitting him. The spirits looked like they were standing at ease, but a close observer would realize that these monsters dominated by despair and pain were all guarding Han Fei. They would protect Han Fei the moment there was danger. Bicinian couldn't believe his eyes. Just what kind of charm this man had that he could have so many monsters and spirits follow him so willingly. He lowered his head and thought about the way Han Fei looked when he offered him the invitation. The man had an expression that he had never seen before. His senior never told him that there was such brilliant hope and light in a person in the cryptic world. The temperature in the booth dropped, and they were suffocated by blood and stench. Soon the number became -4. The elevator groaned before it stopped. The elevator door opened, and a taboo location appeared before them. The walls were covered with plants that mimicked arteries. Occasionally unknown bugs crawled between them. Large amount of blood and flesh spotted the ground. Every few steps, there was a bloody guard uniform.
This is the real appearance of Yiming Security Company. Everything on the surface is just an illusion.
Chills came in unrelenting waves from the landlord's ring. A lot of things were hidden here.
I suggest we stay close to each other.
As they exited the elevator, they observed the passage ahead. This part of the fourth-floor basement looked like a large trash processing center. There were holes dug out from the concrete walls everywhere. Some of the holes had carts, others had cutting instruments.
Many guards will come here to complete the last procedure before they are sent out to work.
Vicinian now had more memories coming back. He was wrapped in regret.
My senior was responsible for leading the newbies. He didn't have to go to Ziggurat. He did it for me.
Han Fei couldn't imagine what this last procedure was. The faded red lights on the wall darkened. Han Fei and Vicinian were soon lost in the underground maze. They could only work off of experience and headed down the direction where the stench was strongest. After a few minutes of walking, Weep suddenly stopped. He titled his head at a spot on the wall and then extended his finger. The wall was crawling with artery-like vines. They grew in layers on the wall. Weep used his fingers to part the vines to reveal a captivating flower behind the complicated patchwork of vines. The flower was minuscule, about the size of one's fingernail, but it was very delicate. His finger caressed the flower, and the small red flower responded to his touch. Weep was about to pluck the flower when Drake stopped him. Drake lifted the flower from below, and the flower's slender stalk was growing out of a rotten eyeball. Once they parted away more vines, it was revealed that a body dressed in guard uniform was planted into the wall. The red flower grew out from the body's eye socket.
This place is purposely made like this. The flower is nothing good.
Drake pinched and snapped the flower off by its stalk. Instantly, the red flower wilted, and the broken stalk dripped with atrocious bloody liquid. The flower looked so pretty, but the nutrient-sustaining, it was horrendous.
I've seen this flower at Cattle Street before. They grow on flesh and blood, sustaining on the nutrients of the dead. They are loved by cursed bugs.
Su Qin stared at the wilted petal and stomped over them. After living for so long in the cryptic world, she preferred the freshness of meat rather than the romance of flowers. The stench in the air thickened, but the number of flowers on the wall increased. When they reached the end of the corridor, everyone was stunned. There was a giant hole dug out at the end of the passage. The hole contained a small hill that was blooming with red flowers. At the middle of the hill where the flowers had the brightest blooms was a blood pool the size of a sink.
The red flowers need flesh and blood to grow, so this small hill should be filled with rotting bodies and broken spirits.
Ever since he entered the cryptic world, Han Fei had not seen something so pretty. It was arrestingly breathtaking.
I just remembered something. My senior told me that the guards have to drink some kind of blood. I believe he meant the blood inside that small pool.
Before Vicinian finished, Big Sin suddenly leaped out from the urn and rolled into the deep hole. Its body soon disappeared among the sea of flowers. This happened so suddenly that no one was ready for it. The neighbors turned to Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't really understand what happened either. But he was not that worried about Big Sin. Technically speaking, the Sea of Flowers was not that different from Big Sin's place of birth. Big Sin was born inside the mass grave under the pet shop. The grave was filled with the spirits of dead animals and pets. This deep hole didn't have the bodies of animals, but it should have the bodies of many security guards.
Big Sin is an anomaly born through animality when normally, to morph a human cocoon into a butterfly, one would need a lot of humanity.
While Han Fei contemplated, a row of red flowers was pushed aside as Big Sin flew up the hill towards the blood pool in the middle. Just as it attempted to wade into the blood pool, the blood-red flower sea suddenly lurched like a wave. The whole hill shook, and a snake-like tail whipped Big Sin back down the hill. Petals were plucked off, and they wilted in the air. The ground slowly rose, and one after another children's heads poked out from the sea of flowers. The shrill cackle of children laughing echoed inside the hole, and Han Fei got to see the full view of the monster. It had the heads of 8 children, while its lower body undulated like a snake. But instead of scale, a strange butterfly wing pattern covered its body.
What is that thing? Can I keep it as a pet?
Only by touching the thing that the system could provide Han Fei with an answer.
Octocrown. Why is it here?
Drake recognized the monster, and his face was of plain shock.
When I accompanied the previous boss to make delivery to the Ziggurat, I saw it there before. But at the time, It hadn't grown to this size yet.
Chapter 290.
What kind of species is it? It has the combined spirits of 8 children. It's very hard to deal with. The paper doll would stay away from it whenever we would encounter it.
Just as Drake finished, a shrill scream emitted from the bottom of the hole. The monster crawled up the side of the hole with its 8 heads displaying different expressions. It was more than 4 meters long and a thick layer of energy twined around it. After it crawled by, it would leave behind a deep crimson trail. If Han Fei was alone, he would immediately think about running, but now things had changed. As 8 Crown crawled out from the hole, the neighbors already moved to guard before Han Fei. 8 Crown was just a tenant at Ziggurat, while Han Fei had the power of everyone from Happiness Neighborhood and Yiming Private Academy. He believed he could fight this monster. With the ability to log out at any moment and the aid from his friends, Han Fei was incredibly confident. He showed no fear facing 8 Crown. Bicinian, who saw this, was beyond baffled. Why did this man look so confident when he didn't appear that strong? Red eyes opened in the dark. The hungry pupils stared at the monster, which emitted a scary presence. Crying mixed with despair slowly overwhelmed the children's scream. Weep reached out his fingers to touch 8 Crown's head.
Do you want to play with me?
The large snake tail whipped at Weep. The boy didn't move to evade. Instead, he raised his hands to grip at the despair within 8 Crown and was slowly molding the despair into the shape of a knife.
Get out of the way.
Even though Bicinian was a coward, he had a good heart. Seeing the child was about to be swiped by the snake tail, he made to run forward to bump Weep away. But before he got there, a shadow slammed heavily into the ground. The wall and floor cracked. Li Hui emitted a strong presence of misfortune. His arms, which were larger than a normal person's leg, grabbed the snake tail tightly. He opened his jaws and bit on the snake tail.
Meat.
The venom on the 8 Crown colorful skin injected into Li Hui's body, but at the same time, Li Hui's deep misfortune also infected 8 Crown. Bicinian was beyond belief watching the close-quarter combat between 8 Crown and Li Hui. Just what kind of creature he had been hanging out with. The faces of the 8 children started to distort. Each child's face surfaced with a strange character. One of the girls who had the character, Curse, on her cheeks stared transfixed at Li Hui. And then the girls' faces started to surface on Li Hui's muscular body. The faces giggled and smiled as they crawled deeper into Li Hui's body. At the same time, a boy with the character, Soul, on his forehead also turned to Li Hui. The moment he did, Li Hui's soul started to crack.
The 8 faces of 8 Crown each had their own special power. Singular use of them might not be that strong, but if they impose multiple powers on the same person, it'll have a very scary effect.
8 Crown image was caught in Drake's single eye. He could see many things that others couldn't. While no one was paying attention, strands of hair slithered through the vines and dead bodies. Eventually, they gathered behind 8 Crown. The woman who died from domestic violence at Building 2 had made her move. Her exposed body showcased black and purple bruises. This was the first time she fought outside her own room. The seemingly fragile black hair gathered together. When 8 Crown discovered her, its body was already surrounded by nets of black hair. The black hair was unable to bind it into place, but whenever it tried to break through them, it would gain one more wound on its body. As the nets closed in, 8 Crown was faced with a difficult choice. If it broke the nets, it would be injured. If it didn't, its action would be heavily limited. The snake tail swiped at the woman. Before the impact connected, she dissolved into black hair and splashed like water. Moments later, she reformed at another location. No one knew where her real body was, and no one knew how strong she really was. What Han Fei and the others saw was what she was willing to show. Han Fei had a deep impression of this woman. Her name was Chu Yun. Like the Spectral Hound, she was one of the candidates to become the next building manager of Happiness Neighborhood Building 2. Spectral Hound stayed behind at the neighborhood. Su Qin was injured, so the strongest ghost with Han Fei was this woman. As the wounds on its body increased, the 8 children's faces scrunched up together. One of the heads with the character, Brain, exploded. The blood mist spread and covered the other heads. 8 Crown became more agile, and the children's expressions livelier. The blood mist was a strengthening potion for 8 Crown, but it was a poison for other spirits. Once they came into contact with it, their humanity would be immediately sucked away by it. Normal spirits had to stay away from it, but it was unlucky enough to run into Su Qin, the curse amalgamation. When the blood mist touched Su Qin's curse, it changed immediately. The gluttonous desire within Su Qin was injected into 8-Crown. The heads on its shoulders slowly sunk into madness. They stopped coordinating and attacked relentlessly. Vicinian was shocked by what he saw. Chill wind swept through the entire fourth-floor basement. He had never seen much lingering spirits in his life, much less the sight of them working together. Just the sight of it caused Vicinian's heart to tremble. He could never be part of this. He stole a glance at Han Fei beside him. He thought Han Fei would retreat like he did, but soon he realized he was dead wrong. Han Fei, who retreated to the edge of the hole, opened his inventory and took out the blood-red chains he acquired at the pet shop. He tied one end around the side of the edge and dropped the other end into the hole.
You're not going to go down there, are you? If 8-Crown decided to fight us inside the Sea of Flowers, then we would have to pay greatly to win. But it underestimated us and crawled out from the Sea of Flowers.
Han Fei said evenly, like this was something perfectly normal.
Soon it will realize its mistake, so we need to cut off its retreat as soon as possible. We need to destroy its lair so that when it thinks about retreating, we could directly take its life.
The most casual tone to describe the craziest idea. The large lingering spirit was just a stepping stone for Han Fei. Of course that was because he had the aid of his neighbors. Even though 8-Crown was a large lingering spirit, there were great differences in power level among large lingering spirits. For example, both Spider and the Doctor were large lingering spirits. 8-Crown was slightly weaker than the Doctor.
Are you sure? Won't this be? Before Vicinian finished, Han Fei nodded.
Won't this be a waste? I know. I actually wanted to capture it alive and try to see if I could make it my pet. Having a large pet will be quite magnificent.
Han Fei held rest in peace, had the black anaconda crawl into the ghost tattoo and grip the chains.
But it's too dangerous to attempt that now. We mustn't let our guard down. If we can kill it, we should, just to be safe. Chapter 291. The chain stuck with animal fur dropped into the hole. Strangely enough, when the chain touched the flowers, the red flowers started to wilt, and the petals supposedly wailed in pain. The flowers grew on bodies, absorbed the nutrients of the soul, and blossomed, representing the beauty of humanity. The beauty of humanity was also incredibly fragile. Once it was contaminated with animality, the flowers stopped being pure, and they began to wilt. Han Fei had made the last preparations. He picked a location where 8-Crown had used to scale up the wall. Han Fei would hang himself from the side of the hole, basically standing right in the middle of the monster's retreat path. If 8-Crown wanted to escape back into the hole, there was a high chance it would have to retrace its step through here. Seeing Han Fei strap the blade into his back, Vicinian decided he still needed to warn this man. In a way, he was a kind person.
I worry that you might not be able to stop it alone. You're too weak compared to that giant. Don't worry, I have a helper with me.
Han Fei would not voluntarily put himself in danger. He held up a little girl's hand. The girl looked like she was at most 6 years old. She kept her head lowered and felt incredibly shy. The stronger the spirit, the larger they'd be. Vicinian still knew that.
She's your helper? Why don't I come with you instead?
Vicinian didn't question Han Fei or the girl. He instead used actual action to prove that he was worried about Han Fei.
Then, you better be careful. Don't push yourself.
Han Fei said gently. For some reason, Vicinian felt like Han Fei had taken the words out of his mouth. Seeing Han Fei slowly and carefully rappel himself down into the whole thing felt surreal to Vicinian. A living person armed with a bladeless knife was leading a little girl to stop the retreat of a large lingering spirit? Had these people lost their mind? From size alone, 8-Crown could have easily swiped Han Fei away. The negative energy poison from the snake tail would immediately shatter Han Fei's soul and mind. Vicinian had no confidence Han Fei could stand a blow from 8-Crown, much less kill the thing. In the basement, the battle between 8-Crown and the neighbors had reached the climax. After another head with the character, body, exploded, its body expanded twice its size, and its wounds started to heal. If any of the neighbors had to face this monster alone, it would be impossible. The monster's 8 special powers covered all the bases: offensive, defensive, crowd control, regenerative, supportive. It was very well-rounded, but that itself was its weakness. Compared to other large lingering spirit, 8-Crown's powers were too average. It had no specific ability that could bring it specific leverage in battle. For example, the brothers Li Zai and Li Hua trained their bodies through disaster and they specialized in close-quarter combat. Weep was a master manipulator of despair from a distance. If he was given enough time, he could weave cages out of despair and turn the enemy's despair into knives. If they encountered 8-Crown alone, they had no choice but to run, but when they cooperated, they were more than capable of holding back 8-Crown. However, 8-Crown was ultimately a large lingering spirit. If there were just Weep and Li Hua, 8-Crown could still take them down easily. But 8-Crown was unlucky because the whole Happiness neighborhood was on the move thanks to the singer's interruption. The tenants had never been on such a large excursion before. 8-Crown basically had to take on the monsters and ghosts from 2 grade F locales on its own. As the blood leaked out from its body, the pattern on its tail started to fade. To prevent others from entering the sea of flowers, it had already exploded a few of its heads, but its effort was futile. There were too many enemies. Without realizing it, the cage of despair closed. Weep stared at 8-Crown's heart and pulled. 8-Crown's remaining head screamed. Weep pulled on the knife that formed from 8-Crown's internal despair. The damage came from within it. Using the enemy's despair as a weapon, Weep's power was very terrifying. The despair and black hair slowly constricted its space. 8-Crown finally thought about retreating. But just as it was about to turn around, a 2 meters tall woman wearing a red necklace appeared behind it. 2 stick-like arms reached out from the red dress. Jin Sheng's class teacher hugged 8-Crown's body tightly. The pale face suddenly turned unhinged. The female teacher's body started to corrode along the spot where she had touched. Her twisted love morphed into penetrating hatred. The scariest thing was the female teacher was slowly melting into 8-Crown's body.
What kind of power is this?
Not only by Sinian, Han Fei was frightened by what he saw. Jin Sheng's class teacher was Ma Manjiang's wife. She was fooled and then killed by Ma Manjiang. Her resentment was deep and Han Fei had never seen her fight before.
Are all of my colleagues that powerful?
Even 8-Crown had not encountered this strange power before. The woman appeared to have the intention of melting herself into its body, to become one with it. It couldn't tell whether this was a curse or something else. It was already too weak. The children's heads started to cry. After yet another head exploded, 8-Crown abandoned the lower body, which was infiltrated by the female teacher, while its upper body flew back towards the deep hole. After it was detached from control of the children's heads, the snake body dissolved into smaller lingering spirits. The body of 8-Crown was made up from the souls of numerous children's souls. It was a monster that specifically fed on children, but it was in a less than positive state at the moment. It once again felt the danger of society. Cryptic world was dangerous, but the cruelty was on the surface. But ever since Han Fei arrived, the word danger had to be given a new definition. The few spirits stared at the slithering 8-Crown. They didn't chase after it. Since 8-Crown had placed all of its focus on the enemies behind it, it didn't notice a little girl who had appeared beside the rim of the hole. She stood in the middle of 8-Crown's path and slowly raised her head. The dark eye appeared to contain another world. When she opened her eyes, the pupils on the walls opened as well. 8-Crown's consciousness was pulled away from its body, and it could feel its control over its body weakening. Then it heard footsteps. When 8-Crown turned its head around, its world turned upside down. The blade sang, and humanity's light shone in the dark. Han Fei severed 8-Crown's head swiftly and efficiently. It was as if everything had been rehearsed multiple times. 8-Crown widened its eyes and looked at the figure who stood before it, and then it heard the last word of its life.
Pet training. Pet training failed. Notification for player 0000. You cannot train lingering spirits as pets.
The system spelt out 8-Crown's fate. At the last moment, it saw a light that blinded everything. It shot through its heart and punctured its body.
Notification for player 0000. You've successfully killed large lingering spirit, 8-Crown. First kill for a creature of this caliber unlocked additional EXP, as well as Midnight Butcher's hunting entry. Midnight Butcher's hunting entry. Killing can improve the butcher's ability, but it will also influence the butcher's mind. After you take down a prey powerful than or equal to a large lingering spirit, you will gain additional reward. When you take down specific prey, you have a chance to obtain a special reward. Disclaimer. This is not a behavior rewarding hunting and killing. It is a training for the Midnight Butcher to understand the wild prey of the cryptic world.
Chapter 292 The Large Lingering Spirit. 8 Crown was killed by the tenants of Happiness Neighborhood. Its consciousness was absorbed into Ying Yu's eyes. The resentment it accrued for years was absorbed by Jin Shun's class teacher, while its large amount of Yin energy was shared by all. Other than for the 8 Crown, this was a happy ending for all. The monster's giant body disappeared just like that. Bicinian stood there stumped, unable to believe his eyes. When he saw Han Fei, who scaled back up the edge of the hole, he was even more shocked. The man, who looked so weak and even bookish, was covered in ghastly tattoo when he faced off against the large lingering spirit, and his butchering skill was the most expert and cruelest Bicinian had ever seen.
One really shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
Bicinian walked to stand behind Han Fei and asked cautiously,
"What should we do next?" "We should investigate the Sea of Flowers further."
Even after the large lingering spirit was killed, the Grade F hidden mission was not completed. It meant that there were still secrets at the company.
Some security guards had wandered into the Sea of Flowers before. The moment they did, they would be controlled and lose their minds. This place is very dangerous. I'd advise you to proceed with extreme caution.
Bicinian said that out of kindness, but when he saw Big Sin, who was crawling through the Sea of Flowers with extreme joy, his eyes started to twitch again. What group of monsters was this? Actually, Han Fei was also observing Big Sin. Without 8 Crown in the way, Big Sin jumped into the blood pool in the middle of the hill and started to bathe in it. Before the security guards were sent to Ziggurat, they were only required to take 1 drop of this blood. This liquid was very dangerous. However, as Big Sin soaked itself in the pool, the water level started to decrease, and a blood-red pattern started to show on the bug's exoskeleton. As if in direct contrast to the butterfly, while the butterfly's victims had beautiful and captivating patterns, Big Sin's pattern was ghastly, grotesque, and barbaric. The style was completely opposite.
What will happen after Big Sin has absorbed all the blood in this hill?
As the water level in the blood pool decreased, the red flowers over the hill started to wilt. The death of the red flowers revealed intertwining black vessels, and beneath those were layers of humans. The flowers' vines grew out from their brain, their humanity and memory becoming the fertilizer for the flowers. The stronger the memory, the brighter the flower. After the red flowers died, it was followed by the wilting of the black roots. The net that entrapped the people started to loosen. Mumblings emitted from the deep hole. It sounded like the dead bodies were sleep-talking. Initially, there were only 1 or 2, but gradually more and more people awakened. They started to regain their memories. Various expressions colored their previously dull faces. Most of them had to do with pain and despair.
"Captain? Senior? Senior?"
After the Sea of Flowers faded away, Bicinian's eyes suddenly zoomed in on a spot. He was startled before he ran towards the edge of the hole.
"Wait, don't go there."
Han Fei wanted to stop him, but this cowardly man had already slid down Han Fei's chain into the hole. His body was submerged in the black roots, his legs sinking into the swamp of dead bodies. However, he didn't give up or sink. Instead, he tried his best to swim towards the center of the swamp. After sensing the presence of a living spirit, the black roots appeared to come back alive. They instinctively latched onto Bicinian's body, wanting to drag him into the depths of the hole. Shredding the nearby roots, the seemingly cowardly spirit showcased enormous strength. Nothing was able to stop him in this state. As more roots grew on his body, Bicinian should have been dragged down into the swamp by now, but somehow he managed to reach the center of the hole.
"Senior?"
Ignoring the layering of roots on his body, he tore off the roots that twined around another body and tried to yank him out from the mountain of dead bodies. Flowers bloomed in the gap between souls. The body no longer had any presence with it, only its past habits and a weak presence. After Bicinian grabbed his hand, the dead man tried his best to point towards the blood pool. Pain and sadness covered his face. After drinking the blood, they would become toys and puppets of the ziggurat. If they refused to drink the blood, they wouldn't be able to leave the deep hole. The blood inside the pool contained human cocoons, and the roots hated cocoons. It was through this delicate balance that Ziggurat managed to create this mountain under the security company. Normally, those who were forced into the hole had no other choice but to drink the blood in the pool. If they refused, they would have to stay forever, but now that Han Fei was here, a new rule had appeared. The old should be abolished.
"Grab hold of this."
Drake swung the chain to Bicinian's side. The man in the hole saw the group, standing at the edge. Different from Butterfly, who could only bring pain and death, these people would always bring hope. Holding his senior's body in one hand, he grabbed the chain with another. Bicinian was thus dragged by Drake and Lee her out from the hole. Seeing Bicinian being dragged away, Big Sin even chased after him, as if mocking him, or perhaps it was trying to stake its territory claim. When Bicinian was rescued out from the hole, a new notification appeared in Han Fei's mind.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Bicinian increases by 10. You've gained Bicinian's initial trust. You are now colleagues. Bicinian, the cowardly ghost, a very unique spirit. He is the most cowardly one at the security company and mocked by most. But he is also the last survivor at the security company. Do not underestimate him. When the coward is no longer cowardly, he'll become extraordinarily scary.
The system notification was quite surprising. Then again, when Han Fei thought about it, he realized the system was right. Bicinian did manage to survive until the end. The boss didn't kill him, but instead trapped him in a hellish loop. There had to be a reason why his boss had done that. Even though he only lingered in the hole for a limited time, there were already a lot of black roots that had drilled into Bicinian's body, but he didn't have any regret. He kept thanking the people around him. This young man couldn't be more polite, even if he tried. The change inside the hole was still continuing. It was little wonder that Big Sin was the manifestation of tragedy. Its small body had caused the large mountain to topple and turn. After draining all the blood inside the pool, it killed the human cocoons which were being nurtured inside the pool, tore off all the flowers, and sliced through all the roots. Since how happy and free Big Sin was, Han Fei was honestly quite envious. After a whole half an hour, after all the flowers wilted, Big Sin dipped into the deepest part of the mountain. At the bottom of the bottom pool, Big Sin bit and brought out a piece of human skin that contained a butterfly pattern. This thing appeared to be the core of the dead mountain. When the root binding the human skin to the mountain was severed, all the dead bodies inside the hole started to groan, but the voice didn't come from their mouths, but it was an echo of their souls. Without the binding of the black roots, the numb souls finally regained their true feeling. The mountain collapsed. The bodies' craniums were cracked. Traces of butterflies were left in their minds. Seeing this, Han Fei thought about many things. Butterfly appeared to be born from the depths of humanity. Did Butterfly take control of its first victim, or did that person turn into the butterfly? The butterfly did so many things, crazy on all levels in both cryptic and real worlds. Other than to find the black box, it appeared to have another goal, which was to create another butterfly. But it never succeeded. The last time it tried, it created the spider, and now it created Big Sin. After ensuring all the roots were destroyed, with Drake's protection, Han Fei jumped into the hole. Seeing the dead bodies hidden under the mountain, he had no idea why the previous manager would paste the Iyashikei label on this gaming helmet. Noting Han Fei, Big Sin ran towards him carrying the human skin the size of a palm. If Big Sin had a furry body and was not carrying a human skin, it would be quite cute.
Is this for me?
Han Fei discovered that after absorbing all the blood in the pool, Big Sin became cleverer. As he reached out to grab the human skin, several system notifications rang in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You've been infected by soul poison. Please seek medical attention immediately. You've obtained Skin of Hatred. The skin contains the presence of pure hatred and possesses the curse of the same origin. Please take care of it carefully. Taking this out willy-nilly, and you might attract the pure hatred's attention. Your pet. Big Sin has absorbed enough blood from its natural nemesis to break through to the second larvae stage. Loyalty increases by 10. All basic ability increases in power, and all attributes double. It also obtained a new larvae talent, Harbinger of Tragedy. Big Sin, Grade F cursed insect tragedy is brewing, but you do not notice it at all. The faster it grows, the heavier the scent of death is on you. No one has been able to keep an adult Big Sin as a pet, because no one has been able to live until that stage.
Chapter 293. Whenever he saw a system update about Big Sin, Han Fei would be assaulted by complicated feelings. It was a good thing that Big Sin had leveled up to Grade F, but the higher its level, the heavier the stamp of death on its owner. In other words, the happier Big Sin, the closer Han Fei was to death. It would take a really special kind of person to keep Big Sin as a pet.
The skin of a pure hatred? This skin feels just like a normal human skin. I didn't expect it to belong to a pure hatred.
Han Fei had never seen a pure hatred before.
The appearance of this skin confirms that there is a pure hatred at Ziggurat, and they are related to the butterfly.
Studying the skin with the butterfly pattern, Han Fei was contemplating how to make use of the human skin to its maximum potential. Seeing how satisfied Han Fei was with the human skin, Big Sin circled around Han Fei happily. It tried to brush against Han Fei, but that almost caused Han Fei to die from soul poisoning. Han Fei only kept Big Sin for 3 days, but his poison resistance had improved to an impossible level.
Well done.
Han Fei, with darkening lips, turned to encourage Big Sin. After that, he started to ponder another question. Both the Sea of Flowers and 8 Crown had been eliminated, so why hadn't the Grade F mission been completed yet? The security company wasn't a unique locale, so the Grade F mission shouldn't be that difficult. Standing in the hole, Han Fei noticed that without the suppression of the human skin, the weak animated regrets inside the dead bodies started to awaken. The butterfly had taken everything away from them, leaving them with only pain. Hearing the incoherent mumbling from the dead bodies, Han Fei's heart weighed with sadness. He took out Rest in Peace.
If one day I fall into the hands of the butterfly, I will become like you, unable to live and unable to die.
There were things scarier than death in the cryptic world. For these spirits trapped here, death was the final present Han Fei could give them.
I'll give you closure. Hopefully now you can rest in peace.
Endless hands gripped the hilt, and a warm blade materialized. The blade dissolved the pain and consoled despair. It gave the souls which had been punctured by the roots the final farewell. Most of the spirits dissipated, but a small part which managed to retain their humanity until the end joined the Rest in Peace. Most butchers' knives would dull after multiple uses, but Rest in Peace was the complete opposite. Its blade would only get sharper and brighter, the presence causing fear among normal spirits. This kind of blade shouldn't exist in the cryptic world, and it was only usable by Han Fei. After helping all the spirits seek release, the mountain of dead collapsed. Each guard uniform represented a human life. Butterfly's sin was deep and unforgivable. Crawling out from the deep hole, Han Fei turned to the last lingering spirit, Baisinyan Sr., the guard responsible to teach new guards. He had taken Baisinyan's spot to die. He didn't choose to drink the blood, but stopped beside the pool. The flower had sucked out all the memory and humanity from him. Baisinyan Sr. couldn't remember anything anymore. He only had basic instinct left in him.
Let him go. Don't let him suffer anymore.
Han Fei stopped before Baisinyan. The latter hugged his senior's body and had a complicated expression. He wasn't ready for all these. After a long time, Baisinyan slowly placed his senior on the ground, and he knelt quietly beside him.
Your senior has helped many people. You are just one of them. But in the end, he chose to die for you. Have you really considered why?
Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei didn't console Baisinyan, but told him the truth.
Perhaps your senior saw some kind of hope in you. He believed that you could bring hope and continue his legacy of saving people. Me?
No one had told Baisinyan things like that before.
I won't know you better than your senior, so you can choose to ignore me, but I hope you'll try to believe in your senior's judgment.
With that, Han Fei eased the warm blade into Baisinyan Sr.'s chest, but he met with resistance. Undoing the man's uniform, Han Fei realized there was a thick attendance registry around the man's chest. It contained all the dead's names and pictures, as well as everything they had done. The security company's boss wasn't lying. The Ziggurat treated the locals at Yiming Street as prey. If the company didn't send suitable vessels to Ziggurat at regular intervals, the people from Ziggurat would come out themselves to hunt, and it would cause a higher fatality. In a way, they indeed had protected Yiming Street, but they were far from being able to call themselves the street's guardian spirits. The thick attendance registry was soaked in blood. It was light, but the things it contained were heavy. Han Fei had no idea where Baisinyan Sr. got this thing. Perhaps he just didn't want these people to be forgotten.
I believe this is for you.
Han Fei handed the registry to Baisinyan. After accepting it, Baisinyan placed it inside his uniform and kept it well. This cowardly ghost appeared to have come to a decision, and the change had begun. Rest in Peace pierced again, and this time it met no resistance. Baisinyan Sr.'s soul entered the blade, and the blade shone brighter. There was now another person joining Han Fei.
Rest in Peace has approved of your senior, and your senior has approved of me.
Han Fei pulled back the blade, and he received the system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade F Hidden Mission, Yiming Street's Guardian Spirit. Obtained 3 free skill points. Completion rate is more than 90%. Obtained additional Grade F title, Yiming Street's Guardian Spirit. Yiming Street's Guardian Spirit. Grade F title from today onwards. You'll be the new Guardian Spirit of Yiming Spirit. With this title, you've gained the qualification to open all the altars on Yiming Street. Friendliness level with all spirits at Yiming Street increases by 3. All the animated regrets and lingering spirits will be less hostile against you. Pure hatreds are not affected. Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 12. Obtained 1 free attribute point.
After getting the notifications, Han Fei realized the goal of this Grade F mission was not to kill 8 Crown, but to provide salvations to all the spirits in the whole and become the real guardian spirit that they approved of. Chapter 294.
Killing 8 Crown didn't complete the mission, but helping by Xinyan Sr. did. The real guardian spirit of Yiming Street was someone absolutely normal and unimposing.
The security company boss allied himself with Ziggurat. He only thought about himself. In contrast, Bai Xinyan Sr. was weak and could be crushed easily by Ziggurat, but through his own method, he tried to protect this street.
The qualification of a guardian spirit has nothing to do with his strength, but what he has done. This is quite like the style of perfect life.
Just as Han Fei lamented that, he received the final notification from the system.
Notification for player 0000. Your professional resume has been updated. The night you sought employment at the security company, you killed the boss, trespassed into the core of the company, and massacred the whole employee roster. Of the company's 171 employees, only 1 remained. Notification for player 0000. Your business killer title will upgrade soon.
The notification almost stopped Han Fei's heart. Why did the system make it sound like it was his fault that the security company's employees had died? Turning back to look into the deep hole, and then rest in peace in his hand, Han Fei's eyes twitched. Technically, the system was not wrong. Opening the menu and taking in his colorful professional resume, Han Fei didn't know what to think. With this kind of resume, he could kiss any normal job goodbye. This was fine in the cryptic world, but if one day he returned to the surface world, his resume would frighten anyone that came across him. The attribute point that he got from leveling to level 12 was added to stamina, raising it to 17. For stamina, every 10 points would be a new threshold. Soon Han Fei would make one of his earlier dreams a reality, run faster than a ghost.
The hidden profession, Midnight Butcher, is quite a cheat. The additional buff to stamina is ridiculous. No player at my level will be a match for me.
Currently, Han Fei was the only player in the cryptic world, but who knew what would happen after the game entered OB. People might stumble into the cryptic world like that game tester who went insane. No one could predict the future, and Han Fei was not going to lose his mind over it. He was satisfied if he could survive to see the sun rise another day. After cleaning up the security company, Han Fei's original plan was to make his way towards Ziggurat, but due to his new title, he changed his mind. Han Fei had been wondering about the identity of the altar in front of Happiness Neighborhood. He never got the chance to open it before. After gaining the title of Yiming Street's Guardian Spirit, the system stated that he was now qualified to open the altar, so he decided to return to satisfy his curiosity. After sending all his neighbors back into the urn, Han Fei left Yiming Security Company. Perhaps it was his new title being in effect. It no longer felt that oppressive walking down Yiming Street. If anything, everything looked very familiar, like he grew up here. Half an hour later, Han Fei materialized from the shadows and returned to Happiness Neighborhood's front gate.
The first time I left Happiness Neighborhood, I held the altar's bowl and headed across the street. It was because of the altar's protection that I wasn't killed directly by the ghosts. Even though I had not seen the thing inside the altar before, it felt like it had been watching over me. The small altar sat at an unassuming corner. People would miss it easily. After Han Fei was all prepared, he reached out to pull away the black cloth covering the altar. When I was small, the adults at the orphanage told me not to disturb any cloth placed over an altar, to not disturb the divinity inside. They also warned that altars found beside the street might be home to things which are not divine. Han Fei looked into the altar. The inner walls were covered in blood, but other than that, there was nothing. It's empty?
It's just a shell? Just as Han Fei prepared to lower the black cloth back down, the interior of the altar started to change. Like gaining consciousness, pairs of eyes opened among the blood stains. The landlord's ring pinged noisily. When Han Fei met those eyes, his life points, mental power and spirit drained rapidly until he didn't even have the strength to hold the black cloth anymore. Han Fei slumped to the ground, and he looked at the altar in shock. Before he knew it, the black cloth was back in its original place. Eyes. There were eyes inside the altar. They were sucking out my life and soul. Crawling back, Han Fei looked at the altar with alertness. He almost died in front of his house. Compared to before, the altar seemed to come a bit more alive.
Notification for player 0000. Lighting of the altar has failed. Different gods are served inside each altar. Some altars will provide you great boons while others will claim your life should you open them. The lowest level requirement to light an altar is level 30, but since you've obtained the title Ming Street's Guardian Spirit, you've gained the right to do so in advance. Lighting the altar. After successfully lighting the altar, your name will be remembered by unmentionables. You might get their blessing or curse. Warning: each altar is home to an unmentionable's past. Remember, unless you are totally confident, do not pry into their secrets.
Han Fei heard the notifications and touched the landlord's ring. It now had 2 extra cracks on it. You'd have to be at least level 30 to interact with these altars. No wonder I almost died just now. Han Fei was only level 12. If he didn't pour all his attribute points in his stamina, he'd be dead already. The Midnight Butcher will grant double stamina, and with the other attribute buff, I should be able to light the altar before I'm level 20, but Butterfly won't give me that chance. Climbing up from the ground, Han Fei's head was still spinning. He was about to put the landlord's ring away when something scarier happened. The song drifted down from the end of the street. The eulogy singing voice was rapidly approaching. The goal was clear. It was Happiness Neighborhood. Was it attracted by the altar? Without any hesitation, Han Fei grabbed the urn and ran. Normally the song would only echo around Happiness Neighborhood, but this time its goal had changed. The harrowing vocals entered Han Fei's ears, and they punctured his consciousness and mind like small chains, latching onto his memories. Why is it on me this time? The urn started to crack. Drake slipped out from the urn, carried up the weak Han Fei, and started to flee. Chapter 295, as they say, Misery Loves Company. Han Fei was in a weakened state since he failed to light the altar. His life point was so low that a bump could kill him. Under such extreme conditions, the song suddenly made an appearance. Once it locked on a Han Fei, like a shark, it couldn't be shaken off. This is probably the side effect from failing to light the altar. The system did mention these altars contain the presence of specific unmentionable. That's probably why the singer is chasing after me. Han Fei shivered as he thought about the pairs of scary eyes inside the altar. This rubbish game. Why would it allow a level 12 player to trigger a level 30 object? Ming Street started to frost over like winter had arrived all of a sudden. Paper money fluttered from God knows where, and since the song appeared, the comfort and familiarity Han Fei felt with the street disappeared. Being carried by Drake, Han Fei summoned his courage to look behind him. If he had to die, at least he wanted to know the identity of his killer. The street behind him was like a land of death. Other than the song, there was no other sound. The song came closer and closer, but the scary thing was it was invisible. Because it was invisible, that made it even more frightening. This was no longer an issue of mental constitution, but fear and escape were how the body reacted when one was around the singer.
Its target is me, Drake. If you stay with me, everyone will be destroyed.
Han Fei said seriously.
We've cleaned up the security company and made known the relationship between it and Ziggurat. When Ziggurat found out about the security company's destruction, they would hate us even more. But if we led the singer to the security company, the Ziggurat might think it was the singer who was behind the destruction. It was the singer who destroyed their production chain and took out the butterfly-patterned human skin.
Even at that moment, Han Fei tried to keep calm. Since he was going to die, then he was going to bring everyone down with him. The singer posed extreme danger, but within danger, there was always chance. Han Fei very acutely captured that.
After all, if I'm dead, Ziggurat won't know what really happened there. The singer would bear this blame for me.
When Han Fei said that, his tone was sharp. Even though he was the one being chased, it didn't stop him from trying to entrap the singer. Drake obediently carried Han Fei towards the security company. His hands gripped Han Fei tightly, as if worried that the man had other plans that he was not sharing. With blood flowing out from his single eye, Drake was already running at full speed, but it was not enough to shake the singer off. He felt very powerless. Before an unmentionable, even escaping was a luxury. When the singer felt like it was right behind them, Drake finally arrived at the security company. He had no idea what he should do next, so he continued to run. Although by then, he understood that the singer had fixated on Han Fei's presence. The chance of them escaping was zero. If Singer was operating on its full power, they wouldn't have been able to escape this far.
Drake, carry the urn and bring everyone away from this building. Come back here to look for me at midnight tomorrow.
Due to the extreme circumstances, Han Fei didn't elaborate. He grabbed Drake by his shoulder and said,
Trust me.
Perhaps because he failed to light the altar, the singer fixed its sight on Han Fei. If they stayed together, they would all die. So the best solution was to abandon Han Fei so that the others could live. At the moment of life and death, not many would be able to make the decision to surrender their own lives to protect others, but Han Fei was an exception. His firm tone and unshakable gaze said one thing. Compared to his own life, he hoped that his neighbors and colleagues could live. Drake and the spirits inside the urn knew about these things, but because they had been injured so deeply by despair that they stopped believing in anything. But now Han Fei was using his action to help them regain the thing that they had lost. Everyone inside the urn witnessed and heard what Han Fei was doing. Throughout this process, Han Fei had no hesitation and conflict. He was sincere. The song was approaching and Han Fei signaled for Drake to let go. After multiple tries, Drake finally put Han Fei down.
Remember to come back tomorrow at midnight. If I am still alive, you'll find me here.
By then, the singer had floated into the security company. After Drake and Li Zai shattered the company's back window and planned to escape, the urn suddenly opened and a ghastly bug crawled out. It was not that clever. It didn't understand why everyone was running. When everyone made their escape, it toddled innocently towards Han Fei. Han Fei knew it was pointless to explain the plan to a bug, but to be honest, when he saw Big Sin run towards him, he was quite touched. No wonder people like to keep pets. It's quite healing. To buy more time for his neighbors to escape, Han Fei grabbed Big Sin and got into the elevator. He pressed the button for the second floor. He had no idea whether he would make it or not, but there was no other path inside the company. The elevator door closed too slowly for Han Fei's comfort. When it closed fully, a human silhouette appeared at the company front door. As the number on the panel rose, Han Fei's heart raced. Now only he and Big Sin remained. When the number on the elevator turned 2, the song inside the booth suddenly amplified. It felt like something had hooked onto the bottom of the elevator. The red number on the panel flickered until it morphed into a human face. The elevator grinded to a halt. Without giving it much thought, Han Fei peeled the doors open and ran out with Big Sin. The song followed like a shadow. Han Fei's face was twisted from the effort of running. With blackening lips, he stared at Big Sin.
Find a good place to hide. Don't be discovered. Stop following me.
Then he tossed Big Sin down the window on the second floor, and he ran down the other director. The song had already started to reverberate in his mind. Until now, Han Fei had not seen the singer in person, but the song had already occupied his mind. He raced down the corridor until the dead end. Han Fei, who was covered in cold sweat, leaned on a closed door beside the wall. There was nowhere else to run. The elevator that he took creaked strangely. The elevator doors opened and closed on their own, and blood started to flow. After the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared down the corridor. Han Fei knew that the singer could delay him from quitting the game, so before the thing arrived, Han Fei chose to leave the game, lest he was trapped. Blood covered the world, and the whole city froze, but something was still moving on the corridor before Han Fei. Chapter 296 time appeared to slow down indefinitely. Han Fei could see clearly his mind was being pulled away from his body, but at the same time, he saw a hand reach out to grab his leg. The fingernail scratched him, and his soul froze. Han Fei's eyes involuntarily swung downwards, but he saw nothing. Opening his eyes, Han Fei removed the gaming helmet and opened the gaming hub. His pupils were still shaking, and he found it hard to calm down. Exiting the game wouldn't stop that thing. I almost got trapped in the game. The gaming hub was constantly monitoring Han Fei's physical condition. He didn't feel uncomfortable physically, and he didn't feel as exhausted as he would have been if he only had the gaming helmet. But as he tried to climb out from the hub, he staggered and fell to the ground. Han Fei looked at his left calf in disbelief. He couldn't move the lower half of his left calf anymore. That was the place where the unmentionable scratched me. He stared at the left calf, and then decided to lay down and rest. After a long time, senses returned to his left calf, but with it came quite a scare. Just a small touch, and I couldn't feel my left calf anymore. Using this as a speculation, if I die in game, I might not actually die in real life, but there's a high chance I might lose full consciousness and become comatose. The joy of reaching level 12 was dampened immediately. The singer had given Han Fei a good lesson. It reminded Han Fei, who had gotten rather contented with his current situation in the cryptic world, a lesson on its dangers. The water of the cryptic world is too deep. Even someone as strong as Little 8 had to hide at Happiness Neighborhood, so I need to be more careful in the future. Han Fei's plan was to train his level as fast as possible, but the singer had decided to put a stop to that. Han Fei finally understood the biggest difference between Perfect Life and the other games on the market. For most games, it was the player playing the game, but in Perfect Life, it was the NPC playing the player. Only by maintaining a constant humility and caution that one had a higher chance of survival. Sitting down in bed, Han Fei found himself fully awake. Deep Space Tech's gaming hub was indeed effective. When he was submerged in the game, his body received absolute relaxation and recovery. Gaming equals sleeping. Now I have more time to use in my day. Time was the thing Han Fei lacked the most. He looked out at the dark sky and opened the computer to search all the murder cases related to Ziggurat and the singer. Even when the sun rose, Han Fei didn't find anything. There were many articles about Ziggurat, but they were mostly mythological in nature. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I would have a better chance talking to someone involved. Han Fei called Huang Yin, hoping that his friend could help him contact Feng Ziyu. Feng Ziyu was the mad tester's colleague, and he had witnessed the massacre from back then. He had been searching for info related to Ziggurat as well. The phone only rang once before it was picked up. Huang Yin appeared to have set a special reminder for Han Fei's calls.
Brother Huang, did you experience any more nightmares yesterday night?
Han Fei was concerned about Huang Yin. After he asked the question, Huang Yin was silent for a long time.
It was still that dream. Huang Yin was in a strange state. Normally when a person was targeted by the butterfly, they would be mentally affected, like the chef persona of the spider. Even if they managed to survive the mental onslaught, they would become paranoid until they pushed themselves mad. However, Huang Yin sounded calm and collected. There was no fear and panic. If anything, it sounded like there was even some taste of remembrance.
Do you need me to go be with you in person? Have you considered just moving into a hotel near the police station for these few days?
Han Fei really didn't wish for anything bad to happen to Huang Yin.
I didn't know how to describe it to you. In the dream, I was given a chance to live a different life. In the dream, my mother didn't leave me. She stayed by my side.
At this point, Huang Yin suddenly stopped.
And then?
Han Fei knew Butterfly wouldn't be so kind for no reason.
And then she continuously tried to kill me in various ways.
Hearing that, Han Fei sucked in a cold breath. Butterfly took on the image of the person Huang Yin loved and respected the most, and used this method to ruin the man. Han Fei was worried, so he changed into a video call. On the screen, Huang Yin was still wearing his pajamas. He smiled like a big boy. Han Fei was confused. He couldn't see any mental breakdown symptoms on Huang Yin.
There's no need to worry. I'm fine.
Other than the bushy beard, Huang Yin looked normal.
But didn't you feel anything? Being killed by your beloved mother. Didn't you feel despair having your most precious memory twisted? Brother Huang, you have to tell me the truth so that the police and I can help you.
Han Fei uttered sincerely.
The truth?
Huang Yin thought about it.
Actually, the thing that happened in my childhood has always been my nightmare, the thing that I refuse to face. My biggest hope is for my mother to survive and not sacrifice herself to save me. She was the kindest person in the world.
Huang Yin had been through death with Han Fei, and they were each other's only friend, so Huang Yin didn't hide anything from him.
My father hated me for quite a long time after that. He sent me overseas to study because he couldn't stand being near me. Honestly, I'm now in my 30s, but I still haven't forgotten about that part of my memory. I merely have learned not to let others see my sadness.
I've already felt guilt towards my mother. It was because of me that she had to die. I wanted to make up to her, but I had no way of doing that. until I started these nightmares. When I saw my mother standing by the lakeside and not jump down to save me, the first feeling I had was not fear, but great relief. I was worried that she might die in the dream as well. Then when she wanted to murder me in my dream, that was scary, but for some reason, it felt like I was also paying penance. When each death, my heart felt lighter. The pain suffocating me was being slowly released. My guilt, my self-blame, my pain, they were going away with each death. At the later part of the nightmare, I started to voluntarily approach her even though I knew she wanted to kill me. But I wouldn't run away from her anymore, just like how she didn't hesitate to jump into the icy lake to save me.
Huang Yin on the screen took a deep breath, and he broke into a smile.
I know what the butterfly is trying to do, but I don't care.
Huang Yin appeared to have awakened some strange worldview. Han Fei had no idea if it was good or not. Butterfly was probably equally confused.
Is there anything else? Since Butterfly was unable to make any progress with you, it's already the best news for me.
Han Fei started to explain the reason for him calling. He wanted to know more about Ziggurat. Huang Yin agreed easily and helped Han Fei contact Feng Ziyu. Soon Han Fei received a document. After entering the password, he realized the content of the document was all related to the Ziggurat.
The Ziggurat is not a specific building or a neighborhood. It is a gathering of many different haunted houses and boarded-off locations.
Just the first line of the document had attracted Han Fei's attention deeply. He ended the video call and started to study the document seriously. Chapter 297. In the past several years, Feng Ziyu had investigated several places before he came up with this document about Ziggurat. The content was so preposterous and unbelievable that if Han Fei had not been to the cryptic world himself, he wouldn't believe such locations exist at Ixinlu. In the first edition of Perfect Life, to increase authenticity, part of the gaming set was inspired by real life, and that included the Ziggurat personally designed by Immortal Pharma's past director. No one knew what Ziggurat's real name was. Ziggurat was just a code name, but the locale had been closely related to death ever since its creation. Following the deaths of the director and the tester who went insane, Feng Ziyu was the living person who knew Ziggurat the best. He had personally tested all the missions available at Ziggurat and had been to most of the rooms at Ziggurat.
Since the beginning, I noticed the connection between Ziggurat and real life. On the surface, Ziggurat claims to be a virtual location created by Immortal Pharma's director, but once you were inside it, you would notice its tenuous relationship to reality. As a tester, I had checked the missions at Ziggurat multiple times. They all looked normal on the surface, but they had such sinister details. Take, for example, there is a deliverman outside building 1 of Ziggurat. He came to Ziggurat for his job, taking a temporary post from his colleague. According to the game's design, the deliverman's attitude was completely different from a normal NPC. He was extremely cunning and crazy. He would inject the water from the toilet into the bottled water using a syringe and hid his cut nails inside the food. When the deliverman made his third delivery, he was encountered by one of the tenants, a father. The man discovered his crazy actions and got into an argument with him. Just as it was about to escalate to a fight, the player would be dragged into it. Based on different choices, the ending of the deliverman would be different. The best result was when the deliverman was arrested by the police. He would be given therapy, but I realized things were not that simple. The first problem was the deliverman supposedly took over from his colleague and entered the Ziggurat, but what exactly happened to his colleague, the game didn't explain. This was very unlike the photon computer. There was only one explanation. That part of the history had been purposely wiped away. I tried to look into similar events in real life and realized with shock that something similar really did happen at Ixinlu many years ago. It was a double murder case. 2 delivery men were tricked to a neighborhood called Qiuyun Residence. It was a high-end apartment. The 2 delivery men were killed and stuffed inside their own respective delivery boxes. The case had been solved. The culprit was a father. He lived in room 0314. If you think this was an isolated case, then you couldn't be more wrong. Inside the small Ziggurat, there were more than 10 such storylines. Almost every single NPC had their own story to tell. I've looked through most of them and discovered something shocking. Almost 50% of the NPC were modeled after actual people. Their gory and bloody murders were written into the seemingly mundane, everyday life stories at Ziggurat. In Perfect Life, with the player's help, their stories would soon be tied up perfectly, the complete opposite of what happened in real life. These accidents and cases were gathered together, I really couldn't understand why the dead director would design a place like this. As I investigated further, I noticed something even weirder. The NPC connected to murder cases were all living in room with the number 4. In fact, the greater the number of 4 in their room number, the more terrifying their stories were. Based on that, I started to get curious about the people and things inside room 4444. I tried my best to recall and flip through the company's internal records, but then I noticed something. There was no info related to room 4444 at the company. The only person who had been into room 4444 was that colleague of mine, the tester who went insane. Room 4444 must have something important hidden inside it. The reason why my colleague went crazy. I used various excuses to access the company's inner data and wade through the sea of data, but the truth had fully been hidden away. Then again, I didn't really come away with nothing. When I was testing Ziggurat, I accidentally entered a hidden room. Room 4944, I remembered its layout very clearly. In my investigation, I found out the room was modeled after Immortal Pharma's director's childhood room.
There was a picture under that line, and when he saw that picture, Han Fei's eyes widened with shock. The decoration of room 4944 was similar to the room of the previous building manager at Happiness Neighborhood.
Based on my earlier speculation, the greater the number of 4 on the room number, the more harrowing its inhabitants' tales. It would then seem like the director didn't have an enjoyable childhood.
Feng Ziyu investigated all the rooms he had been in and came to a scary conclusion. Almost half the NPC at Ziggurat were tied to murder cases. It was hard to imagine such a locale would exist in an Iyashikei game. Taking in all the details, Han Fei memorized the cases and their corresponding room number. While he did that, his spine chilled. Compared to Ziggurat, the Happiness Neighborhood was really happy.
Qiu Yun Residence, Pear Blossom Neighborhood, Blue Sky High-End Apartment, Happiness Street Temporary Homes. Ziggurat consisted of a lot of different places, but there was one place that Feng Ziyu specially marked out where he hoped Han Fei could go in person to investigate.
Pear Blossom Neighborhood. Chapter 298. When Feng Ziyu paid a visit to Pear Blossom Neighborhood, he did encounter the guy, but after a brief conversation, Feng Ziyu had a feeling the man was not crazy, but had to act crazy due to certain pressure. He believed the horror movie director should know something. The fact that he continued to stay at Pear Blossom Neighborhood was suspicious too. After memorizing all the data, Han Fei destroyed the document. He called Li Shui, reported his schedule, and then left his house with the nunchucks. Pear Blossom Neighborhood was at Xian Lu Old City as well, but it was situated at a very secluded place. Furthermore, the name of the place had changed so many times that even with the GPS, Han Fei needed a long time before he found it. Taking in the dilapidated neighborhood gate and the banners that hung on the wall, Han Fei felt transported to several decades ago. The technological advance didn't bring much change to the bottom layer of the society. The director has accumulated quite a bit of wealth from his movies, so why is he still living in a place like this? Han Fei pulled out his phone to key in the man's name, Zhuangren. It returned him a lot of results. About 10 years ago, that was the time when this horror film director's fame was at its height. Each of his movies was worse than the one before, and the critic lampooned them greatly, but somehow he had the box office and none of his projects lost money. Many people went to the cinema not to be terrified, but to see how low the standard his works could get. At the social media account of the director, which hadn't been updated for years, there were his fans, who were still active. They called him the Titan of the comedy world, revering this horror film director as the godfather of unconventional comedies. Han Fei felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the director's comment section. His own comment section was the same way. He was an actor, but many netizens mistook him as a bounty hunter. In a way, he could empathize with Zhuangren. The neighborhood's guardhouse door was locked and the notice for the city cutting off water supply to this place hung on the wall. The trash cans in front of the gates hadn't been cleaned for a long time. This neighborhood was once quite a nice living space, but as time moved forward, it was slowly forgotten like the people who still lived here. Walking down the roads with many holes, Han Fei glanced at the sign placed above the roadblock. He noticed the construction on the road should have been finished half a year ago. It probably wouldn't finish in his lifetime. Pear Blossom Neighborhood wasn't that big. There were 4 buildings in total, and none of them that tall. Building 4 had been fully sealed off. Based on research, Immortal Pharma had bought this building a long time ago. Shaking the iron door which was welded shut, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Such was the privilege of the rich. The director of a mortal pharma once stayed here, but Han Fei couldn't enter the building, or at least he didn't dare to trespass in broad daylight. Passing Building 4, Han Fei came to Building 1 where Zhuang Ren stayed. He walked up to the 4th floor and encountered no one along the way. The place appeared haunted even during the day.
Is anyone home?
He knocked lightly on the door. There was no answer. The place appeared abandoned. Leaning his upper body forward, Han Fei placed his ear against the door. He could hear the sound of the news.
I'm sorry, but is this Zhuang Ren's home?
Han Fei stood for a full 3 minutes at the door before he heard footsteps coming from inside the house. The anti-theft door eased open a gap. A bloodshot eye looked out. The owner said nothing and only stared at Han Fei.
My name is Han Fei. I'm here because I have some questions for you.
Hearing Han Fei was there to ask questions, the owner immediately closed the door, but Han Fei was prepared. He squeezed his fingers into the gap and held the door.
I'm not a bad guy. If you're worried, I can call the police and have them come with me.
Han Fei's tone was gentle, but his words were incongruent with the gentleness. This was just an issue of talking. Why would he involve the police? Han Fei pulled harder and forced the door to stay open. To leave a good impression, he stood politely at the door and didn't force his way in further.
I've seen your info online and I know about your past. I just need you to hear me out first.
Han Fei stared at the face behind the door and lowered his voice to a whisper.
I know you're not crazy because I've encountered the same thing as you do. My family is not dead. They're trapped somewhere, or rather they're still surviving in a different state.
The bloodshot eye moved slightly as if taking in the hidden meaning in Han Fei's words.
I know where they are, but I can't save them. I need to get some information from you first.
Han Fei said many things before a low and hoarse voice finally replied from behind the door.
Where do you think they are now? Have you heard of Ziggurat?
Han Fei answered the question with his own question. But to his surprise, once he said that, the door slowly opened. An unkempt man with white in his hair and beard appeared. His actual age was around 60, but this man looked like he was about to die soon.
Come in. If you're heard saying these things outside, they'll think you're crazy.
The man then turned into the room. He didn't even close the door. Han Fei confirmed the location of his nunchucks and entered the room. Avoiding the trash on the ground, he took a quick look at the room. There were medicine bottles everywhere. It was morning, but since all the curtains were closed, the living room was extremely dim. Han Fei closed the door. When he lifted his head again, the man walked out from an inner room, holding a fruit knife. He stared right at Han Fei, his bloodshot eyes practically bulging. After a long time, seeing a lack of reason from Han Fei, he asked,
Would you like some apples? They're given by the community service people yesterday. Thank you, but I'm not here for fruits.
Han Fei sat on the couch and looked at the television, which was playing a recording and notes that scattered across the table.
You don't seem to fancy modern electronics, do you? I'm used to these old things and can't bring myself to change.
The man sat down on the other end of the couch and watched the television with Han Fei. The screen was playing the news from years ago. A car was carried away from a bridge by a deluge and washed into the lake with rising water level.
Were your family in this car?
When Han Fei asked that, the news showed the names of the victims. Among them were Zhuang Ren's family, but he shook his head.
They are not dead. They're just trapped at Ziggurat. I'm sure of that.
Zhuang Ren tied up his messy hair.
Everyone else thinks I'm mad, but my mind is clearer than most.
Han Fei didn't answer immediately. After a long pause, he asked,
Have you been to the Ziggurat? I've been meaning to, but I can't find the path.
The man glared with his bloodshot eyes. To Han Fei's confusion, he switched on the gaming console under the television and handed Han Fei a gaming controller.
What is this?
Zhuang Ren didn't answer. As he held the controller, his condition became even more unstable. His pupils kept shaking, but his attention was fully on the screen. After connecting all the wires, the screen started to play a game with horrible graphics, and the game's title was Ziggurat. It had a black background and red font. It was simple, but it gave Han Fei the chills.
My family is in there. They're waiting for me to go rescue them. I can do that by clearing the game.
Zhuang Ren's words became more unhinged. No one seeing him now would believe he was sane.
The Ziggurat you referenced is this game?
Han Fei was quite disappointed. He was about to put down the controller and stand up when he saw something that caught his attention. In this game, the first map was called Happiness Neighborhood. Even more coincidentally, the goal of the first map was to find puzzle pieces, but instead of finding human body pieces, The main character had to help a boy find normal puzzle pieces. The player had to locate 8 puzzle pieces on the large map by asking the various NPCs. Based on the familiar way he controlled the character, Zhuang Ren had played this game many times already. As he triggered the missions and searched for the puzzle, he got to know the neighbors and their troubles. He helped them solve their conundrums. This first map looked unfinished, but it had a lot of content. By then Han Fei no longer thought Zhuang Ren was a crazy person. He sat back down and watched quietly. Zhuang Ren used 15 minutes to find all the puzzle pieces. The finished puzzle was a picture of a child reaching for a butterfly. After finishing the first map, Zhuang Ren entered another map. The second map was called Qiuyin Residence. Here, Zhuang Ren had to help the delivery man deliver the packages through the complicated building pathways. While delivering the goods, Zhuang Ren would interact with different people and hear their stories of humanity. From the 2 current maps, Han Fei saw that the game creator encouraged a message of hope and hard work. In essence, they were trying to create an Iyashikei game. After 10 minutes, Zhuang Ren finished all the mission and he entered the third map, Happiness Street Temporary Homes. The temporary homes had quality and safety problems, and the mission required Zhuang Ren to persuade all of its current citizens to move out. The game design was very interesting, but Zhuang Ren hit on the button mechanically because he already played this who knew how many times already. He used the quickest path to finish all the missions. Third map, fourth map. When it was around noon, Zhuang Ren reached the 8th map, and the map's name was Pear Blossom Neighborhood. When he reached this map, Zhuang Ren's speed conspicuously slowed down. It was like he was watching his life from another angle. Half an hour later, he cleared the 8th map. The game was hard, but not impossible. Just as Han Fei thought they were going to proceed to the 9th map, the game restarted, and the title Ziggurat reappeared on screen.
That's all. No, the gate to Ziggurat is just opening.
Zhuang Ren clicked on the Start Game button, but this time, he was sent into the 9th map. Just like how he had once helped piece the 8 puzzle pieces together at Happiness Neighborhood to unlock that picture, the player had to finish the 8 maps once before they could access the 9th map. The 9th map revolved around a very strange building. Whenever Zhuang Ren's character tried to approach the building, they would die for no reason. He attempted entry from different directions, but it was to no avail. He couldn't find the entrance. The blood vessels in his eyes thickened, and Zhuang Ren handled the controller rougher and rougher. Eventually, he slammed the controller on the table and shouted angrily as he swiped everything to the ground. Shouting, screaming, lashing out, Zhuang Ren only calmed down after a long time. His hands were injured by broken glass, but Zhuang Ren didn't seem to feel the pain. Picking up the controller, he exited the game and restarted everything.
I must have missed something, or I need some kind of item that will grant me access to the Ziggurat.
Zhuang Ren's hands were bleeding, but his eyes were transfixed on the screen. Seeing Zhuang Ren, who was lost in the game, Han Fei touched the controller and suddenly said,
Where did you find this game? And who told you your family is trapped at Ziggurat?
It might be grief, but grief wouldn't push someone to such extremes. Han Fei believed something else had happened to Zhuang Ren.
You will not believe me. You'll think I'm crazy.
Zhuang Ren worked the controller and said,
The game was given to me by Immortal Pharma's director when we were young. It was about 40 years ago. At the time, he lived in this neighborhood. Immortal Pharma's director?
Han Fei's eyes shone with disbelief.
I know. You're thinking I'm creating stories. After all, the man's already dead. To be honest, I don't get it myself either. Why would the man who people claimed closest to God give me such a game? It was a mystery until I lost my family about 10 years ago. Zhuang Ren looked at Han Fei. The latter's eyes widened.
Yes, you saw the map for Pear Blossom Neighborhood yourself. The game was given to me before the tragedy befell my family. The game had predicted my family's death.
Zhuang Ren put down the controller.
Everyone says I'm crazy. Perhaps I am really crazy, or the world is crazy.
No one spoke, and the room was eerily quiet. After a long time, Han Fei broke the silence. Did Immortal Pharma's director say anything else? It was so long ago, I could only remember one blurry scene. That night, I saw him talking to himself alone at the corner of the neighborhood like he was possessed. He kept mumbling about his older brother.
Walking down memory lane, his body leaned into the sofa.
At the time, I was still young. Out of kindness, I wanted to help him, but he turned to ask me a question that I couldn't understand until now. What question? He asked me whether there are ghosts in this world or not. How did you answer? I told him there wasn't, and then he gave me this game.
Zhuangren stared at the screen, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen.
He even told me, if I ever lost something important, I could look for it inside here. Perhaps they haven't left, they are just trapped inside a black building and unable to leave.
Everything matched, but what Zhuangren didn't get was the ziggurat mentioned by the director was a ziggurat inside another game. Chapter 299. The black box's previous owner was Fu Sheng, or the Immortal Pharma's director's older brother. Han Fei believed that was the case, but after interacting with Zhuangren, Han Fei realized the director who stayed at Pear Blossom neighborhood didn't have an older brother, or at least he had never seen that brother before. Not only Zhuangren, even the director's family, as well as the group of lawyers he hired before his death, didn't make any mention of an older brother. His brows creased. Han Fei came here for answers, but he found himself with another mystery. As the previous owner of the black box, his younger brother became the man closest to God and changed the whole world. The man himself, though, couldn't even live a normal life. Why was that? Why was Fu Sheng killed in the end and had his memories shattered? Questions surged into his mind. Han Fei wanted to hurry back into the game, to find the previous manager's memory fragments. He needed to know the truth. My current area is still considered the starting map. The real world will open after I clear Ziggurat. While Han Fei was contemplating these questions, Zhuangren started the game again. He controlled the character and once again died at the Ziggurat map. As the afternoon rolled by, Han Fei had watched Zhuangren play the game so many times that he could already memorize the procedure himself. After getting Zhuangren's permission, he decided to give it a try himself. There were many hints inside this game. The kid who caught the butterfly at the Happiness neighborhood, the older brother who was unnamed at Pear Blossom neighborhood, and the Ziggurat, which would always bring death with it. The game only had 8 maps, but the stories in each of the maps had endless ways of reading them. Zhuangren had sought out the most expedient way to clear all the maps, but he still couldn't finish the game. Han Fei decided to approach the game differently from Zhuangren. Clearing the game was not his goal. Instead, he wanted to find out the message which was inherent in this game left behind by the director. He had personally participated in the human jigsaw case, lived under the same room with the 8 victims, and became the building manager of Happiness Neighborhood Building 1. He was the person who understood Happiness Neighborhood the best in this world. When he controlled the main character to interact with the neighbors, Han Fei couldn't stop frowning. The game's message and image were warm and peaceful. Even if there was conflict between the neighbors, in the end, they would be resolved peacefully. This was a fully fleshed-out Iyashikei game. This feels like an extremely early version of Perfect Life. It has a pretty and warm appearance, but underneath that appearance is a demon who survives on people's despair and negative emotions. That was how Han Fei felt because he had been to the cryptic world himself. This game was made more than decades ago, and 8 puzzle pieces were hidden inside the Happiness Neighborhood map. That coincides perfectly with the details of the human jigsaw case, but the human jigsaw case only happened 10 years ago. The director prophesied the human jigsaw case? Or someone started to commit the series of cases based on the game detail left behind by the director? Could Butterfly have known about the existence of this game? Or Zhuangren is the Butterfly? Or Butterfly is the Immortal Pharma's director? This game is not a prophecy, but a calling card. With that in mind, Han Fei's heart chilled. But soon, he calmed down again. The chance of the Butterfly being the director was small, but they should know each other. To verify his suspicion, Han Fei planned to reconstruct the human jigsaw case inside the Ziggurat game. To do that, one had to know the killer's modus operandi and the location where the human pieces were hidden. Only Han Fei and the police involved in the case would know about these details. He followed Zhuangren's direction and finished all the side missions. Han Fei bonded with all the neighbors, and the place was radiating with happiness and warmth. When everyone was submerged in this haze of happiness, Han Fei accepted a mission to skin an apple at the kitchen on the 5th floor. After accepting the mission, he didn't grab the apple but instead went to the 1st floor to initiate his plan. Zhuangren saw through Han Fei's plan. His bloodshot eyes blinked. He said, "It's pointless. I've tried killing all the NPCs on all the maps. It will only make you fail. The first 8 maps of this game require you to create healing memories, so that it'll form a great contrast with the upcoming Ziggurat." Han Fei ignored Zhuangren. He remembered the death of each victim, and to his surprise, The game provided him with all the tools to perfectly duplicate the human jigsaw case. The ziggurat game had a day and night cycle. Zhuang Ren used 10 minutes to clear the first map. In comparison, Han Fei used 20 minutes just to prepare for his first kill. When he murdered all the victims and placed their body parts where they should be, the game really did change. Zhuang Ren, who had played the game to its end so many times, didn't expect this new, unexplored development. His eyes were round and his face was colored in shock. On the screen, Han Fei used the 7 victims' body parts to piece out the last victim, Little 8. After the appearance of the dead girl, the cute and warm atmosphere turned immediately. Just as Han Fei placed Little 8's body inside room 1044, the screen turned blood red. Little 8 was like a key that opened the other side of this map. Little 8 is the key. Han Fei had heard that repeated many times by different people, but he didn't really understand why. Today, he finally saw it in action. But why is she so unique? What secret is hidden on her? Han Fei was muddled by these questions, but he didn't have time to think. The map had changed. The previously friendly neighborhood was now teeming with monsters and murderers. They would immediately kill when they saw the main character. They had lost their rationality and humanity.
Why don't you hand it back to me?
Seeing the new change, Zhuang Ren worried that Han Fei might be overwhelmed by the monsters, but a few seconds later, he realized he was worried for no reason. Using the various items inside the neighborhood, Han Fei's character carved a way out for himself. He was so familiar with the game that it felt like he had personally experienced this event before. The way Zhuang Ren looked at Han Fei changed. The man didn't even realize that it was the same way he had used to look at the immortal Pharma's director when he was young. Han Fei successfully escaped from Happiness Neighborhood, and then he arrived at the second map. After triggering the change with Little 8, all the subsequent maps had changed as well. This was the gory version Zhuang Ren had not played before. Just looking at it made his heart wince, but Han Fei was perfectly at ease. The second map, third map, fourth map. Han Fei got more and more familiar with the control. The sound of the controller was the only sound inside the room. Han Fei poured his whole attention into the game because he believed there was a great chance he might run into these things inside Ziggurat. So on top of playing the game, he memorized the geography, characters, and conversations that he encountered. His pupils trembled and blood vessels crawled on the edge of his eyes. Han Fei stared at the screen and his hands flew like birds. While he controlled the character, his lips moved, memorizing all the content on screen. Zhuang Ren, who sat beside him, was stumped into silence. He also didn't dare to disturb Han Fei. Compared to Han Fei, he appeared so normal and banal. The fifth map, sixth map. There was no conversation and communication. Maintaining the same pose, Han Fei blew through the red hell. Han Fei, who never had a drop of water from noon to dusk, finally cleared the eighth map. By then the main character was already covered in red, and the game screen had turned blood red as well. The room was incredibly quiet. Han Fei and Zhuang Ren stared at the screen transfixed. Blood dripped, and the ninth map, Ziggurat, finally appeared. But different from before, the Ziggurat inside the map had its door open. The dark entrance was like the demon's mouth, waiting for the living to walk in. The hands that held the controller were already soaked in sweat. Han Fei paused for a moment before he controlled the character to approach the Ziggurat. Zhuang Ren and Han Fei's hearts rose. They had never been inside Ziggurat before. With two of them watching, the character in the game walked towards the door and into Ziggurat.
You did it.
Zhuang Ren was so excited that it was indescribable. He was treated by so many to be crazy, but he didn't mind because he had a goal to achieve, and this was the moment he had been working for. To enter the Ziggurat, one has to know the details of the human jigsaw case, and one has to be inside the cryptic world to get the crucial information that Little 8 is living in room 1044. After knowing all these things, they have to clear all 8 maps which had gotten twisted without dying once. Only then would they have the right to enter Ziggurat. Han Fei cleared it at first try, but he knew how impossible that was for a normal player. A normal person wouldn't be able to do this. Compared to Zhuang Ren, Han Fei was so much calmer. He looked at the crimson screen and pushed open the first door they came across inside Ziggurat.
Please choose a death curse that is most acceptable to you.
After entering the room, this sentence was written on the blood-red wall. Zhuang Ren thought aloud and tried to give it different readings. Han Fei turned to the corner of the room where a colorful butterfly had landed on a dead body. The butterfly was different from any butterfly he had met before. It had two scary ghost faces on its wings. Chapter 300. Not all butterflies were beautiful in this world. Some of them were ugly and poisonous like the pets of demons. Ignoring the message, Hanfei moved the main character to walk towards the dead body. When he got close, the butterfly on the body suddenly flapped its wings and flew around Hanfei. Interacting with the dead body, Hanfei noticed several yellowed notes around the body. Each of them had a red message on them.
If you're afraid, you'll die. If you look back, you'll die. If you see your reflection in the mirror, you'll die. If you eat inside the room, you'll die. If you open your mouth to speak, you'll die.
The messages were spine-tingling. Hanfei had no idea which of the paper notes the dead body got, but his death should be related to one of them.
In the ziggurat, you'll only die if you do things which are written on the notes.
Zhuang Ren was already out of touch with the modern gaming world. He took things literally.
That should be the case.
Hanfei's eyes were locked on the butterfly. The butterfly circled Hanfei's character several times before it flew deeper into the room.
Should we follow him? Maybe the butterfly is our guide for this map? It is definitely not the guide. You'll only die horribly if you follow it.
Just as Hanfei said that, the room where the character was unchanged. After the butterfly flew out, the door closed on its own, and this bloody message appeared behind the door. The death curse you've chosen is, if you move, you'll die? Hanfei didn't really make any choice. All he did was to interact with the body and looked at the messages on the paper notes. No matter how good of a player he was, he'd have to stop playing if he ran into this curse. After a long hesitation, Hanfei tried to move the character forward. The moment he did, the character dissolved into a bloody pool and died horribly. The game returned to the starting page, and the term ziggurat reappeared on the screen.
If we need to clear the ziggurat, we need to choose a curse that is not so easily triggered.
Hanfei stared at the screen. He looked like he was playing the game, but actually he was thinking about the cryptic world. Looking at the time, Hanfei believed he could manage to enter the ziggurat at least one more time. He stood up to work his kinks out from his body. Then he picked up the controller and said,
Zhuangren, do you know how to order takeouts? Just grab something easy to eat, and we'll continue with the game.
It felt like Hanfei was the owner and Zhuangren was the guest, but the latter complied without complaint. For Zhuangren, Hanfei was like his savior, so of course, he would do everything within his power to satisfy him. Each careless death meant that one had to start over from the start. The complicated missions exhausted hours. When Hanfei reached the 9th map again, it was already 8 p.m. He wanted to find out how exactly did one choose the death curse. Controlling the character carefully down the corridor, there were 12 rooms on the first floor, and Hanfei took the first room on the left in his previous attempt.
Does the choice of room equal the choice of the death curse?
Hanfei was very cautious, but perhaps because he was dragging it out too long, footsteps came from deep down the corridor. Something was approaching. Several seconds later, the deliverer man who first appeared in the second map made his return. His head was smashed in, flesh mutations grew on the ends of his fingers. With a giant delivery bag on his back, he crawled towards Hanfei.
You should find a room to hide in.
Zhuangren gasped. In a normal horror game, when the monsters appeared, the player only needed to find a place to hide until they went away. Shaking his head, Hanfei controlled the character towards the stairs. After the deliverer man disappeared from sight, he turned down a different direction. Without any fighting ability, just using geographical advantage, Hanfei managed to hide from the deliverer man's pursuit again and again.
There's not many things I know, but the game of hide-and-seek is something I do know.
Using the stairs on both sides of the ziggurat, Hanfei successfully shook the deliverer man off. But before he could sigh in relief, the character suddenly melted into gruesome goo and died on the spot.
Why did you die again? You weren't attacked by any monsters, and you didn't trigger the curse, so how did you die?
Zhuangren was confused. This game couldn't be understood normally.
I believe it's because since you didn't pick a death curse for too long, the ziggurat arranged one for you.
Hanfei narrowed his eyes because he was reminded of something. Due to his intervention of Butterfly's plan, he was cursed by ziggurat, and he would die in some kind of manner within a month. The death curse was similar to the curses inside this ziggurat game. Then if he entered the ziggurat and chose another death curse, which curse would trigger first? Then again, if he pondered this from another perspective, did that mean that he wouldn't need to pick one when he entered the ziggurat because he was already cursed? Ziggurat was not a normal game, and Han Fei's way of thinking was not normal either. After the second failure, Han Fei glanced at the time. He believed he could start a third attempt. He was getting more familiar with the first 8 maps, and used less time to complete them. Soon Han Fei entered the ziggurat for the third time.
Do you mind slowing down? Zhuang Ruan wanted to mimic Han Fei, to memorize Han Fei's controls, but he soon gave up. Sometimes he couldn't even understand certain decisions that Han Fei made. Other times, even if he understood it, his hands wouldn't keep up with the controls. At this point, Zhuang Ren gained even more respect for Han Fei, because if he needed to clear this ziggurat alone, he probably wouldn't finish it in his life. If he wanted to see his family again, he needed to rely on Han Fei. Zhuang Ren, who was seen as mad by most, became a butler for Han Fei. Without Han Fei even requesting them, Zhuang Ren did things to make things more comfortable for Han Fei. The previous 2 deaths provided a lot of information for Han Fei. For this third time, Han Fei tried to trigger yet another curse. After avoiding the first room, Han Fei examined each room door to see if he could get any clues. Unfortunately, he got nothing. Only by entering the rooms that he'd know what was inside. Calculating the time, Han Fei only entered the third room on the first floor when he knew the delivery man was coming.
There's no butterfly and dead body in this room.
Instead, the old room had red scratches everywhere. The room was decorated as a bridal suite, but all the red was sourced from blood. The wedding decoration did not look celebratory, but eerie.
A bridal room?